Odyssey, that's what exactly happens, is man merges with the monolith. And what I've been describing from the beginning here is that the masses have their faces pressed up against the screen. Well, the screen is the monolith. It's the ubiquitous worldview. It's the same page that we're all on. It's our collective it's our big black monolith. It's the screen from which we derive our consensus. Our consensus that is bent by the fusion of real and fake. Yeah, Lord Laney, this is a good comment. I mean, this is one of the things we've been talking about. Lord Laney says, I just asked Perplexity, because we need to use AI as we start to build our off-world stage content. Just ask Perplexity if there were any eerie similarities between the show Lupin 3 and the Louvre heist. There are several striking similarities between the recent 2025 heist targeting French crown jewels and episodes from the Lupin franchise. So what I was suggesting is that we're going to use AI to fill out the off-world stage content. And what does that mean? It means that we need a parallel record of events and like a wiki of what happened. So wiki right now is what happened on the world stage. We need to have, and we've already done some preliminaries with this. We already have a format, but we want to have a corresponding wiki that has one layer deeper. So this is the off-world stage perspective of the wiki version of events. Meaning, this is what the world thinks. This is the corresponding supplemental information and content that would have us to think that it's not real. All right, let's see what else. So many excellent comments tonight. I want to say thanks to everyone for the support, both your comments, your thoughts, your research, and all the super chats. The objective is to get into a studio so we can relaunch the 24/7 live stream, integrate it with Discord, and enlarge the IPS think tank. We want to create a way for those who start seeing through the program to trickle into our think tank. We want to hemorrhage the truth of it. We want to just, create like we knock down these guardrails. Where do they go? Well, they're not going to go back to mainstream. There's no platform for them. Well, this is where you go. Mango Penguin says, thanks for your raft, Tim. Well, the rafts have actually hit the shores of the world stage. Now we're getting into tanks. And we're burning bridges. You may have seen that. By burning bridges, I mean, we're not trying to convince people of our side. We're just going to let the people who can see it and understand it aggregate around this. That's what the book is out for. We're not proselytizing. There are enough people who've already figured it out to a certain percent. And so if you're 80% awake, it means you're almost there, but there's one or two guardrails holding you back. It might be the bloody guardrail. It might be the misunderstanding of concurrent and predictive programming. And these are significant barriers because you have to see through these to see through the world stage. So the world stage is a thing. It is a model. It is an internalized simulation of the world shared by the consensus of mankind. And it doesn't matter if you don't watch TV. It doesn't matter if you're Amish. You're still a world stager if your existence rests upon the worldview as described, even if you're not paying attention to the news, even just in broad strokes. That's the default. It's not like anybody would separate from that. There's only a couple categories of people in this. You got the programmed and the programmers. And the programmers are part of the programmed. They're just uniquely involved in the program in such a way that on some limited compartmentalized basis, they have a little more information. Some people know about the fake shootings. Some people know about Butler being fake. There are insiders. Some people know about fake history. But not everybody who's involved is going to have the full picture. So the programmers exist on on a scale, I would say from like maybe 50% tops. I mean, I don't know. I don't think they would even be let in that much. They're probably only 20% more like, I mean, the regular person is not going to be aware of anything. And maybe programmers have 20% more intel, a little bit more insights into certain compartments. But it's not like they're fully awake in the sense of seeing through it all. That would be a terrible idea. The third group, which is newly emergent, is the deprogrammed. And the deprogrammed refers to those who have recognized the program and stepped back from it, who have an objective distance from it. They have achieved objectivity. And you can't fake it. You can't say, I'm deprogrammed because I don't watch the news. Well, that's not the same thing. Or I'm deprogrammed because I took all the red pills. No, you're deeper into the program. To be deprogrammed, in our context here, means you have to recognize the long-term cumulative effect of the news bending process. History bending is real. And if you don't believe in history bending, it's for a lack of information. And your non-belief doesn't really have any bearing on it. I understand the ignorance, though. It's not like this is platformed and none of the alternative media will touch it. It's almost like thought of as science fiction. You know, you bring up the idea that, yeah, there's some mechanism within world government by which our entire history is written in advance and implemented. And then why? Well, it's very Orwellian. And Orwell noticed that the news didn't really match the territory. And that's one of the points here. The world stage is the map, and it doesn't match the territory. But Orwell wrote about the control over history, control over time. What does it mean if you control the present and the past? Well, it means you control the future. So people ask why. You know, why? What's the point of this conspiracy? What's the point of this system? It's a monopoly, like anything else. One group of people, and it's not an ethnicity, it's not a nation. This is a structure, and who knows what's at the top or who's at the top. But we can ascertain people who are involved at various levels for sure. But this structure is built around a splitting society between the ignorant and those who've been let in to some degree. And when you think about power disparities, you know, consider like not just money, but literacy. So if the masses are illiterate and the elite are highly educated, well, obviously that gives them some power. The movie The Village, you have the elders who raise their children on a commune and they don't know that it's the 20th century. They've been protected from the modern world. Well, the only thing holding them there is their ignorance. And the elite, the elders, dress up like monsters and prowl in the woods to keep everybody afraid of leaving. They're running psyops. So that's an example of a power disparity based around ignorance. Well, I think today we are facing collective illiteracy compared to those who rule the place. And it's not the regular illiteracy that, you know, it's not that they can't read. It's the visual illiteracy that is pretty much unavoidable. That we're all going to be rendered incapable of knowing real from fake based solely on the visual data. We're being converted into visually illiterate, where we cannot tell real from fake. And the only way to see through it is to not be entirely reliant on the visual deconstruction of psyops. As I have been saying, we need to look at the broader context. And in The Village, the only people that get out is, well, the one who gets out happens to be blind. Like, what does that tell you? The one who gets out of the village is visually impaired. The propaganda didn't work on her. She saw through it. And so I've been bringing up this idea of the blindfolded skeptic. The idea that if you are assessing all the facts based solely on them being recited to you, you could make a determination as to whether the event is staged or not. You don't need to see it. It means you have to think about it. And if you're not thinking about it, if you're relying solely on what's on the screen to determine real or fake, you're not going to get out of their village. The village is the world stage. It's very big. All right, this has been great. We will continue this conversation soon. A lot of things have changed recently, but for the better. And it's just a matter of time until we're situated in an office, 24/7 stream. And I have a big plan here. I have a plan to go promote the book. First step is I'm working out a 45-minute or so talk in order to break down these concepts in such a way that Normieville will understand it. Not that I'm trying to convert them, but if I can simplify and break it down to that level, so even as a hypothetical, they find it easy to entertain, I will consider it adequate to take out there. Lord Laney says, in the country of the sighted, the blind man is king. Yeah, In the Country of the Blind is a book that's a story by H.G. Wells, but there's a book by, weirdly, Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn wrote a book called In the Country of the Blind. And it's about this group of people who've developed a computer that allows them to process a lot of information all at once, a lot of data, a supercomputer, and they use the information to steer history. So it's about a group of people who control history, like what we're talking about. But it's in this book that was published, I think it's in the 80s, maybe a little older. I mean, the book's pretty decent. I read it, and I was surprised because this group with this computer wrote the computer itself out of the history book so nobody knew it existed. And they were able to steer human events. And then they're all getting up in age, and this journalist and her group of researchers, kind of like us, stumble upon this information. And one by one, her study group are assassinated. They have a department where if somebody figures this out, they get whacked. So they're all getting killed, one after another. And then she, the leader of it, is recruited into the newsfaker group. She's brought into their club, into their secret society. But what she does is she takes this information, and it's called the Q files. Again, the writer's name is Michael Flynn. She releases the Q files by fax machine, because it's an older book. And the fax machine goes to every newsroom, and they drop lists of names of everybody involved in history manipulation. Mobs rise up and burn down their houses, bomb their houses. The masses were not pleased to find out that their entire history was a hoax itself. Again, it's called In the Country of the Blind. And the original cover, because I have the original book, the original cover has a guy with an eye patch on, and behind him is a mushroom cloud. Fiction is how they branded it. The topic that we're on, and I found this book by accident, by random thrift store, and Michael Flynn, who many believe are involved in the operation, and then a book, and the author's name is Michael Flynn. So I thought, okay, I have to look at this, and I see the cover with the eye patch and the nuke, which are both things associated, and I start flipping through it, and I see a reference to Q files, and so again, sometimes I just pick up books because I'm randomly looking for something or thinking about something, and the books that I find will have some echoes, some eerily coincidental. Yeah, Lord Laney says, do you, Tim Osmond, don't have us whacked. I'm not a paranoid person, but something was telling me to get the book out before they think that there are uh, safeguards in place. And maybe tasked with the occasional, like, how do we get this Truman back in the Truman Show before he wakes up the others? And I look at my own life, and if I look at it through a conspiratorial lens, I might get the idea that my life was tampered with, that certain individuals have been placed in my of throwing me off. I mean, it could just be life. You know, life is crazy. Insert any paranoia, but me. Like, it literally wouldn't shock me if certain people were actually government contractors pretending to be something. Shock me. But I don't think that what we're doing is really that much of a blip on the radar yet. So it probably is not true. I'm very skeptical about it. I'm not trying to promote something I can't prove, like a Tucker Carlson claiming that a demon got in his bed and scratched his back up, and he won't show us his scars. Pippi says new moon. Is it a new moon tonight? Is it really? I haven't been keeping track, and I had been following them. I don't believe in astrology, but I found this interesting book by Kiko, a Japanese astrologer, who had this idea that you could synchronize with the new moon and the full moon with your thoughts and intentions. And in some way, your spoken words or your thoughts under the new moon would somehow materialize by the full moon. I mean, astrology, strange stuff. But I read this book, and just as a matter of practice, I just started following along with the cycles of astrology-based changes in my life. He says, you start mentioning General Flynn and Michael Flynn's book, and now they're throttling us. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. All right, well, anyway, thanks again and the support. We'll continue this talk tomorrow. We're at 1 hour and 109 minutes. I'm glad the temperature is going down, because in the summer we would be cut off average at 30 minutes. So my phone's... All right, so today would be the 24th. Time is flying. October 24th, 2025. It's the IPS morning deprogram. Yesterday I was out by these cottonwoods near the river, and I talked for about 20 minutes about why Candace Owens is an actress and her conspiracy theory meltdown is all contrived. And not only did nobody show up to the live stream, like maybe 1 or 2 people at a time, but it didn't even remain uploaded on YouTube. Like, it's there, you can comment on it, but you can't watch it. Not saying I'm being censored, but I just think that it's kind of an anomalous occurrence. So if you're wondering why there's a blank video, I just have it there just for record-keeping purposes. It means I need to talk about it again. We need to talk about the understanding, the perspective that we've taken. Because we're not taking these occurrences that we're noticing and then just processing it with everything else. No, there's a continuity here. If A, then B. A lot of people stick with maybe A, maybe not, and they go back to the mainstream. Case in point, there are people who are ambiguous about whether Charlie Kirk is 6 feet under or hanging out in New Zealand. Like, is he alive or is he dead? And some will say, well, I don't know, I'm ambiguous. Okay, well, it means you're confused. And that's fine, you can be confused. The world is confused. But if you say it doesn't matter, it means you haven't really thought it through. Because if he is, well, then it's a whodunit. Was it the left wing or was it Israel? And if he isn't, well, then we can point to a number of individuals and entities that are therefore directly involved in the deception. And if you follow that with a few other questions, you realize once you pass the bloody guardrail, the entire world stage unravels. So if you're already there, if you're already looking at this from that perspective, that includes media fakery, history bending, news bending, if you're already there, well, then you cannot take certain things for granted. So you look at someone like Candace Owens, and you can't just say, oh, she's just investigating. She's just looking for facts. She's one of us. Well, no. She's not only complicit and part of this thing, but she's disseminating narratives to a target demographic. She's not exploring. That's why the title of the live stream was Controlled Opposition and the Well-Paved Rabbit Trails. She's on a well-paved rabbit trail. So now her conspiracy meltdown that she's going through publicly is all contrived. And it's made to create a perception about people who don't trust the mainstream news, among other things. She's like, it's sort of like a David Icke / Alex Jones type of thing where these big conspiracy theorists take some kind of a fall on behalf of their subscribers who are naive in thinking that they can trust this person because they're posturing as opposition, as fighting an info war. But that aside, if you haven't arrived at the conclusion that his death was faked, I mean, it's definitely fakeable. We've made that case. If you haven't arrived at that, then you might still think she's legitimate, and you might still be caught in the world stage. So I'm just making a point here about perspectives, because I'm working on a whiteboard infographic right now. I'm outlining it so I can make a video later. But let me just go ahead and start with this outline. So I think there's some key points that have been described by us quite clearly, but they're maybe not understood by those who are outside of our think tank. So when we say world stage, what do we mean? And then, of course, the off-world stage, because these are points of view. So ultimately, we're talking about points of view. So we can all agree that the mainstream mediated point of view, accepts all the news is fundamentally true, is not the same as the conspiracy theorist point of view, which says everything in the mainstream is a lie and we need additional facts. So these are two different frames to process everything. And these are fundamentally different from the point of view that subtracts what they can't verify from the mainstream. And that's what we refer to as MSM minus, a subtractive view. So these are three different perspectives. The first one is credulous when it comes to the mainstream, takes everything at face value. The second is incredulous, which is distinct from skepticism. They automatically disbelieve. So both of these are typified by being automatic, reflexive, non-critical, non-skeptical. Because skeptical requires parsing the facts on both sides, not automatically, reflexively rejecting the other side. The third point of view, the off-world stage perspective, as I call it, this one recognizes that the first two are actually in a closed system. So the mainstream and alternative exist in a closed system, meaning it's closed to a number of things, but it's a closed informational system that is essentially a duopoly when it comes to news media. And this box, or this circle, whatever you want to call it, this is what I call mainstream mediation. The conspiracy stuff is subset. I put the plus there because it builds on. So now what we're looking at here, that closed system, this is the world stage. The world stage is the worldview encompassing both mainstream and alternative views on the world itself, on history, on news, the entire media ecosystem. So now if we're looking at this world stage, and I'm going to draw it here as a profile. And the world stage is mainstream mediation plus the subset, MSM plus. The world stage is built upon our history. So this is today, this is the now. Yesterday's news, got Charlie Kirk, pushed back a little further, just year after year, or this is basically going back in time. But if we're just looking at recent history, our recent history rests upon the presupposition that these things are real. That's the mainstream view. Or a variant of it, which is the conspiracy version. So the world stage is the perspective you have if you live within their closed informational system. What I term off-world stage refers to the perspective that looks at this, but recognizes it's not inclusive of media fakery. It's not inclusive of news bending, which refers to how simulated events, psychological operations influence the news cycles and steer the news cycles, which bounce off of it, creating hyperstitions, hyper-reality, blending real and fake seamlessly. But news bending isn't just bending that news cycle or that particular agenda, because it's cumulative, it builds up. And we've been focusing on maybe the last 100 years of psyops or so, but it's a consistent pattern, it's a template, it's standard operating procedure, it is systemic fakery. So if you look at it from the long-term perspective, this is history bending. It's very Orwellian. It's about controlling the present, the past, and the future by controlling the fake news cycles. So the off-world stage perspective takes this into account, that the world stage is non-objective. So the world stage, this bubble reality, it's non-objective, and it's acquired passively. By passively, I mean there's no critical processing or investigation or thinking about the information. It's more or less a matter of believing your trusted source. And it's passive whether you're in the mainstream box or you're passively getting your Kool-Aid from Alex Jonestown in MSM+. It's also defined by breaking news, a rush to believe, ideological warfare, which is what typifies it. Whereas, every single psyop is, every major fake event, one of the hallmarks, one of the giveaways that it's fake, is that the interpretation is perfectly split down the middle, and the left and the right within their political horseshoe fight over it in predictable ways, and it has immediately implementable political agendas attached to it. The active consumption of media, which looks more peaceful, means you're pausing before you believe. And this is where skepticism comes in. Because while the mainstream is incredulous about conspiracies and rejects them, and the alternative media is incredulous about the mainstream and rejects it, each side is completely credulous towards its own side. So again, incredulity is not skepticism. Incredulity will build a straw man, a weak version of the opponent's argument, and it'll incinerate it. A skeptic will build a steel man, the best and strongest version of the opponent's arguments, and it will melt it. The skeptical perspective includes looking at all the information, which means you necessarily have to take a pause before you can judge. You don't know enough to believe it because you saw it on the screen, nor do you know enough to not believe it because you saw it on the screen. You can't say, I don't believe that Trump was shot, it looks so fake. It didn't look fake, objectively speaking. If you say it did, what are your criteria? Could you actually convey that and convince somebody? No, you could not. And the screen has the assumed authority. There's an appeal to authority built into it. So you're already working against that. So you need more. I never argue that the visual deconstruction is sufficient in and of itself. We look at the entire media ecosystem, which builds up a psyop. I have this concept of the blindfolded skeptic. You shouldn't need to see it to know it's a staged event, because the way these staged events are portrayed and revealed and conveyed to us, it's on many different platforms. It's many different modalities. It's not just what you can see. It's all about context. So you should be able to hear the whole thing and discern it. You should be able to have your questions answered and look at all the hoax indicators that are brought up without ever needing to reference to the screen alone. That's a very low information take, and it's not going to be possible to rely on that moving into the future if what you have been relying upon are mistakes made by the perps themselves, which again, that's not a strong approach or methodology. It's not sustainable. So when I say passive, I mean, of course, that they're passively accepting anything from within that closed informational system from their chosen source. Active means pausing before you believe and assessing the facts before. And if you don't have enough to believe it, the burden of proof is not on you. So this is a world of believers. They're believers because they don't have enough information to know. They fill in the gap with faith and trust in media, faith and trust in influencers, faith and trust in Candace Owens and her alleged sources, or Alex Jones and his alleged sources. So they're believers. And that's a dependent position on their chosen priesthood. The off-world stage would refer to non-believers. If we believed it, we wouldn't call ourselves believers. If we had reasons to believe it, we'd be like, well, we know this to be true. So there's a real important distinction between knowing and believing. And if we don't have enough information to know it's true, we don't become believers. Rather, we reject it. We become non-believers, but we are informed non-believers. So I would weigh two things here. I would weigh informed non-belief against low information belief. Well, I believe it because I saw the headlines, because I saw it on TV. Okay, that's low information belief. Now let's weigh that against what we bring to the table, which is a lot more information, inclusive of media fakery, news bending, history bending, the wider context. So our non-belief has a lot to substantiate it. So I would say that the informed non-believer is in a better, stronger position than the low information believer. So now we have two different perspectives that I'm describing in the big picture here: off world stage and world stage. World stagers are the ones who exist in this paradigm, in this bubble, generally typified by low information, non-objective, non-skeptical, reflexive. And the off-world stage is typified by informed disbelief and including in their every assessment the existence of decades of fake news. And again, straw man arguments will say, well, you guys say all the news is fake. No, we don't. I would say that 1%, 5%, a small percentage is fake, but here's the problem with that, is that it's the simulated events that we're referring to as fake. And these are the ones that drive the narratives, that drive the news cycles. But all of the, quote, real news bounces off of it. So even the real news loses objectivity. So you've got fake news, and you've got non-objective, contaminated news. So you can't say it's all fake. There's a bit more nuance to it, but it all rests upon an edifice of fakery, of presuppositions that have been ruled out as anything more than lies, superstitions. So now, to further make this point that there's a different perspective involved, and this came the other day. I was debating with somebody and they said, we don't have enough information to know. We weren't there. And I'm like, don't include me in your we. Your we might be inclusive of world stagers, but you're not including all this peripheral information, which is extremely relevant. In fact, most of it's just dismissed as mere coincidence. So the perspective matters here. World stagers or off-world stagers. It's one of the two. And the off-world stage is what I refer to as the deprogrammed. Because the fake news isn't random. All the fake news events that we talk about, the more recent one was the Charlie Kirk squibbing. These are fictional events that are put into our historic timeline. This is history. News becomes history. So the news piles up and becomes history. And this is a repeated thing. And so when you look at one of these fake events, we'll just say that Charlie Kirk thinks it's most recent. This particular event happened in 2025, and now it's going into our history books. Even though we know it was a squibbing, whatever your interpretation of it, it's going into the history books as a real event. And it's not the first one. So there's a script involved. The script involves a 31-year-old Christian nationalist winning the hearts and minds of the youth, getting taken out at the beginning of his America Comeback Tour, the ACT Act. And this is a very graphic event, and it creates this almost a revival on the right, Turning Point USA, which is, it's all fake grassroots, we know that. But this is the story, the historic narrative. As Jack Posobiec put it at the memorial service, he said this will be seen as the sacrifice that was the turning point that saved Western civilization. 100 years from now, the history books will say this was the turning point that saved Western civilization. So if you think about it in these terms, that's how it operates. These are historic events that are steering our collective consensus. The paradigm is written in advance and it's performed through the bread and circuses. It's performed on TV, these pre-scheduled events. So you look at an event like 9/11, for example, or the London bombings, both of which were attended by drills, concurrent drills that were perfectly matching what, quote, actually happened. So you can already understand that these events require pre-planning. There's obviously a great deal of work that goes into making these things happen. It's like a movie. So they're not just dropping it they're not just on the fly. Hey, let's do this tomorrow on Thursday. No, these things are planned in advance. So how far back in advance was the Charlie Kirk thing planned? You know, people make this is the part that is going to keep people on the world stage. The part where they will not be able to accept the premise that something could be planned years in advance. That's too hard for them, which is fine. You can be incredulous, but if you look at what we're presenting as evidence and you're skeptical, then you might see where we're coming from. So my contention is that the Charlie Kirk event was planned, that the script for it existed at least as far back as 1998. Because the content, the predictive content, the programming content, the product placement for the future fake event first appears in 1998 in Snake Eyes. And Snake Eyes was widely noticed by mainstream and alternative sources, although they didn't mention conspicuously any of the other examples. And they're all interconnected. So this is what I'm getting at, is that the earliest example of predictive programming for this event in 2025 exists in 1998. So when you look at the other examples, and there's others from 2025, and there's one from 2012, the Emerson music video. Then you have a couple of podcast references, with one with Charlie Kirk. Then you have, of course, Heads of State and Hulu The Tempest. All of these, and then we can add in, there's a few others I could add in from 2025, like Americana, where the guy gets shot in the neck. Very symbolic, the concept of Americana to America Comeback Tour to MAGA and Turning Point USA. They shot Americana in the neck when they shot Charlie Kirk. They shot a guy in the neck in Americana. And this is a repeated theme that happens concurrent with the real event. So looking at the media being saturated through various propaganda vectors with the same themes, the same imagery. But every example of the predictive programming, and they're all overlapping, like 2025 Heads of State has Vice President Elizabeth Kirk, who's the same actress who dies next to Charlie Kirkland in Snake Eyes. So if we look at all these examples in entertainment and podcasts and from influencers that tie to the Charlie Kirk event, the earliest example is Snake Eyes, but they all contain repeated elements, common denominators. The common denominators imply a common script. And I'm suggesting that the script for the event would necessarily, and this is logically speaking, the script for the Charlie Kirk assassination would necessarily precede all of the propaganda inserts of it. So if it's going to show up in movies, if it's going to show up in books and video games, the script had to come first. And then whoever's got the script, the guy from the Central World News Services, is taking it around to different sellouts, whether they be in the movies, authors, artists, or otherwise, and they ensure that this messaging gets put in these specific ways into their content. So with Snake Eyes and these other ones connecting to Charlie Kirk, they all had a storm. They all reference, this is again, September 10th, although Snake Eyes, it was the 19th, there was this big misconception, but you'll see this pattern here. Storm, September 10th, the name Tyler, like Tyler the Executioner in Snake Eyes. So you have the storm, September 10th, Tyler as the executioner, and then you have the neck wound in a very specific place, left side of the neck. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is just kind of scratching the surface. These 4 repeated elements, in addition to the names, Kirk, I should probably put that there too, because you have Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirkland, Vice President Kirk. And then you have the, I could probably get into a couple other details here, but we'll just stick with these ones for now. So here we have a good solid 5 examples of elements that are inserted into all of the concurrent programming instances here. So the common denominators would all be on the original script. Every fake event must have a script. And if they're scripting an event 25 years in advance, that's a lot of time for product placement, for advertisement, for using every propaganda vector to condition the future experiencers of the fake event to the inevitability of it. Total saturation. A lot of people became familiar with this concept with 9/11, even though it's never been fully explained. Like who's doing it, who's behind it. And generally they run to the lazy explanation is it must be a simulation or it must be a coincidence. Well, the coincidence thing has been thoroughly refuted thanks to Erica Kirk, because the very personage of Erica Kirk walking across the world stage today mirrors her Hulu character and has since the day of the event. So if you're not familiar with Hulu The Tempest and you're just rejecting this information, well then you don't have enough information. To be skeptical, you have to look at what we're presenting. So Hulu The Tempest has a leader of the Young Republicans, very Charlie Kirk-like, in a church getting shot on the left side of the neck. And this was released on September 10th, the day Charlie Kirk was shot. Charlie Kirk was there in South Korea being prayed over by the youth Republicans represented in the Hulu show, just 4 days before. After he's shot and killed on 9/10, his widow takes over his organization, the Young Republicans, or the New Republicans, just as Erica Kirk gets tapped to take over Turning Point USA. As the story evolves, there are many who think that the widow is faking her grief, that grief is supposed to be ugly, she was too dignified, that maybe she was behind the assassination. All this has actually appeared in this Erica Kirk story. Look at Candace Owens insinuating that Erica Kirk was behind it. Look at how many people are saying Erica Kirk's not crying enough, she's not really mourning. Yeah, this is mirroring her character. And this is just the superficial stuff. It gets more nuanced, especially with references to Valhalla, Valkyrie, the storm itself. Erica Kirk was called the Storm by Stephen Miller. She was actually called the Storm. And the Tempest is about this widow who is a storm. She's like a political storm when she takes over her husband's organization. Snake Eyes had the storm, Hurricane Jezebel as a background. So what does the storm symbolize? Well, it's a reoccurring theme in every one of these examples, and the name Jezebel is likely a reference to Erica Kirk, who begins to look very shady when in the 2012 video, she's flying by the number 910 on a zip line in Vegas. And in the comment section on September 10th, 2012 says to the filmmaker, "Hey, Tyler, what a great shoot. We had a blast." So another reference to Tyler, 910, a shoot. And again, this is To some, this is like, okay, this is weird. This implies that she knew. And I go through the comments on that Emerson Drive, she's my kind of crazy video. And a lot of people are thinking, okay, she's part of some dark plot, some deep state thing. Trump's in on it. And they took out Charlie because he was going to turn his back on Israel. So they have these world stage friendly conspiracies to explain away her villainous character. But her villainous character is a construct. It's a script. And it perfectly matches the Hulu thing. It matches her Hulu corresponding character. Now, if you look at the other character in Snake Eyes, the femme fatale blonde, deceptive, in the center of the conspiracy, that tracks. And then, funnily enough, after Charlie Kirk died, somebody floated around and went kind of pseudo-viral that Erica Kirk should run as vice president with J.D. Vance in 2028. So I see this, wait, Vice President Kirk? The new movie, Heads of State, that just came out has a Vice President Kirk. And guess where Vice President Kirk gets shot? That's right. She gets shot in the neck. So, okay, now you have the character in a movie representing the widow of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck, and it's the same actress who was next to Charlie Kirkland when he's shot in the neck. Interestingly, in Hulu The Tempest, the opening scene is actually the widow dreaming she's her husband getting shot in the neck. And so you have the visual of the hole on the left side of the neck in Heads of State, in Hulu The Tempest twice, with Charlie Kirk, in Americana. You even have Ryan Ralph trying to stab himself in that exact part of the neck, if you saw that picture. So how many references do we have to that? It gets pretty immersive too. Synchromorpheus found Alejandro Kirk, a baseball player, Cardinal, in this article where he's described as a pain in the neck. And they have this picture where they're dumping Gatorade on him or something, and it's like spurting out. It looks like it's coming out of his neck. Like, we're talking about an echo chamber where there's no meaningful distinction between news and entertainment. They have merged real and fake. That's what Baudrillard would call hyper-real. And people live in this hyper-reality. They don't know how infused it is with fiction. Well, if a percentage of major events are fake, then you can no longer claim to live in objective reality. And this is not something new. We're looking back at the Kennedy assassination, or in fact, Kennedy assassination. Was he shot from the front or the back? Charlie Kirk, was he shot from the front or the back? These are well-paved rabbit trails. You know, the director of The Manchurian Candidate, where you get the whole idea of the mind-controlled assassin, comes from, the director is John Frankenheimer. He drove RFK to the Ambassador Hotel. What happened to RFK at the Ambassador Hotel, 1968? Was it June 5th? He was shot by a mind-controlled assassin. We've been talking about this use of Hollywood by government to fake historic events. That's what's happening. That's what has been happening. That's what media does. Media is a liar. And it recruits the special effects departments for the purposes of history bending. It puts actors on the world stage. So now, getting back to what I was originally saying, knowing that Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk would necessarily be actors, then you look at the surrounding characters, and there's no reason to take what they're saying very seriously. I mean, they're reading scripts. They're not discovering new information. It's not like Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, Owen Schroyer, or David Icke, or Alex Jones could ever talk about even the hypothetical that Charlie Kirk isn't dead. Especially because a lot of them knew him. They can't even go there. And they're not like in the dark about it because they're part of the same infrastructure. A lot of these individuals are all backstage. They're all part of the program. We have to remember too, there's a continuity. The same production company that gave us Butler, Pennsylvania, provided the Charlie Kirk squibbing. So now, to kind of round this out here, we're talking about different points of view. So what is your point of view? Are you mainstream? Are you MSM plus? Or if you're cognizant of the program and you see how it's done, if you see how they do their magic tricks, if you understand that there's a relationship between entertainment and psyops, and this is one of the big secrets they don't want you to know, Yes, the entertainment, this includes video games, books, everything. There's a relationship between entertainments and psyops. If you recognize all of this, you're no longer mainstream. You no longer look at these things as disconnected. You're not MSM plus because the conspiracy theorists haven't figured this out. No, you have a different perspective on it. You're more informed. This perspective is the one that's cognizant of the program, is what I call deprogrammed. So when I say the IPS deprogram, we're talking about the world stage and world events from the perspective of those who are cognizant of the program and the subsequent worldview, the world stage, the Truman Show. If you don't know you're in a Truman Show, you're in it. If you don't know there's a program, you're following it. If you've been consuming predictive content and reinforcement concurrent content for these events, yeah, you're just going with the programming. You've been pre-programmed. You were programmed for 9/11. You've been programmed for every single psyop they've hit you with. And you've been programmed through the entertainment. And if you don't recognize this, you're not deprogrammed. You can't claim it. It's a pointless thing. It's like, I'm awake. I'm a truther. I'm so awake. No, you're not awake. Red pills don't make you awake. They put you into a deeper level of programming because now you're within a subset of the mainstream. The most unawake people are the truthers who are caught up in a nightmare version of the mainstream worldview. Blue pill is a dream. It's blissful. Don't wake them. Red pill is a nightmare. Neither is effectively awake. To be awake is to be cognizant of the program. So if your point of view is inclusive of the program, then you can claim to be off-world stage. But deprogramming is it's really not an option if you're on the world stage. It's not platformed. Nobody's going to tell you this. The only platform for the off-world stage perspective is the IPS. Find me an example of another platform that is specifically situated to be outside not only of their paradigm, but cognizant and of the entire build-up to it, which is the bent history. So history bending is a key component to all of this. It's cumulative, it's continuous. These aren't isolated events. It is systemic fakery. Now, another way to explain point of view, I think this is very helpful, is think about ChatGPT. Anything you ask, ChatGPT, what happened to Charlie Kirk? Well, it's going to be aware of the conspiracy theories. It's going to assume the mainstream version, but it's not going to ever bring you to the idea that maybe Charlie Kirk is alive. And that's because its knowledge base and its frame of reference will guardrail it against that possibility. So ChatGPT, or AI in general, has a world stage point of view. AI is a world stager. Everything that goes through AI is going to come out from a world stage point of view. Just like Wikipedia. If you read anything in Wikipedia, what do you think its point of view is going to be? Mainstream mediation. It will be aware of the conspiracies. It's just not going to treat them as real. But they will not even acknowledge the off-world stage. So the big difference between the censored and the unacknowledged. The censored are the Alex Joneses, the ones who get deplatformed. Like Tucker Carlson gets kicked off Fox. Candace Owen gets kicked off Daily Wire. Alex Jones is, quote, censored. What do you mean they're censored? They're the loudest voices in the alternative media. Everything bounces off them. They're far from censored. They're acknowledged. The off-world stage perspective does not get any acknowledgement. I had a conversation with a pretty big channel on Twitter today, and he says, well, it doesn't really matter if Charlie Kirk is dead or not, but because people believe it. And I said, no, it absolutely matters. And this is where the conspiracy theorists reveal themselves to be very shallow. By shallow, I mean, in their take, they're not looking at the longer term effects of these things. They're not taking into account the continuity. So if he's dead or alive, does it make a difference? Okay, if he's dead, then who did it? Antifa or Israel? So now you're back in the mainstream or MSM plus perspective. You're firmly ensconced within the Truman Show again. If he's alive, well then, what can we ask here? Well then, who was involved? And when you ask that question, you arrive at the answers I think they don't want you to have. Because these answers bring you into the relationship between entertainment and fake news events. And it gives you a list of names of people with zero plausible deniability as to knowing about this event being a totally staged event. So we would know Erica Kirk. Yeah, she's not in the dark. Trump, the president, is not in the dark. Frank Turek, his mentor, the author, who had some books, by the way, with book covers that all seemed to foreshadow the shooting. Frank Turek was one of the guys who helped carry the body out. Well, he would obviously know. He's been on Fox. He was at the memorial. He talked about Charlie dying in his arms and this stuff. Yeah, that guy with no blood on his hands. That guy would therefore be part of the psychological operation, 28 years in the making. I mean, this is not some small, minor news event. This is a worldview shaping historic occurrence. Yeah, one of his book covers says, I think it says taken from God, and it's got the word God with like a bullet hole in the O. And the other one has the planet Earth painted in the colors of the LGBT flag with like a bullet hole in the middle, like the world's being shattered. And of course, the shooter, trans, you see how that's foreshadowing before he even knew Charlie Kirk. So what I'm trying to make clear here is that the off-world stage perspective is a distinct perspective from on-world stage. If you're a world stager, you're closer to ChatGPT than a skeptic, than a media skeptic. Because what makes ChatGPT what it is that it is generating predictive content based upon a closed informational system. It's knowledge base, it's frame of reference that has been programmed, that has been guardrailed, it has been given parameters. So if your perspective on any event is guardrailed by the world stage, then all of your interpretations are going to be predictable. All of your interpretations are going to have certain base assumptions about the reality of the world events as they have been portrayed. But this model of the world that it's objectively true, that the news is generally real until proven fake, and that everything has been real, yeah, that's been refuted. We shouldn't be operating under these types of illusions. But we have to maintain a continuity as well. Like, you have to remember, Donald Trump is a crisis actor in chief. This is season 47 of The Apprentice. News is not objective, and entertainment and psyops are merged. In fact, entertainment is used as a way of platforming government propaganda. And I think this is one of the big secrets, because I get more pushback against this fact than anything else, where you have people who are saying, oh no, the actor Erica Kirk is coincidentally mirrored by this TV show that just came out. Oh, really? And then we watched the thing with the Louvre, where the crown jewels get stolen on No King's Day. And I'm like, okay, that's a little fishy. Talked about it with fakeologists. And then we find out that there's a Netflix show called Lupin, where same thing happens, only they steal the necklace of Marie Antoinette. Well, a further connection. Marie Antoinette loses her head. No King's Day, losing the crown. There's this overlapping previous No King's Day where she was decapitated. And this neck wound stuff has been a very consistent facet in the media cycles leading up to and even following the Charlie Kirk thing. Let me go through your comments. Quite a lot here. Portal Complex, Junders, Truman B3000 from Wisconsin, Kevin Mooring, Bach Precision, M. Smith, thanks for joining. Do It Less says hi. Kevin Mooring says it's a PSYOP Entertainment Complex production. Yeah, the PSYOP Entertainment Complex is a real thing. The military industrial complex is a construct. What's up, Tunax, Ted Stryker, Plain Decoded, Frank Castle. Erica Creech says the 24 years ago event and the 5 years ago events were full of agendas. The George Floyd was dusted off and inserted in 5 years ago event. Yeah, the events like that, like say the George Floyd event has all the indicators, without referencing the video, of being a a total construct designed to incite certain responses. But there are so many indicators that it was designed a 9/11 scale event. And the symbolism, the subtext, it's all there. Bach says there's definitely a script or playbook they reference. Yeah, so when I talk about the script where you have all these fake events that adds onto our history. So we have our real history, and then you have the scripted events that add on to it. Just like you have your real news, like the sky's blue today. There's a traffic jam. And then you have the psyops they add onto it. So the stuff they add on to our history, the scripted events, are what actually steer it. That's why I call it news bending or history bending. But I call the script itself that these events are drawn from the meta script. So these are events that are superimposed onto our worldview. And before they happen, they're inserted into the entertainment in the form of predictive programming, propaganda, product placement for future fake events. What's up, Marcel Ploger? Thank you for joining. Lord Laney. Gematria 101 says, I saw an old Maxwell video. He was going over the word Kirk. Well, the word Kirk means church, and in The Tempest, the character is shot in a church. And there's a lot that ties into that. And thank you, Marcel, for the 5 blue wrenches. Uncool Ben, Cubic Z Gaming, Lowry, We, and Intelligent Counterspell. Check your front porches around 2 p.m. today for a 18-inch blue titanium wrench. HLG GLH says, hello, penguiners. Bobby Hale says, big insider sports betting theme in Snake Eyes as well. NBA sports betting scandal blew up this week. Not the same sport, but predictable by your model. Yeah, that's an interesting connection as well. The insider bets thing, I saw that floating around and I thought, what is this going to lead to? Now, again, in Snake Eyes, there's a boxing match, and one of the boxers was Tyler the Executioner. So you got Tyler the Executioner on the stage. And by the way, the boxers weren't wearing mouthpieces. Lynn Ertal pointed that out. So Tyler the Executioner is on the stage while Charlie Kirkland gets shot in the neck. And then the actress who's next to him, who's in the center of the conspiracy, is VP Kirk in a concurrent movie. Amin Ross says, wouldn't it be plausible that the details, such as the neck wound, was not defined pre-98, but was performed now using some selected film details? Well, I would say that the neck thing would have been in the script because Charlie Kirkland was shot on the same side of the neck as Charlie Kirk, as the person in Americana, as the actor in The Tempest, and his wife, and Heads of State, and the exact part of the neck where Ryan Routh gestured when he tried to stab himself with a pencil. So no, one of the components that's key in all of them is they all have a storm. They've all got the September 10th. The Tyler references. I mean, think about this. And the neck stuff is huge, but the very specific point on the neck is a key, I think, that shows you it's a common denominator. Episode 33 of Thought Crimes, Charlie Kirk is talking to a guy named Tyler about how he supports televised executions. And Tyler says, the last televised execution was in France on September the 10th, 1977. So there's that date again. And then you add to it, guillotine to the neck. John Francis, thanks for joining. Frank Castle. The Black Hand Side here with his coffee. Thanks for joining. Duets Less says, Thomas Massey was on Theo Vaughn, and some people commented that he looked as if he had been replaced or a different actor is playing him now. Maybe. People used to talk about clones, and I think clones was always disinformation for hyper-realistic masks. Frank Castle says, thank you for providing the language we need to discuss this, Tim. You're a legend. Well, there's a video that I haven't watched yet because I just assume it's another straw man coming from a place of sheer incredulity. Someone had uploaded a video about the off-world stage, and I don't know if they actually get it. Like, do you not recognize that not all points of view are equally informed? The mainstreamer is misinformed. They live in a bubble of misinformation. That's just an objective fact. And that's because their entire worldview rests upon decades, if not longer, of bent news, manipulated reality. If you don't watch the news, let's say you just don't pay attention. You're not awake. You're not in a better position. You're just uninformed. But the problem is, the only information available to you is misinformation. So you're not even in an advantageous position, because when it comes time to catch up on stuff, you're just going to binge on the news. Like, oh, so a lot of people didn't watch the news, and then 2020 happens, now they watch the news. So you went from uninformed to misinformed. That's not a move in the right direction. So the mainstream and its subset, the conspiracy theorists, their point of view is not equal to the point of view of somebody who is apprised of media fakery, long and short term. So the MSM minus subtractive position is, I would say it's philosophically more rational, more reasonable to be a skeptic, to be unplugged from the propaganda matrix. These are different points of view. So the off-world stage is qualitatively different. We have different conclusions. And back to that person who said, we don't have enough information. It's like, well, you speak for yourself in your own bubble, because not all of us are operating on these faulty premises. Some of us have some additional insight. Media fakery is not a conspiracy theory. The whole crisis actor thing, it's not a conspiracy theory. That's just one facet of simulated events. Dr. Bass Ackworth says, zero evidence of Erica Kirk ever being pregnant. Yeah, there's zero evidence their kids have faces. I mean, I understand privacy and all that, but just one of the fakest looking families I've ever seen. And I watched Charlie Kirk trying to teach his kid the Pledge of Allegiance or some crap. It just looked all contrived and fake. So, and his wife shows up later, very much like, if you want to go with the conspiratorial line, you could see Charlie as a victim of a bigger conspiracy to take over his organization. Because he was just a normal 18-year-old who had $1 billion backer and created the most influential political activist. I guess it was a Turning Point USA. Trump attributed his win to their ground game. So as far as political action committees, TPUSA was a big deal. So you can look at this from a conspiratorial point of view and say, yeah, of course they'd want to put some kind of femme fatale into his life to seduce him, take over. And it was all planned from the beginning. And that is the conspiracy theory line. Lord Laney says, you're not allowed on the black Kubrick monolith unless you're part of the acting troupe. Yeah, at no point in the play do they let random audience members walk in. Yeah, you're right. So what Lord Laney is talking about is that the movie set is a closed set. These psyops are closed sets. If you're a contributor to it, and so here's what damns Candace Owens. This is what unequivocally puts her in the category of an insider. She has no plausible deniability. Is that every single talking point she has pushed tracks along with the well-worn rabbit trails for controlled opposition takes on any event. It was the second shooter, the third shooter, the fourth shooter, but it always leads to Israel. It's a template. That's the woke right template. As opposed to the mainstream Republicans who will blame the left, liberalism, communism. Kenneth Dixon says, I call shenanigans. Here is your blue wrench. You'd be accurate. Plain Dakota says, I was listening to a comedian podcast or some low-level named Eric Griffin, and he was trying to figure out the Charlie Kirk thing, and he was saying that Gemini AI was telling him it was a hoax. Interesting. What they do with these AI is they install guardrails to lead you back to the mainstream. And so a guardrail, the idea here is that you're being led along a path. And if you stray from the path, the guardrail is going to knock you back onto the road. And I've been using that term since I put out a book called Guardrails: How Conspiracy Theory Rabbit Trails, I think it's Control Free Minds or something like that. But the idea was that you would have agents in the field doing this work. Now it's all AI. AI has the same programming. So you have like controlled opposition agents who are pushing certain talking points. Well, they're guardrailing the conversation. So that one account I mentioned who says, it doesn't matter if Charlie Kirk is dead or alive. Yeah, that's kind of a guardrail thing to say. Because you should be entertaining the hypothetical. Well, what if he is? Because asking that one question unravels the entire world stage. If Trump wasn't really shot, it unravels the world stage. Yet there are many people who say that thing was fake, but they think Trump faked it. So they see it in isolation. None of these events happen in isolation. So Butler, Pennsylvania, especially on the left, people say, oh, Trump faked it. But they don't ask the question, if he faked it, who was involved? Well, that necessarily implies Secret Service. That necessarily means a lot of the people behind him. This would also involve media on both sides. And you go down the line, and you can see how this one fake event has saturated the entire global media, contaminated it with it, so now it's officially real because of the consensus. But when you look at it in isolation, you say, oh, Trump did it, then you're not really looking at the real perps. The media did it. Who shot JFK? It wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald, it was the media. The entire media is complicit in staging these things. And when I say the entire media, I'm not just talking about the news media, I'm talking about the entire co-opted worldview shaping apparatus, including entertainment. That's why you had the Manchurian Candidate, and suddenly, right before the JFK thing. Even the news commentators on 11/22/63 were talking about lapses in security that have led to previous assassinations. Like they were priming everybody. Dr. Back Assword says, I don't think Charlie Kirk ever existed. It's just the name of a character in a play. Well, exactly. The individual who wore the squib on September 10th, that guy, was not a real Christian, conservative, spreading Christian positive values, working for Jesus. No, that guy was an actor, a deceiver. And all the followers are deceived. This is mass deception. And look at how many people it's influenced. This fake martyr, this fake saint. But he took on the role, but there's no reason to assume that he pre-existed, that he was selected as a toddler for this role. No. They had a pool of individuals from which to draw their Charlie Kirk for the assassination after a 13-year run. All staged. Kenneth Dixon says, all the worlds indeed of age were merely players, performers, and portrayers. Yeah, that's why I think it's interesting that Hulu's The Tempest, Shakespeare reference, is one of the main indicators of this being totally scripted. And The Tempest, of course, is where you get the phrase Brave New World from. Do What's Less says it almost looks like a penguin. Yeah, I've almost created a penguin out of this thing. You're right. I can kind of see it. That's the beak right there. Kenneth says, AI's been here thousands of years, maybe hundreds of thousands. That's why it's so hard to keep the faith. I don't necessarily agree with that. But I think this system is just going through a new iteration, and it's not new. I think what we're experiencing with media has previously been done by religion, by basically, we're talking about worldview synchronization. You can put everybody through the same holy book, Dianetics, the Bible, the Quran, and if you have them in isolation in their own bubble, you put them in their own little fictional universe, you can kind of see how this works. It's like shaping somebody's worldview is really a matter of getting them to accept the boundaries that you place. Kenneth Dixon says, they told us everything to our faces, ears and eyes. Our silence has been compliance. Yeah, I call this psychological warfare. You have to look at the masses of having been subdued, conquered mentally. It's the supreme art of war, according to Sun Tzu. To defeat your enemy without drawing your sword. HLG says, whiteboard extremism. Do It Said Less asks, is there any wolf themes going on? Both Louvre and Lupin in the French series refer to wolf. Ooh, interesting connection. The main connection I saw there was the crown jewels being stolen during the No Kings protest, and the concurrent TV show has a necklace from Marie Antoinette being stolen, who lost her head during a No Kings protest. Inks G says, I don't think YouTube heard this raft. Yeah, well, there's a lot of mainstream truthers who don't like that. There are people fighting tooth and nail against the premise that entertainment is used to advertise, bolster, and condition us for future psyops. Like, that's not a challenging proposition. Like, anything but that, don't say that. Please, can we blame the simulation? Can we just call these coincidences? No. No, this is systemic fakery, and entertainment and psyops and the news are coming from the same source and all work towards the same end. And I think the reason why this is such a guarded secret is we can name names. We can name metascriptors. We can name the names of the sellout artists, directors, and writers who are contributing to the metascript and therefore to the psyops. Like John Frankenheimer, Stanley Kubrick, and down the list you go, where you increasingly take away plausible deniability. You look at the people directly involved in the psyops. You look at the overlapping police chiefs, news reporters, and you get this picture where, yeah, we can assemble a name of who. If you want to talk about who's doing it, who's behind the conspiracy, well, at the lower levels, we can identify. But moreover, we can demonstrate that it exists. And what is it? The metascript, the hijacking of our reality, the script that they are bending our history to match. Events aren't organically going the way the metascript would foresee decades in the future. No, they have to make it happen. How do they make it happen? You manufacture it with actors, with psyops. Erica Creech says, these selfish people using surrogacy make me a little bit sick. Are you talking about the Kirks? Well, Charlie Kirk is not dead. We don't know his real name. If you think he's dead, what's your evidence? Because I would argue that, especially now in 2025, I think we're stronger in this point. You can't say I saw it on TV, so it's real. And for you to say it's real, the burden of proof is on you to address every single hoax indicator that has been raised. Anywhere that the event has deviated from standard protocol when it comes to murders, shootings, assassinations, crime scenes, deaths, there are so many ways that it goes against the standard protocol, anomalies, and then you throw in the entertainment media predictive concurrent programming. You have to explain that away. You got to explain away the Erica Kirk conundrum, how her entire world stage personage matches this corresponding Hulu character from The Tempest. I mean, you don't have a leg to stand on if you think he's alive. All you have is faith. I have faith that what the black monolith showed me is true. Okay. That's what I mean when I say we don't have the same perspective. Girl says it was a Pentagon military psyop. That's what Candace Owens said. This is a military op. No, it's a media op. It wasn't done by the military industrial complex. It was done by the psyop entertainment complex. The Pentagon is a prop as much as anything else. I mean, obviously this is all mind war, but no, this was not a military psyop. This is just like every other psyop. It's no different than the Kardashians, the Kirks, the Kardashians. They're faked from the same source for the same purpose, which is worldview shaping, influence operations, shaping culture, shaping society. But no, this wasn't a special or unique or more serious, grave event by any means. Ribo Nation says, I got an Enough is Enough in the new Law and Order the other night. Yeah, so the last YouTube video that Charlie Kirk uploaded was called Enough is Enough, which has been repeatedly used to reference the upcoming Trump head shooting. Then it happened, and afterward, Hulk Hogan gets up on stage and says, enough is enough, when they try to shoot the president. And of course, this all harkens back to the Illuminati playing card, Stephen Jackson. Enough is enough. The sniper can take you anywhere, anytime, and it looks like Trump. So for Charlie Kirk to reference enough is enough, interesting. For Ryan Routh, would-be Trump shooter, to nearly Kirk himself in the courtroom and squib all over the place, and judging by the courtroom photo, poking himself in the same spot. Yeah, these are all interconnected elements. Candace says, government and religion were created for one reason, control and authority. Yeah, I would go further and say there's only one government, and there's only one religion. If you define religion as worldview, all the little religions out there fall under this one worldview, the mainstream mediated one, the dominant paradigm. That dominant paradigm is our religion. That dominant paradigm is created by government, just one big capital G. Girl says, keep protecting the Pentagon's role in staging elaborate psyops. I'd say stay in your mainstream media box, where you think that there's a military-industrial complex. No, it's the psyop entertainment complex. It's all mind war. It's not mishaps, it's theater as mind control. Bread and circuses. This is not a deviation. I put out a book recently called Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed, a skeptic's guide to the theater of Psywar. So if you've deprogrammed yourself from the knee-jerk reactions, taking sides, if you stepped outside of the political horseshoe, if you recognize the long-term cumulative effects of fake history, if you recognize history bending, then you're to some large extent deprogrammed. The book, Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed, is designed to give you the lexicon, the definitions, and the concepts to explain it, to articulate it, to recognize that your point of view is separate. That's why we're not looking like who did it. It was the Pentagon. No, it was the media. It was the government. It's bigger than the Pentagon. That's just a misdirection. That's a red herring. Girl says, as long as we keep blaming the media exclusively, we don't have to worry about the troops and real ammo. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're of the perspective that it's going to escalate, you're living in the MSM Plus nightmare. See, in your version of reality, troops are going to run down the street and shoot you with bullets. And I'm out here and I'm just basically sitting in a park, relaxing, not responding to it actively, but waiting till I get more facts. You're still plugged in if you think you're going to get shot. If you got a helmet on, if you're in a bunker, if you're wearing body armor, if you're worried about the Pentagon and they're going to come put their boot in your face, they've got you under total submission and mind control. You're us. And I'm not judging you, Girl, but your perspective is MSM plus. And skeptics have always been, if you go back to the original skeptics, and the idea of suspension of judgment being intrinsic to it, it's always been the additional sense of disconnectedness from the world that makes them look like they're lazy or inactive or unconcerned, too relaxed. Like, why aren't you triggered? So like the moral high ground goes to the activists who act like they're holding everything together and they're getting ready for war. And then I, on the other hand, I look lazy. I look like I'm inactive, like I'm encouraging people to not fight back. But if you look back to the original skeptics, they said the long-term effects of this kind of suspension of judgment led to a peace of mind. So what would you prefer? Peace of mind or a war in your head? And if you're in this MSM plus box, they've got a war in your head. Like in your mind, it's conceivable that tanks will come down the street and troops will come murder you. I think that's a hyperstition they put in your head. You're not worried about school shooters, are you? If you were a mainstreamer, you'd be worried about a bowl cut neo-Nazi with an AR-15 shooting your kids. These are hyperstitions. If you're a mainstreamer, you believe that space junk might come crush your skull while you sleep, or that climate change is going to destroy the world and your grandchildren are going to live in a barren wasteland. Remember peak oil, Mad Max? Think about all the nightmare scenarios in this box. So these nightmare scenarios are part of their instrument of governance. I call these God constructs. Like if you're worried about the nuke, they're going to nuke the world. Well, now you live in the end times. From the off-world stage perspective, I don't believe in school shooters. I don't believe in space junk. I don't believe in nukes. I don't think the Pentagon's going to send troops to come shoot me for some dumb reason. These things aren't a factor when I plot my day on my to-do list. I'm not wearing body armor. I'm not wearing a helmet. And I'm not trying to like Paul Revere my neighborhood. Wake up, the deep state's coming. How far did that get you in 2020? What good did the activism you engaged in 2020 do, other than increase your stress levels? Nothing. You did nothing. You spread fear and confusion. If you're spreading this stuff, you're what I call a propaganda mule, because you're not getting paid for it. You're just voluntarily packing up your saddlebags with red pills, and you're chasing a carrot around. They're leading you around, and you're packing propaganda for them. And what is the carrot? The Great Awakening, the Great Reset, waking everybody up to this. Cygirl says, keep protecting the Pentagon brass. Again, I would argue that you are actually defending the PSYOP entertainment complex. If you're advocating for this perspective, you're in the Psy war, you're actually fighting on behalf of the Truman Show. You are the controlled opposition. If you're telling me that I should be worried about school shooters, you're controlled opposition. If you're telling me that I should be worried about the deep state, you're controlled opposition. Because both sides are. Mainstream is controlled opposition to alternative. Alternative is opposition that's controlled, and it's opposing the mainstream. Outside, we are inactivists, conscientious objectors to the Psy war. Like, I'm not part of your Psy war. So if you think I'm protecting it, I have a better case to say that you're actually reinforcing the power of this institutionalized deception. You're a pawn in their game. Cygirl says they want you to be impressed by their stupid movies. No, you're living in their stupid movie. And we're criticizing it from the outside. You've always had this perspective. And I've always appreciated it. I've always said that Lynn Ertel is one of our greatest exemplars of the MSM plus subset, because what she advocates is mainstream's bad, alternative has the truth, we got to fight the mainstream. You see, this is the dialectic that you're locked in. And you're probably locked into it for emotional reasons, and that's fine, because that's how the mind war gets you. It gets you emotionally, where you're literally worried that troops are going to come shoot you. And then it makes it easy to look down on those of us who look like we don't give a damn. Well, we're just not overreacting. And one more point to this, because, and this was, if you look at the origin of skepticism and how it leads to what they called ataraxia, which is peace of mind, it was suggested that even if we went into a state of war, who do you want to follow? Let's say that the troops do come. Do you want to follow the red pills who've been losing their shit this entire time? Or do you want to follow the people who are calm, who have clear thinking, clarity, who aren't overreacting? Calm people in the chaos. In a mind war, you've already lost your mind. If shit gets real, I don't think you're going to hold it together. And no, it's not going to go kinetic. It's not going to go real. Maddie Ice 2025 says it's Planet Netflix. Yeah, it's Planet Netflix. We're in the Disney universe. Nicotrauma says, I used to own body armor. I was totally captured. I was totally captured. I was in the military. My job was unit preparedness for nuclear fallout. So I believed we were in the end times. I believed all that stuff. If you live in a bunker because you're worried about nukes, guess what? You're living in a solitary FEMA camp and you're totally mind controlled because the thing that you're bunkered against doesn't even exist. Dr. Bass Ackworth says it's good to stay away from pills of any color. Well, yeah, because the Normieville, we're talking about the mainstream paradigm. They've got themselves this blue pill, and it puts you to sleep. You're dreaming. When I say dreaming, you're just accepting the worldview as presented, and we know it's bent. We know it's fundamentally a dream world. The red pill, by contrast, says all that's fake. Things are way worse than it is. We're about to die. The Pentagon's going to get us. So the red pill is an agitated pill. So it's a nightmare pill. And it's actually the fact that it's rooted in the blue pill. The blue pill is the basis for it. It's a subset. Then you have this thing called the black pill. And the black pill is the idea that you can't change anything, that it's hopeless, but it's a variant of the red pill. But anyway, you have all these different, quote, pills. And the idea of a pill is that you're a patient and somebody's prescribing it to you and you're taking it. So like blue pills are for normies, but if you are agitated and the normie stuff doesn't hold you down, they give you something harder. So give this person some red pills. But both of these represent a dependency. So whether you're mainstream or alternative, blue or red pill, you're dependent on the drug dealer. Who's the drug dealer? The PSYOP entertainment complex. That is dealing you the drugs. HG says, I think these hyperstitions are possible if they convince enough low-info auto-believers into action, like self-fulfilling prophecy. Well, on a limited basis, I mean, they do get people involved. You do have normies out there who are losing their jobs, getting kicked out of school because they're cheering on the death of Charlie Kirk. They invite audience participation. It's designed to make you adhere to an ideology within their political horseshoe. And it's also designed to give this appearance that, yeah, there is this MAGA extremism, and if terrorism happens, it would be plausible to blame MAGA. So the public actually participates on some level. And occasionally you do see people spilling out onto the world stage and getting involved and getting arrested for their involvement. You do have dupes. Girl says, by implicating the government and Pentagon as central to PSYOPs, we're doing what? Well, I think we're limiting our view to the Pentagon, some identifiable source. Like I would argue here that this is global in scale. I mean, this is another interesting point. Is Hulu The Tempest is in South Korea, #1 show in Japan, #1 show in Taiwan, South Korea. It's blowing up all over the world. It's a South Korean spy thriller, yet the PSYOP it pertains to is America. And it's a PSYOP about the assassination of Americana. And it's global then, therefore, the imagery, the concept, the very specific visual of the martyred leader of the Youth Republicans getting shot in the neck in front of his audience. Like that theme was painted onto the zeitgeist globally. So if we just point fingers at the Pentagon or that particular country, I think you're limiting your perspective. It's not a whodunit, it's a what is it. We need to figure out what it is first. And what it is it's worldview warfare, adhering to a meta-scripted version of events imposed over history, bending it into a very specific frame, which is representative of a power elite's monopoly. It's like a new monotheism. Yeah, if you're blaming military and cops, that's pretty much a these are like red pill talking points. Like the government's going to take your guns. It's like they've already taken your minds. And the grab your guns narrative is built off of Waco, and it's all intrinsic to the white nationalist turning point, which is relevant here. Turning Point USA came to my attention because I said, wait a minute here. Turning Point USA is platforming the whole idea of the turning point or the Turner Diaries. The Turner Diaries is the book that motivated McVeigh to attack the government building. So this anti-government sentiment, that's all red pill right-wing claptrap. Left is pro-government, right is anti-government. So if you're espousing it's the military, it's the cops, yeah, you're in this box. That is your perspective. You might as well own it. Like if you're a mainstreamer, own it. If you're alternative, own it. Don't pretend like you don't have a perspective here. And perspective matters. And it makes you typifies this is that adhering to any of these world stage perspectives, you're programmed and you can be triggered in predictable ways to react in predictable ways, to have predictable opinions to every single event that is presented to you. Cygirl says, is it a position that TV execs issue orders to the White House and Pentagon and Wall Street? No. No, my position is that these things are top down. Every single PSYOP isn't, every one of them involves necessarily the interlocking cooperation between different organizations. You've got Department of Homeland Security, the media, the police, the hospitals. At some level, we're dealing with individuals in each with high security clearance. You could say security clearance society. HLG says, normies struggle with mental illness. G says, is there something as a clear pill? Well, the thing is that any kind of pill suggests a dependency on a third party for information. Out here, we are self-mediated. Not medicated, self-mediated. We have a psychological distance between that which we accept as real and that which we find as false. So the informed disbeliever or the informed non-believer isn't ignorant. It's not a position of willful ignorance. We actually know more about the stories these people believe in. Think about that. The people who literally know less about the event than those of us who think these events are fake. And we think these events are fake because we have reasons. Like I saw this poll and it said, like a study, it said 8% of Americans think the moon landing was fake. Well, what's the difference between the 92% of believers and the 8% of non-believers? What's the difference? They believe what they saw on TV. They looked at the other information. So the 8% have more information. Conspiracy theorists are always characterized as having these wild mind maps. You put on a tinfoil hat, you do a big mind map like this. Well, it's because they have more information. So the informed disbeliever has more information than the low information believer, which gives them additional information. And you'll find though, and this is how people are trained, the 92% are not skeptics. They're not saying, well, let me examine your information and think about it. No, they say, oh, you're wearing a tinfoil hat. That's crazy. Oh, this guy thinks the moon landing was fake. That's crazy. Well, that's not skeptic. That's not a skeptic. That's not a skeptical frame of mind. That is personal incredulity as an argument. It's a fallacy. Kenneth Dixon said McVeigh did nothing in Oklahoma City. Yeah, well, see, McVeigh, yeah, Cygirl says was a war vet. Yeah, he was obviously intel. So at Waco, you had McVeigh, Alex Jones. Both of these individuals got radicalized at Waco. Waco, you have Dave Koresh, 33-year-old. His followers thought it was Jesus. The ATF incinerated him when they came to take the guns because they had 1.6 million rounds. 1.6, sound familiar? Alex Jones is radicalized at Waco. He rebuilds the Branch Davidian church. Timothy McVeigh was radicalized at Waco. And on the anniversary of Waco, he bombs Oklahoma City. This is where Alex Jones gets his anti-government, they're going to take the guns from. It all goes back to Waco. Where did Trump kick off his last campaign? Waco. What did Netflix have the night before? Waco, American Apocalypse. Waco is ground zero for this far-right domestic violent extremism that populates the world stage. It's all contrived, it's all fake. And you look at this martyr, Dave Koresh, 33, McVeigh, executed on 6/11/01, at the age of 33. Totally fake. He's said to have blown up 168 people. 19 of them were children in a government daycare. Interestingly, some have said that Special Agent Paul Weissapal out in Miami, this FBI individual, is McVeigh, grown up. Looks just like him. And interestingly, Weissapal was credited with saving 168 people from human trafficking. He got some award. I'm like, oh, interesting. What a character arc. You're a villain. You blew up 168. Now you're a hero. You saved 168. There are so many indicators, but that's probably true. I don't really care. It has nothing to do with the big meta scripted story, whether or not they recycle actors. But if you wanted to make the case for it, there's a pretty strong one with McVeigh. Duet Said Less says, I first thought this video was a private remedial tuition for JLB on the off-world stage. Well, he did a video on the off-world stage, and I didn't even bother watching it because I tend to think he's habitually incredulous, personally incredulous, and he builds up a straw man. And, you can do that, but it doesn't make our argument go away. Like, if you really want to discredit or dispute the world stage perspective and model and how it's built upon decades of fake events that bend the normal news cycles, if you want to dispute that, go for it. If you want to say that we all have the same perspective and point of view, we're all responding to the same facts, go for it. It's just not true. This is worldview warfare. Kenneth Dixon says, Koresh could be Charlie Kirk's dad. I'd have to check the timelines on it. I mean, it is a close set, sure. Yeah, Plain Dakota, Waco, Wacko. I thought that was like one of these things. Perfect, right? Kenneth Dixon says, I would argue that Ruby Ridge is ground zero. There was a movie out last year called Rebel Ridge about racist police that run the police departments. And they run a black man off his bicycle and steal his money. He's going to bail his cousin out. And then he has to take revenge on them. Well, that opening scene was replayed with Tyreek Hill from the Miami Dolphins, yanked out of his car on the way to a game. And people made these comparisons. Hey, this was just like Netflix, Rebel Ridge. Because apparently life follows Netflix. Or, and if you know what Netflix is and where it came from and its co-founder and CEO, and you look at this, it's like, well, no, fake events follow Netflix. So that's what we're looking at here. The entertainment is used to condition us, to get us to formulate opinions and reactions to things before they happen. It's all product placement. That's why we see a consistent relationship between entertainment and psyops. We've demystified predictive programming. And anyone debunking or refuting predictive programming on the basis that you've got a million things to choose from, you're just retrofitting it, not true. We have a very small set of content to draw from because we're looking at the real-time alignments between Hulu, Netflix, the video games, the books, the celebrities, talking about these things. We're talking about real-time alignments between these things and events. So we're not limited in scope to movies. We're not just drawing from television. I don't watch TV all day. I only watch if I'm consciously scanning, because we have a model here, and you can make extrapolations from it. I'll look at what is the number one thing, and I'm not watching it for my entertainment. I'm not watching it to cherry pick stuff. I'm watching it to see what ideas are being pumped into the minds of the mainstream. How are they being programmed? Because everything that happens in the program has been previously programmed into the minds of the soon-to-be believers in the new event. Again, this is a formula. Lord Laney says an aptronym world stage name, Waco Wacko. They wanted that association. Yeah, I think so too. Let's Go says JLB's error is that he believes that since personal coincidences are probably higher powers, the world stage coincidences come from the same place. Yeah, well, that's been the explanation for a long time, because it was always spooky when somebody would point out, hey, look, yet again, there's a movie that perfectly mirrors what happens in real life. But when you do the empirical research and you recognize that these are not anomalies, then it draws a different picture. You know, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is deliberate action. That's Ian Fleming. And we're looking at repeated themes. I mean, you take Butler, Pennsylvania. This is just an example. Because every single instance of concurrent programming is an example of something that was produced in the past. Could be months, could be years. But yet the release dates coincide with the PSYOP. So we had the trailer for Captain America, which was Brave New World. So if you didn't see this, president gets shot at while he's at the podium. And there's nuance to every single one of these. If we get into Harrison Ford, shot in a theater, his birthday being the Butler date, 7/13. Captain America, Marvel Comic Universe actually changed the trailer that came out on 7/12 because it perfectly predicted what happened to Trump. They changed it after that. You had the season finale of The Boys, where the character known as the Homelander, who's admittedly based on Trump, is the target of an assassination plot. They changed the title of Assassination Run. The visuals are there, where he's got his face covered in blood. But anyway, he survives his attempt. And of course, this is concurrent with the real event. We had the Francis Ford Coppola Megalopolis with Megalon, Make Rome Great Again, obviously based on Trump. The main character, Caesar Catalina, based on Trump, survives an assassination attempt. He gets shot, but he survives. And these are all concurrent. You had this Batman Caped Crusader, and a character named Rupert Thorne, a very Trump-esque character, has his right ear cut by Batman's boomerang at the end of the season with an ominous warning that it would be back. Beetlejuice. In the Netherworld, you had a dead Trump, yellow, golden uniform, golden hair, American lapel pin. We had, again, I'm just going through, off the top of my head, a list of things that were concurrent with Mickey 17, which they said had no relation to Butler because it was produced 2 years before. Mickey 17 had Mark Ruffalo, interestingly born on 11/22, representing Trump. So another guy representing the president, born on a day that a president gets shot. Mark Ruffalo is playing a Trump-esque character. Not only is he shot, but he's got a blood streak on his cheek. And then he yells at the cameraman to turn the camera on so he can pose for the cameras with his bloody face wound. Sound familiar? Fight, fight, fight. And this is just a small group. I mean, there are many more. But all of these were happening in the same closed system at the time of Butler. And this is a reoccurring theme. It's in the magazines. It's on the magazine covers. There's foreshadowing all over the place. How many times did we hear enough is enough? Andrea says, I watch TV and the screen. Most people pretty much meditate in front of it. Yeah, I look at the map. So the big screen, the big monolith, this is the worldview shaping mechanism. The totality of everything in the media ecosystem as presented to you through your curated worldview finder, your worldview finder being your smartphone. We'll call it a worldview finder. Your viewfinder on a camera, on the old cameras, a little square you look through to frame your shot. So we've got our worldview finders. Most people live with their noses pressed up against it. And this is their primary frame of reference, which includes the entire bent history. So they're resting upon an edifice of fakery. They are in a non-objective worldview. Just like fundamentalist religion would put you in a non-objective worldview. It's infused with mysticism, with myths, with martyrs, with false historic accounts. So you're here, you're looking at everyone, their noses to the screen, peripheral information, anything outside of it, they don't care. You're over here saying, hey, that's all fake. They're not going to turn around and look at you. So we're socially distanced. MSM minus subtracts from our worldview that which can't be verified. So we're stepped away from the screen, their nose against it. The conspiracy theorists, the MSM plus, the real agitated ones who think the sky is falling, yeah, they exist inside of the screen. They're in a subset. They're even deeper in the program. So they're on the other side of the screen. The rest of them are noses to the screen. And then we're socially distanced from the screen. So I don't watch TV in a passive sense. These are passive, these are passive. I watch it knowing that it's separate from the world, one, and I'm recognizing that whatever's on here is programming what's going into their heads. So I recognize what's in their heads, and I recognize their worldview, and it's distinct from ours. So their point of view is not the same as our point of view out here off-world stage, because it does not include long-term media fakery. It doesn't include the relationship between entertainment and psyops. They think the news is real, and they think entertainment is completely separate from this. It's naive. It's mind-controlled. Catch up on your comment. Les says, what I don't get about JLB is he's a history is fake guy, so why is he incredulous there's propaganda for fake events? Yeah, this is a good point. It's worth reiterating. And I appreciate his work. I think it's very important that we have people representative of different perspectives putting forth their ideas, and we'll let the facts speak for themselves. Because, you know, facts are stubborn things, and they don't care about feelings or personal feelings like incredulity, which is not skepticism. So if we look at the fake news, and when we say fake news, we're talking about simulated events, simulated historic events that shape worldview, significant things. So fake news piles up, and this is the now, and this is the past. So we're watching the fake news as it bends reality. At what point does it become history? 10 years ago? 50 years ago? 200 years ago? Because there are people who say, oh, history's fake, you can't verify anything past 200 years, and maybe it was a big mud flood. Okay, well, the mechanism by which history is faked is an ongoing process. It's proactive. It's not just retroactive. It's not like they just burned all the history books and gave us new ones and retroactively changed history. No, history is a construct, and it's proactively made. Every fake pre-scripted event, every meta-scripted event is proactively inserted into our timeline through the mechanism of simulated news events. This is the formula. This is the process. This is how they implement their program. And if you follow the program, if you believe it, or if you're confused and you sort of believe it, you don't know, guess what? You are programmed. You're in their domain. You're in their Truman Show bubble. And those of us who are outside of the bubble, who are socially distanced from the screen, have a different point of view. So you may say, I don't know. I'm incapable of knowing. I'm ambiguous. Yeah, well, that's because your frame of reference, your perspective is limited. But you don't need to project your ignorant take on those of us who have more intel. The informed disbelievers have acquired an intellectual high ground, as far as our vantage point, than the low information believers and the low information disbelievers. So again, to explain what the world stage is succinctly, the world stage is the collectively agreed upon version of things as they are. And there are major points of collective agreement, despite all of our minor disagreements. So the world stage would be where we are, when we are, what just happened, and what is happening. These are major points of agreement. And these are the points that orient us and give us our perspective. The mainstream perspective, which again, you'll see it reflected in mainstream news, AI, wiki, it's all about the consensus. As attributed to Napoleon Bonaparte, as he supposedly said, history is lies agreed upon. Well, guess what? So is news. News media, lies agreed upon by the masses. And we're significantly outnumbered. And here's the big reveal, is that the alternative media agrees on all the same bullshit. Alternative media and mainstream media are part of the closed informational system. They're both architecture within the same system. The alternative media is not outside the box. It's not free thinkers. No, it's a steam valve for those who are following their instincts. At least they're smart enough, at least they're in touch enough with their instincts to know they're being lied to from the mainstream. But they're easy prey. And I think it's pathetic now. I see them chasing Candace Owens. It's like you realize that these rabbit trails that you're going down to find out the truth have been paved maybe 50 years since, at least. Well-worn rabbit trails. These aren't new meandering trails that you're following, trying to get to a truth the mainstream's hiding from you. No, these things are paved. You're being led down a predetermined course. These are engineered narratives. So if they got you in a state of reactivity, of fear, of senses of impending doom, if you think we're in the end times, if you believe things are escalating and they're going to come get you, you've been subdued. It's like if you're in your bunker, surviving off of MREs, cleaning your guns, reading your Bible, listening to Alex Jones, you're not off the grid. You're completely programmed in a FEMA camp made for you. You're your own prison warden, and they've totally hijacked your mind. Yeah, exactly, watching Mama, the breadcrumbs. So that they're taking these breadcrumbs and they think, oh, it's the second shooter, it's the third shooter. Oh, look, at least she's just asking questions. Candace Owens is just asking questions. No, she's not just asking questions. Oh, I'm just asking. No, that's not what they're doing. Every one of her questions is loaded with a premise. Every one of her questions leads to a predictable place. Loaded questions, so they don't have to take accountability for what they're actually saying. Yeah, some commenter says, Candace probably spent her holidays having beers on the beach with Charlie. Yeah, and look, right now, and I brought this up yesterday, and the stream didn't go out for some reason. Right now, she's melting down. She said, and this is fascinating. She said, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are probably cyborgs, and if you stab them, I wonder if they would bleed. So she says that, which is already bad. I mean, she said not literally, but she said it. She says that after one of her fans threatened a bunch of people who they believed were responsible for killing Charlie Kirk because of Candace Owens. So Candace Owens is already being blamed for psychotic followers joining her cult and becoming violent. And now she jokes about stabbing Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, and she talks about, quote, demonic AI. How many times have I said that the woke right is conditioned to see aliens and AI as demonic? So she says demonic AI, and then she says that the elite are sacrificing children, doing bad things to children to summon demons. So now she's bringing on QAnon type stuff. So she's like, and she even said, quote, and I think she might be quoting Tucker Carlson, demons are real. That's a Candace Owens quote. So now she's suggesting that AI is demonic and they're summoning the demons by sacrificing children. I mean, this is just all new David Icke plus Alex Jones with a bunch of other stuff thrown in there. But as she's delivering this, she's disheveled. She's not wearing makeup. Her hair looks frazzled. Her clothes look frumpy. She's not your usual Candace Owens. Recently, she's been described as a high-functioning schizophrenic. She's having apophenia. She's making connections that aren't there. Yeah, this is all true. She is playing that role. So Candace Owens was not only not trying to lead you to the truth, but she doesn't actually believe any of this stuff. These are propaganda lines. She doesn't suddenly believe in demons. Her conversion to Christianity was performative, as it was with the Brand, what's his name, Russell Brand. Charlie Kirk's Christianity was performative. It's all an act. And if you go past the ambiguity of, I don't know if he was dead or alive, or maybe he's alive, maybe he's not. If you can't get past the fog of Psywar, if you can't get past that confusion, you're not going to arrive at these other points, these especially salient points that are necessary to understand the world stage. That this is an act, and the act has a purpose. Lasers Go Pew Pew says, when people you love try to unalive you, I definitely believe in demons. Well, I guess we have to define these things. You know, is this an adjective? Are you referring to like a third-party entity? But when it comes to Candace Owens in particular, they're playing into their base. Like Tucker Carlson, who also said demons are real, claims that a demon slit its clawed hands down his back and left long 14-inch scars. Not that he's going to show us. And he also says aliens are demons. So aliens are demons. AI are demons. This is worldview warfare. They're pandering to the superstitions and preconceptions of their base. But now the reason why I'm pointing this out, that what she's saying is all fake, is that clearly I think they want to define for the mainstream what conspiracy theorists are. They're paranoid, anti-Semitic, they are suffering from mental illness, they are possibly dangerous, getting their followers to kill their enemies. I mean, this is all script. The JFK assassination is definitely something that was used to create the conspiracy theory subculture. They defined the conspiracy theorist after that event. The term conspiracy theorist was then leveraged to put the burden of proof on the news consumer. So if you don't believe what's on the monolith, unquestioningly, guess what? You're one of them. You're a conspiracy theorist with a tinfoil hat. You're a dunce if you don't believe. But the burden of proof is on the media to provide evidence. And if their evidence is contradicted by hoax indicators, anomalies, deviations from standard protocol, if there are reasons to not believe, then why should you believe? Because now your belief is unreasonable. And that's the mainstreamer. The non-believer is the reasonable person in the room because they know what the mainstream person believes, but they have additional factors to consider that prevent them from believing. But these additional factors do not go into the mainstream mind because they only get their info direct from the screen. The only way to get these additional factors is to take an outside perspective. So this is the world stage perspective and the off-world stage perspective. The off-world stage perspective is differentiated primarily by the fact that they are aware of hoax indicators, anomalies, things that would make you not believe, peripheral information, stuff you wouldn't see if your nose is pressed up against the screen. All right, so I hope I've been clear. I'm mainly doing this for the rehearsal. This is practice. I'm trying to put together a succinct 45-minute breakdown of the meta script, the world stage, and history bending, and how it all relates to the relationship between entertainment and psychological operations, and the different points of view that one can have with regard to the closed informational system of the world stage. Moreover, in addition to defining the world stage, I'm defining it as a product of a program, the program being the show, the bread and circuses that are going to be presented to you, which consist of the fake simulated events on the script being imposed onto reality. So the world stage is a reality plus bread and circuses, plus reality augmentation. So it's a worldview that has fiction fused into it, which what Baudrillard would call hyper-reality. And all these things that people believe in, all the threats, 5G towers, fluoride in the water, school shooters, National Guard, whatever they are using to terrorize you right now, that's the point of it. They want you terrorized. This is actually terrorism. At a fundamental level, that's what it comes down to. It's fear of gods, instrumentum regnus. Let me put this down. You can look this up on Wiki. Instrumentum regni, the tools of monarchy. And it refers to how superstition maintains the cohesion of the Roman state. Well, superstition, referring in that case to the fear of gods, God constructs. Well, today's God constructs are the mass shooters, the atom bombs, all these various ways that they terrorize the masses into compliance. The pandemic, COVID is a major one. They reintroduced like sin. You know, it's a new iteration of sin, whereby the priesthood can control the individual followers by regulating their behaviors. These are analogous systems for control. But overall, we're talking about a superstition-enhanced worldview. But I use the word hyperstition, the difference being, you know, superstition, like werewolves, Bigfoot, aliens. But a hyperstition is something that is reinforced by the world stage. So aliens wouldn't even be considered a superstition. When you compare them to, let's say, I guess, werewolves. So a werewolf is a superstition to explain things that people can't explain otherwise, but aliens are given credibility by the box, by the stage rather. It's reinforced. The Pentagon talks about it, there's cover-up stories. So the fact that the belief in aliens is actually encouraged would make this a hyperstition. If you run around saying you saw an alien, the system is going to back you up. If you run around saying you've seen a werewolf, they're going to lock you up. So the designated official superstitions that we're allowed to believe in are actually hyperstitions. Jamarian May says, as long as they have the majority of the world fooled, they could care less about the fringe. Yeah, exactly. And the fringe is just not acknowledged. The off-world stage perspective does not exist to them. We do not exist. And I'm fine with that for now. What difference does it make? Because the only people I'm interested in reaching right now are those who've already recognized the long-term effects of the program and who understand the relationship between entertainment and psyops, and how you can use this to deduce certain things, specifically long-term planned fake events designed to manipulate our history that have done so successfully as far back as we look. Yeah, history's fake, but it's not like history stopped being fake and now it's all legitimate. No, look at any history book of the last 100 years and what's it going to tell you? It's going to give you the mainstream perspective. So history faking is an ongoing, proactive process. History is a construct. Our shared worldview represents a monopoly by a power elite who put us into a collective Truman Show. And the only way out is to see it. And you're not going to see it unless you're a skeptic. If you're merely personally incredulous, you're not going to know that you're in it. All right, thanks for your comments. We'll continue this conversation later today. Appreciate you all. Your research in the Discord, it's very active. Subscribe at ips.monster if you want to get in the Discord. I'm going to be in there today. I'm opening up a new room for memes, a separate room. That's one of the things that we lost when our first channel went down. So make sure you get into the Discord server. Gilded will be shutting down, and any content that you posted in Gilded will be migrated into Discord very soon. I'm going to wait until December because they're shutting it down December 20th, but I'm not really investing any time into that sinking ship. I'm putting my focus now into making our Discord into a hub of research 24/7 from an off-world stage perspective. And you'll find that we don't have any mainstreamers in there. We don't have any red pill doomers trying to get us to go into our bunkers. It's just pure research, and we're adding the meat. October 21st, 2025. This is the IPSD program. Netflix follows PSYOPs. There's this, or Netflix imitates PSYOPs. There's this relationship between what happens in entertainment and on the world stage, as we often point out. And it shouldn't really be a point of contention. We've demonstrated this. It's formulaic. It's systemic fakery. The systemic fakery. There is evidence that mainstream entertainment is synchronized with world-shaping news events that happen to be simulated. And those of us who have figured out the off-world stage perspective have no problem with this, because we include this in our assessment. We include PSYOPs, media fakery, propaganda insertions into mainstream movies as a form of product placement for PSYOPs. That's the best way to describe it, far better than all previous explanations, the weakest of which is it's just a coincidence. But that seems to be the popular one now. A lot of people who formerly espoused more, I guess, fantastic or even mystical explanations have actually opted for the very basic, it's just a coincidence and you're crazy for noticing. But we continue to notice, and what I've been saying here is that what we have is a model. The world stage, our manipulated timeline via the program, the metascript, the impositions onto reality, the things that they add onto history, the way that lies build on narratives. We're just talking about our collective worldview and how it's being steered. Like, this is not a conspiracy theory. Like, we have a working model. And what I mean by this is it explains what we're perceiving and observing far better than the mainstream version and way better than the conspiracy theory version. We're accounting for the fact that media is basically built upon an edifice of fake news, bent history. So I've introduced the term history benders or history bending to describe the cumulative effect of nonstop news bending events. If you're familiar with the 1968 play Newsbenders, it was about a journalist moving up in the ranks, and he finds out at the higher levels that they write the news 5 years in advance. Well, I'm suggesting it's much further in advance. And it's not about writing the day-to-day news. It's about planning far ahead, shaping, worldview shaping PSYOPs, events that will be added to our history books. And when I mean added, I mean they're simulated and treated as real. And it's more common than you would think. Like, pretty much every major event follows the same pattern. So we've been discerning fake from real, not just to call it fake and just cynically call it fake and don't make any deeper connections, because we're not just talking about this is one side manipulating the other, because it's on both sides. We're pointing out how this fakery has a purpose, and the purpose is what I refer to as the world stage, which is our collective Truman Show and our collectively agreed upon version of what just happened. But it's it's demonstrably true here that our history is bent. So now, as far as our model goes, we're not here making predictions in the sense of we're having a one-to-one relationship between we saw it on the TV, so it's going to happen exactly like that. No, it's far more dispersed. What I'm suggesting here is that there's a pattern to fake events, and they all contain the same facets. When the Charlie Kirk thing happened, I didn't know it was fake or real. I just said, it looks real. But if it's a hoax, it's going to have these indicators. I wasn't reliant on what we saw on TV. I went by the surrounding information, including the real-time alignment of Charlie Kirk and his death, and then his wife's takeover of TPUSA, and how it mirrored the show The Tempest, which came out that day. And these movies overlap in so many ways. I mean, it's actually, I'm not going to say it's ridiculous because it's predictable. It's not even shocking anymore. But again, getting back to my point here, that we have a working model in that it contains predictability. The reason we use the term predictive is because hindsight, you're looking back and you're like, wait a minute here, we should have seen all this. They're telling us in advance. They're preparing us like advertisement. Think of it as product placement. They're putting future history into our heads in advance. They're sculpting our opinions in advance. And again, it's systemic. It's inescapable. So this brings us back to, or up to speed with yesterday. Yesterday I was live with Fakeologist, as we're going to be every Monday. And he was talking about the crown jewels stolen from the Louvre. And we looked at this thing, and I said it's because it's been blasted on all these networks. It's one of these ubiquitous stories. It's probably fake. And he agreed, and we were just talking about how you have these engineered events that are not even treated like true crime scenes, but are used to engage the masses in some kind of, it's basically PR stunts. But it has a myriad of reasons attached to it. So we were asking, what's the point of this particular hoax? And we had a number of ideas. But right afterwards, someone in the comments had pointed out, we just had the No Kings protest. So isn't it interesting that we have the No Kings protests and then the crown jewels get swiped? So I thought, okay, that's kind of a hoax indicator, because we're talking about it's not just movies. It's movements. It's like BLM. It's like the MAGA. All these things are reflected in the movies pretty much when it comes to these things. So the No Kings protest would have everything to do with the crown jewels being stolen. Not a difficult leap, but do we know it's real or fake? Well, the next thing you know, someone points out, hey, on Netflix is a show called Lupin, about a guy breaking into the Louvre and stealing the necklace of Marie Antoinette. So here again, it's Netflix, because somebody said, oh, you guys just binge watch Netflix to know what's going to happen on the news. It's like, no, I don't binge watch, but I noticed that Netflix is an established propaganda vector, and it's heavily featured in everything. That's why I've been jokingly calling this place Planet Netflix, and I'm just saying we've been vindicated. So not only does this character in this show Lupin that's out right now want to steal the necklace of Marie Antoinette, but think about it. What happened to her? Decapitation? Kind of a No Kings protest? So now you see a connection between the decapitated Marie Antoinette, her necklace, the stolen crown jewels, the No Kings protest, and Netflix. And it's not just us, because I heard about this on Inside Edition. Somebody posted a link to an Inside Edition story. So Inside Edition said that this story has echoes of Netflix. And I'm like, isn't that interesting? Because I've been saying that this is an echo chamber, that there's no meaningful distinction between news and entertainment because it all exists within the same echo chamber. And it even encompasses sports. It encompasses all the celebrity drama, all the internet influencers that are, pretty big and who are, again, we're talking about established propaganda conduits. Let me go through your comments. Plain Decoded, Jorge Glockington says, Penguinati. American Fathers, let's go. Reality Witness, thank you. IPS Lightning Fund. Yeah, the IPS is moving forward. We are now imposing our MSM standards in Trutherville. And a lot of people are kicking and screaming. We had someone fighting for 3 hours straight. I don't think she slept on Twitter trying to convince us that these are all just merely coincidences, yet simultaneously agreeing that the events are fake. And what I've been working on here is creating a series of infographics and a 45-minute talk to break it down in a way that makes it easy to comprehend. Because I understand it's not easy to understand. If you have accepted news as essentially real your entire life, if you're not aware of just how bent our news is, it'll be a bit of a paradigm shift. And when you find out how bent our history is, it's a paradigm shock. And what we're doing is we are raising the standards. When I say imposing, it's sort of the same thing, but I just don't think that we should treat the alternative media like they're any different than the mainstream. We should hold them in just as high contempt. Because what they're doing is contemptible. They're propagandists. They're mind warpers. This is mind control. That's what we're actually looking at. And why do truthers get a pass? Because they have good intentions. Because normies in Normieville have good intentions. But both of them are, as they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So Lord Laney says, Mr. Osmond of IPS, what do we do once Hollywood Babylon falls completely Babel style? Interesting question. Valid question. In fact, I have a lot to say about that. Hollywood Babylon, as it connects to the Babylon working and the New Age goddess, and Barbie, interestingly. We talked about this when Barbie came out. Barbie came out alongside Oppenheimer, and there's some fascinating connections there. But the idea with the Barbie movie, which I analyzed, I called it the pink mass, a reference to the black mass, just basically suggesting that is a literal idol. The movie made a big deal about Barbie Land, which I think was Babylon. But if you didn't see it, the movie opens up with a 50-foot tall Barbie in a black and white striped bikini, showing one eye, doing the wink, as these little girls playing with dolls are told by the narrator that they're being conditioned to a life of drudgery as mothers. And they take the dolls and they dash their heads on the rocks, and Barbie approves. So I don't know if you've seen it, but it's worth looking at. American Father says, just ordered a new book, brother. Bent History Benders. Thank you. And the term history benders is in the book. The reason for getting the book out is because I knew that my life was going to hit some chaos. And just in case everything rock bottoms and I get out of touch or something, I wanted to have all these ideas consolidated. Because this is the work of 7 years of the IPS think tank, analyzing media and arriving at conclusions and eventually better conclusions. And right now, I think that the Handbook for the Deprogrammed, a skeptic's guide to the theater of Psywar, is needed for us to consolidate the right people and the right ideas. Because Trutherville, alt media is compromised. It's all controlled by the same mainstream interests. It's the foil. It's you got the split here down the middle. It's perfectly bifurcated. You got to be anti-anti. It's not enough to be anti the pro. You have to be anti-anti and anti-pro. If you take an anti-position on anything, you're basically aligning yourself with a bunch of suckers or brainwashees, media literalists. I had a short conversation via comments with Lynn Erdell, and she raises this point that you have to take a side sometimes, like when the National Guard comes out, just paraphrasing. And I'm saying, no, I am not going to take sides with people who live in the world stage. The off-world stage perspective doesn't take sides. It exists outside the political horseshoe. And when you can see it, and this is why they don't want us to see it, when you can see the world stage, you're going to step off of it. What's the point of engaging? We're analyzing it like anthropologists. Like if you can imagine the masses of humanity are sitting before a giant screen, most of them have their faces pressed up against it, and it's their primary frame of reference. We're talking about media in general, from all platforms, and including bent history, our worldview, and our worldview's distortion. That's our frame of reference, collectively. The conspiracy theorists go further. They're not only pressed up against the screen, they've walked through the screen because they exist within a subset of the mainstream programming. It's ironic that the alternative media goes into a deeper level of programming. I would liken it to Normieville's blue pill dreamers, blissfully dreaming. Red pill is a nightmare. Neither are awake. The awake ones would be those who have stepped out of the program, and that would be those of us who have socially distanced from the giant screen. Like, I'm standing way back, and I'm not watching the screen or any of its subsets as though that should filter my experience and I should take it all seriously. No, I'm looking at this as an outsider, and I'm more concerned with where the people are, the ones in the screen, the ones pressed up against it, and how the programming is working on them, how it informs their worldview. So let's continue. American Father says Trump received the crown of Jerusalem 2023. Yeah, Trump's been all about the crown and Corona. I think they just released a video on the No King's Day protest where he's in a fighter jet flying over the protesters, just tons of defecation. I mean, horrible video, but yeah, always with the crown. Plain Dakota says it's subconscious mind prep for some future events. It's the foundation to pour the cognitive rut. Yeah, that's what I mean. They create the blueprint or the template. They actually frame the debates in advance. Everything is concerted this way. There's a reason why people fell in love with Luigi. It's because Luigi resonated with certain characters. The way they revealed him at first, the hoodie on, like Robin Hood, class warrior, robs from the rich, gives to the poor. Joker is built into his character. And he's also a big part of Netflix's The Madness, which came out shortly after the Luigi thing went off. And the theme in The Madness perfectly coincided with the rise of Musk in the White House, and then the left rising up against him, because The No Kings is also about Musk. And then they started destroying the Teslas. Well, that's all class war stuff. Getting the rich guy, eat the rich. But Plain Dakota hit something here that's very important. We're talking about propaganda or influencing people through, covert messaging in mainstream movies that are coinciding with events that they have scheduled in advance. And the alignment between Netflix and real-time stuff, we refer to this as concurrent programming. But what you'll find is that the programming for these events actually exists further back. It just gets more intense real time because they have a lot of time to plan these things. And so the earliest example of any, quote, predictive programming indicates how old the PSYOP script is. And that is because the PSYOP script must precede its insertion into the propaganda movies. And this is basically a sequence. So you have the script, they're writing an event, and this event, let's just say they wrote this script for the Charlie Kirk thing in 1995. They started putting it into movies in 1998. And it was in Heads of State. It was in a music video, Emerson Drive 2012. It was in Hulu, The Tempest. But what I was pointing out the other day is that the things that are recurring in all these various platforms, movies or music videos or podcasts, it's the same elements, like specific things. So with the Kirk stuff, every element of predictive programming for Charlie Kirk's assassination and everything contained the hole on the left side of the neck, the name Kirk, like Kirkland, Kirk, and the date, September the 10th, and a reference to a guy named Tyler, an executioner. So Snake Eyes, you had Tyler the executioner. Charlie Kirkland gets shot in the side of the neck. You've got VP Kirk in 2025 Heads of State, who gets shot in the neck, played by the actress who is next to Charlie Kirkland in Snake Eyes. So overlapping actors playing the same propaganda role, connecting to what would become Erica Kirk. The Hulu thing begins with a hole in the neck. Now the guy is in a church, which is kind of like a Kirk connection, but even more, Charlie Kirk was there 4 days before he was shot in South Korea, meeting with the very group that his corresponding character on Hulu was interacting with, the New Republicans, the youth Republican group, who prayed for him, interestingly. Now, I'm just pointing this out again, that we're looking at propaganda, and what we have eliminated are the mystical explanations And we have eliminated mere coincidence. One of the things that gets rid of the argument for coincidence is that we predict this stuff with regularity. Not that we're being psychic. We're just noticing, no, this is part of the architecture of media. And we're not supposed to know this. But we're pretty consistent in our observations. This is just based on empirical research. So it's not even that surprising that we should find this example and that Inside Edition should have to mention it. Let me continue going through your comments. What's up, Diana Southard? I'm going to make some more stickers, by the way. I saw your comments last night. Says, we see the devilish architects, let's move forward. Yeah, that's what I mean. We already see it. And we don't need to wait for the laggards. The reason for butting heads or imposing standards is so they can expose themselves. And we can point out, okay, this person stands behind or rests upon an appeal to incredulity. This person is stuck behind the bloody guardrail. And if they looked at the blood, they would see it's just theatrical. Or this person still believes in, and fill in the blank. We're basically trying to point out, for the benefit of the off-world stagers, the Infinite Plane Society think tank and other groups like Fakeologists, we're just pointing out what's holding these others back from going off-world stage. And I think a lot of it is just orthodoxy. And so we're here to break down those guardrails, just undermine them, expose the flaws, and we'll go from there. Because the audiences are going to see through it. Once people start understanding metascript, long-term history bending, this is the only conspiracy worth studying. The rest of them, it's alternative media claptrap, recycled. All those rabbit trails are well paved. That should be your first clue. You think Candace Owens is treading new turf? No. She's dropping out breadcrumbs, leading people to predictable conclusions. But we've left that all behind. Yeah, Jamarian May, good point. They're so hyped up on neck symbolism. Okay, so now neck is this year's monkey. I'm glad you brought that up because I was trying to describe concerted messaging. How this is beyond just Netflix. Like we're just past just saying it's just the movies. No, it's movies. It's comics. It's video games. Video games are huge with this. But it's pervasive. That's why I say it's inescapable. And a couple of years ago, it was all about the giant monkey. You had monkeypox, bad monkey, came out the same day on Apple. Then you had the 80-foot tall statue of the monkey god. Then you had Black Myth, a movie about the monkey god with like a record-breaking million people live streaming it concurrently, playing the monkey god. And that's just scratching the surface. You had Chimp Crazy on HBO, lab monkeys loose in Ohio, everywhere we looked. And the monkey thing was all correlated with the idea of the rage virus. And we connected this then. And just a few months ago, I watched Superman, and the Elon Musk-like Lex Luthor has millions of monkeys working on it in a bot farm, just raging on X. Literal monkeys, literal rage monkeys. We've made these correlations already, but so right now it's all about the neck symbolism. So we have the girl getting stabbed in the neck, Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck. The guy that tried to assassinate Trump, Ryan Routh, stabbed himself in the neck with a pencil. They stopped him. But if you look at the courtroom sketch, it was touching the same spot where Charlie Kirk got shot. You can't say that's disconnected from anything else because it's, again, fake, psyop, stage. Why would they have him pointing to that same spot? For a lot of reasons, I think, but I think the main one, that spot, which all tie into the Charlie Kirk thing. But yeah, you're right about that. The neck symbolism is pretty big. And so Marie Antoinette's necklace being stolen definitely corresponds to the neck thing, the execution. Oh, here's one. Episode 33 of Thought Crimes, Charlie Kirk happens to be talking to a guy named Tyler. Again, the name of his assassin. And he says to Tyler, I'm all in favor of televised executions. And Tyler says, you know, the last one was on September 10th, 1977 in France. So now we have neck symbolism because guillotine. But yet another mention of September 10th and a guy named Tyler and Charlie Kirk. See, Charlie Kirk contributed to the predictive programming. Back up to September 10th, 2012, Erica Kirk's in a terrible country music video by Emerson Drive called She's My Kind of Crazy. And in that video, she zip lines past 910 above Fremont. So we've connected this, of course, to a few things. It goes pretty deep, but just let's stick with the surface stuff. In the comments section on September 10th, she says to a guy named Tyler, "We had a great shoot today, Tyler. Had a blast." So another reference to Tyler, a shooter, in 910 on that date. So both of the Kirks participated in what we would call predictive programming. Now, how do you explain this? Well, it's because the script pre-existed Charlie Kirk. The script would necessarily have pre-existed Snake Eyes 1998. So at a very minimum, the script for the death of a Charlie Kirk, because the guy that we know as Charlie Kirk was probably not even drafted into this thing until much later. It could have been any number of people, but they chose this guy. My point is, they're all getting their elements, the components, the product placement from the same source. That's why it's similar. That's why all these movies feature bullet to the left side of the neck. I mean, Charlie Kirkland, Heads of State, even The Tempest. And The Tempest has it, I mean, it's consistent. That's why I'm pointing out Ryan Routh, pointing to that side of his neck. Yeah, these are all basically plot points or like props. These are, the product placement has very specific components that are prevalent in every single one of these examples, which suggests a common source. And the common source goes to musicians, artists, directors, video game companies. Like I'm saying, this common source isn't just limited to movies. It's like the Central World News Services and newsbenders. What's up, Ted Stryker, Reality Witness? Dinah South says, and the so-called Christian alternative news is just a poo emoji, clown emoji. I agree. Eccentric Views, thank you for joining. Anime Gematria says, life imitates art or art imitates life. Life imitates psyop. No. Psyops imitate art. But sometimes the other way around, because the robbery happened after the Netflix show. And here's another aspect to consider. These movies were produced long before. So like Mickey 17 produced in 2022. So when the director was asked, were you thinking of Trump when he did the movie? He said, well, no, it couldn't be. This is just a coincidence that the Trump-like character gets shot but survives and has a streak of blood on his cheek, and he then poses for the cameras. He actually demands the cameraman, hey, focus on me so I can show off that I survived. He didn't say fight, fight, fight. But otherwise, it was very much like Butler. But the movie was written 2 years before. So what is this telling you? And this is a key point. And this is one of the things I wanted to emphasize tonight, is that the psyops that we're observing have scripts that go back as far as, or before, the earliest instance of predictive programming for that event. And this is why you have, again, consistency in the products that are placed in all the movies. It's just they interpret it through different lenses. Movies, video games, writers. Plain Dakota says that the entire script is foiled, the whole world system would collapse. I don't know if that would be good. You kind of wanted to phase out and change slowly. Yeah, well, I've been using the imagery of cyborg penguins with flamethrowers burning the world stage. My thinking is Ignatius Loyola, whose name means to ignite, I think. But he's the founder of the Jesuits. And he had this phrase, go forth and set the world on fire. And he meant with prayer. You know, he meant with spiritual fervor. And I'm saying, let's burn the world stage as best we can. And why? To see what happens. Because we want to see what the damage control is. And we want to see how many people are capable of seeing through this whole thing. How many Trumans are going to get out of the Truman Show? You know, at best, we're looking at a minor intellectual revolt, and they'll somehow stamp it out. At worst, nobody will care. It won't even be a blip on the radar. But we'll see. I'm somewhat optimistic about it. But I'm doing this. This is just really, it's a intellectual exercise and a thought experiment. We're inactivists. We're not talking about real fire. Like when you're donating to the IPS, you're putting accelerant on this project. It's just a way of describing it. Because the world stage, again, is just a mental construct. American Father says, Horror Babylon, Jack Parsons, JPL Laboratory, space travel. Yeah, well, look at the Babylon working. You've got science fiction writer who found Scientology, and you can mock Scientology, but it's a space religion. And I don't even think it's any more ridiculous than NASAtology. NASAtology has better special effects, but Scientology has better actors. And he was there with Marjorie Cameron. And now Marjorie Cameron was the Scarlet Woman. She was described as the Red Witch. This is a recurring theme in movies too. But she represents what Barbie represents. But Marjorie Cameron represented Hollywood and the movies. So you combine the movies, Hollywood, with the space religion, and then combine it with Jack Parsons, OTO. Basically, you could describe it as Mystery Babylon being merged with science fiction. And a religion conveyed through the big screen. Marjorie Cameron turns up later as the Whore of Babylon in a movie by Kenneth Anger. And Kenneth Anger is another one of these characters who's very prevalent in all these stories. He wrote Hollywood Babylon. Hollywood Babylon came out as Babylon, the movie, starring Margot Robbie, who played in Barbie. There's some connections here we can get into that combine basically like sex, Satanism, and movie stars. And it goes back to the inception of Hollywood. And what Kenneth Anger, who's a director, who died shortly after the Barbie movie came out, what he said is that Hollywood's job was providing the pageantry for the new religion, for this new age. And he was into Aleister Crowley when he was like 12. I mean, that guy he was a cultist. He was known for that. He produced some movies. He had Mick Jagger in one. I think it was Invocation of My Demon Brother. He enlisted the soundtrack work of someone from Led Zeppelin. Anyway, there's some interesting interface between Hollywood entertainment, music, Satanism, and then the sexual revolution, and Barbie. Lord Laney says, the old show Lupin third had a bunch of Jewel Heist episodes. Going to go back and rewatch. Yeah, there'll probably be some predictive stuff. What I find interesting is that in the Netflix show Lupin, they're stealing the necklace of Marie Antoinette, suggests to me decapitation, on the day that the No Kings protest goes on and the crown jewels get stolen in real life. So you got real life, the Netflix, and activism synchronized. So what does that tell you about activism? It says don't take sides. Like, there's a cause that you really think is important. You're going to compromise in reality and run in with the brainwashees. I've said this for some time. This is a massive open air asylum in this regard. And there's no purpose to organizing them because they don't know where they are in terms of objective reality. They don't know how subjective our worldview is and the implications. What's up, Reality Witness? Inside Edition was where Bill O'Reilly said, F it, we'll do it live. Epic soundbite. Jermaine May says, have you seen that Black Mirror episode of The Woman on Netflix? And every episode is about all the effed up things that are happening concurrently in her life. No, I didn't. It's good to know that Netflix purchased all of your DMs and search history on Facebook. Like, they know what's under the hood. They can tailor psyops to target demographics because they know what you're looking at. And that's one of my points here, is that predictive programming is mass media. It's not like what I write. If you write something and it coincidentally predicts the future, it doesn't have any bearing on this because you're not a script writer. We're talking about writers, we're talking about people who are producing our history. That's what we're actually referring to here. And they are definitely using the logic of Edward Bernays when it comes to mass influence operations. The episode is called Joan is Awful. It says the same people who love Luigi said the movie Joker could inspire right-wing radical action. Yeah, well, that's interesting. What I noted with the Joker movie, and this is before we coined the term concurrent programming, I noticed that Joaquin Phoenix was involved in this Change the World environmentalist protest. He was protesting against meat. He saved a cow. And he got arrested with Jane Fonda on, I think it was called Fire Something Friday. I got to look it up because there was a burning globe behind him and it said change. And the idea of change the world was reflected in the following BLM protests. But his real life character was kind of merging with the Joker movie. And the Joker movie, of course, it's class warfare because he's the poor guy. He's been made into a clown. He's in the subway, which represents the underclass. And the rich guys are accosting him and he kills them and he becomes a hero. And he leads a revolt where they're all wearing masks. So the BLM protests were rooted in class warfare, systemic oppression, and a bunch of masked rioters. You know, it was very chaotic. And I had suggested at that time that they've been using the Joker to represent the underclass, the poor, in the class warfare scenario. And what did Luigi represent? Class warfare, killing a CEO, underclass. And we found many connections, by the way, between Joker and Luigi. Batman, on the other hand, would represent the right. He's even dressed like the cops are dressed like the SWAT police look like Batman. He's like this right authoritarian fascist thing. And that plays out pretty consistently. You know, if you remember Batman Begins, the movie came out on March 4th. And I said, hey, this is going to signify March 4th right-wing terror. And the day it came out, the day Batman came out, Joker, as in Joker Sarnaff, the Boston bomber, had his death penalty reinstated. So Batman goes into a subway and beats up a bunch of Jokers, kind of an inverse of what we saw in Joker. But the movie focuses on the Riddler, who's kind of a QAnon guy. And the Riddler orchestrates a terrorist bombing from his online followers to flood the polls. In other words, they blow up a dam and it wrecks the election on November 5th. So Batman's like, Wednesday, November the 6th, Gotham is underwater. And he's holding a torch like the Statue of Liberty. Gotham's underwater, 11/6. Kind of an inverse 9/11, like 6/11 would signify. And I've been saying for some time that 6/11, as it's been used, represents the domestic terror, which is right-wing domestic terror. Turner Diary stuff. But the interesting thing is that was during the midterms, 2022 midterms. The slogan for the GOP was flood the polls. Well, what happened in the Batman movie? The polls literally got flooded because they flooded the election. But Luigi, being a class warrior to the left, a hero to the left, a villain to the right, is perfectly mirrored by Daniel Penny. Now get this, Daniel Penny represents a hero to the right because he's fighting people in the subway. He's beating up the Jokers in the subway. He kills Jordan Peele. And when Daniel Penny gets released and he gets a big job with JP Morgan, Luigi goes into jail. But here's the thing. Daniel Penny was called a Batman. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, this is Gotham. We need more Daniel Pennys. We need Batman. So you've got this Batman connection with Daniel Penny, the Joker connection with Luigi. Class warfare on both sides. One, of course, venerates Batman. The other venerates Joker. It's left and right. So the Joker movies have actually paralleled our bifurcated political horseshoe system where it's like, yeah, one side's villain is the other side's hero, and they're crossing paths in front of us. One goes in, one goes out. What's up, Copaesthetic? Says IPS or bust. Sunkwork says Netflix. Oh, psyops imitate Neckflix. Yeah, the neck thing represents concerted messaging, something they've consistently put out there. And some have correlated the Kirk thing with the George Floyd kneeling on the neck. Plain Dakota says, the sell-out mainstream shills are quite alarming. How many are there? All of them. And all of their listeners. This is, when I say imposing standards, I'm not trying to change the propagandists in alt media. We're imposing our standards to get their listeners to break away from that. If we have a better model, if we have a better explanation, if we have a better handle on things in alt media, and I would say so, they're following Ian Carroll and Candace Owens. And these are LARPers. Do you think Candace Owens really believes that she's investigating any of this stuff? No. She knows Charlie Kirk isn't dead. She knows about the script. I've even heard her reference world stage, everything's fake. But when she does it, it's to dilute the significance of these terms. In fact, recently people have accused her of apophenia, making too many connections because she's really smart, but she's a functional schizophrenic. So I can even see them throwing in these, and this is what the people who say we're noticing coincidences accuse us of, that we're just crazy. Oh, are we? No, we are noticing propaganda placement in movies. What's wrong with that? It's not even slightly crazy compared to the alternative explanations, which is it's just a coincidence, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, or the simulation did it. All right, going through your comments. Piano says, Luigi and Mario, Louis and Marie Antoinette, last French monarchs of France when revolution happened. Well, Marie Antoinette's severed head was kind of on display at the Paris Olympics. If you recall, they opened up and they're holding her head. But again, if you just got here, Marie Antoinette's necklace is stolen in Netflix, as the crown jewels are stolen in real life during the No King's protest, which gets rid of the crown and involves chopping off. Essentially, if you look at how the Marie Antoinette's necklace would represent chopping the head off. So there's some kind of connection here. In fact, Jim Carrey just said something a week ago that went viral. He said half the country imagines themselves holding Donald Trump's head. Jim Carrey. And again, these are all propaganda conduits. They're given lines. They're told what to say. This is very evident with Robert De Niro. One of the reasons we found so many examples of predictive stuff with Trump is because of Robert De Niro and his Trump derangement syndrome brought a lot of the stuff into the forefront. Because we're not looking at them as, oh, this is an actual actor who's just mad at Trump. No, he's still an actor when he's on the world stage. He's still in a character. And in this capacity, he's basically serving us propaganda narratives. Same thing with Alec Baldwin and Stephen King. Stephen King, by the way, has a movie out called The Long Walk. And I saw some promo for it where he's walking down the road with the 47 necklace on. And the movie is about this Squid Games-like scenario, but it's based on a book that's decades old. It's like 1979. But it has this game where they're walking down the road, and if they go below 3 miles per hour, they get shot. Very morbid stuff. But the movie is based upon the point of view of the character from the book who's number 47. So you've got Trump deranged Stephen King, and there might be some significance here in all of it, I think, wearing a 47, looking like a dead man walking. Like he looks like a skeleton the way he's walking. And that's because I know he's had some health problems, I'm sure, but whatever it is, people have noticed it. He looks like walking death, but he's got the number 47 around his neck. And how is that not connected to Trump? There has to be some connection. So I'm going to have to watch that movie. Stephen King is another one of these metascriptors. He's another one of these writers whose work is featured in our collective history in the form of PSYOP reinforcement. You know, his Shining, The Shining, if you haven't seen that movie, it has foreshadowing for 9/11, in addition to referencing Apollo 11. Just some Kubrick stuff. Piano says, the day before the Louvre robbery, October 18th, J.D. Vance posted at 3:32 an AI video of Trump crowning himself. The next day of the robbery, Trump reposted the video at 3:34. Okay, now you might be onto something here. 332 plus 334 is 666. Okay, that's fascinating. So the timestamps for him being crowned and Trump retweeting it add to 666. And that number has a lot to do with the crown. Isn't the Pope's three-tiered crown connected with that number? But that number seems to denote sun king, sun worship. It's got some meanings that might not specifically refer to the mark of the beast stuff. What's up, Adam Cook? Here is your blue wrench. I don't know if they make deliveries this time of night, but in the morning, check your front porch for a titanium blue wrench. Plain Dakota says, once you get your show back format style, you should get decoding with Cody. Yeah, exactly. I want to get a lot of these individuals into the conversation and present them with what we're presenting. You know, I saw a lot of big channels talking about snake eyes, but when I said, look at the Tempest, they would look at my evidence, they would look at what I put forth, and they would say, my mind is blown, the fabric of reality is shredded, we're in a simulation. Like, that's where they go. Like, who the hell started that? And to me, that's a deliberately inserted propaganda line. It's misdirection. They want you to think that if what you're seeing on TV is glitchy, that reality is glitching. They want you to think you're in the Matrix. That's deepening the control. The last thing they want you to do is notice that you live in a massive echo chamber. Like Inside Edition said, the robbery had echoes of Netflix. Lord Laney says, the French Doge was the ruling before the French Revolution. Now the new Doge is bringing about the collapse of the new American Revolution. Fascinating. Oh, the Paris Olympics, Diana Southard. The Paris Olympics is where Marie Antoinette was in the window. And the band was playing a revolutionary song to France, a French Revolution song. And the band is called Gojira, which is Godzilla. Godzilla's real name in Japanese. And Godzilla has everything to do with this because Godzilla is a metaphor for the nuke. Born on November 3rd.
Plane Saturn Day for October the 5th, 2025. Setting up the chats right now. So we're going to be live on a couple of YouTube channels and also on X. So if you're on X, just comment and we will respond to your comments as usual. And you can also just join us on YouTube. And if you comment at all, you will get a titanium blue wrench. I mean, obviously, it's just a digital wrench, but the one that will be dropped off at your porch will be titanium. So today's topics, I know everyone has Charlie Kirk fatigue, but you know, we're doing our due diligence here. And there were people who are on the fence. Is he alive? Is he dead? And to me, this is the new litmus test. If you remember the original form of this think tank, we had it set up so that people wouldn't be allowed in to have a wrench, to have mod status, to participate, because we had an auto ban. If you didn't have a wrench, you got kicked. We had zero tolerance for any kind of trolling or people who didn't have enough of an understanding of our perspective to constructively contribute to what we have been doing. So we had to ban them automatically. And some people took it the wrong way, which we took as a good sign that they shouldn't be part of the group if they're that fragile. But we amassed a group of individuals who all passed the litmus test. And what was the litmus test? How many people died at fill in the blank? And what do you think about the shape of the world as presented by NASA? And the answers would kind of tell us, well, is this person objective and skeptical enough to veer away from the mainstream and look for more information? Is this person reflexively going with the mainstream is true unless it's been debunked for me first? And this format is something that I want to carry forward. And the reason why we bring up these two areas is we have to talk about how the fakery on the ground and the fakery up above are part of the same system. You know, there are people who, this is why I don't really care about the opinions of these professional anti-flat earth debaters, because they believe the news is real. And this is really about worldview anyway. It's not really a shape thing. That was always, I think, a misdirection from the more central pressing question. Jamarian May says the most dangerous people on the planet are auto believers. Yeah, that's actually a quote from my McMedia interview, and I actually think it's true. We're talking about the people who reflexively believe everything to be real. Yeah, those are the ones that are going to be setting cars on fire, rioting in the streets, who will be acting at the behest of the media puppet masters, and it's always been this way. What we advocate here is inactivism, because if you're an activist on the anti or the pro position, which are both controlled, you are the controlled opposition, which is an important phrase because people think controlled opposition are these clandestine, hidden individuals creeping around trying to influence you. And maybe you can point out some obvious controlled op agents. Like Nick Fuentes calls Candace Owens controlled op. And, it's like feds calling feds, like that meme where it's got 5 different individuals in Spider-Man costumes, and they're all pointing at each other, calling each other fed. Well, that's what it looks like. But the reason it does is because the controlled opposition, the term, it's thrown around too loosely. But if you think about it, the truther movement is the opposition to the mainstream, which they presume is controlled. So the controlled opposition term can be applied to the opposite side if you assume that they're not authentic, that they're being puppeteered. Well, now that we know alternative media is just as controlled as the mainstream, the question of who is controlled opposition has been answered. Everybody who takes part in it, not just the propaganda vectors, the big platforms, the big mouths, but also just the regular commenters who just believe this stuff. If you're in that media ecosystem as a true believer, you are the controlled opposition. To what? Well, to objective reality, to yourself, and to your basically controlled opposition to the people who have figured out how this thing works, how this Truman Show has been established in our minds, and how we have taken a perspective or a point of view that the side of it. So in other words, your opposition is directed not towards the system you think you're fighting, but towards those who have a legitimate perspective on it. So you've been conscripted into the side war. And you can't say you're anti-war if you're participating in the psychological warfare, even if you think you're on the good guy side. All these anti-war people are actually pro-war because the war is essentially what? It's information war. Thank you, Reality Witness. He throws in $5 for the auto hoax revolution. Yeah, today is Saturn Day. A Saturn Day has always been open topics review the rest of the week. And the reason I put that there is we have to keep in mind that beneath even the most mundane things is the ubiquitous trappings of a cult that runs this place that seems to be largely based in some kind of pagan perspective of the world and this explains a lot of the symbolism that we talk about. So yeah, Sunday, sun, moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, those are the days of the week. So it's just something we like to kind of point out here, especially if you look at the significance of Saturn as it comes to the idea of the ruler of this place, the ruler of time and space. And that archetype is pretty much baked in to all of the predictive programming. The other night, we talked about the design authority and the strangers, the design authority from Megalopolis and the strangers from Dark City as being representative of this Saturnian presence and this governance over time and space itself. Deprogrammed Truther says most are blissfully ignorant. Yeah, don't wake the dreamers. Let them have their peace of mind to the extent that they can ignore the bad stuff. It's not true peace, but it's more peaceful than the awoke, the awakened, the red pill, or the wokesters. Those groups of people are actually having nightmares. They're not really awake. They didn't awaken from the dream. They went deeper into it. Oh, today's Sunday? My bad. You know what it is? I made a bunch of little posters to advertise for the thumbnail, and I didn't get to use the one yesterday. Okay, so I'm the one I missed today. So what are we going to do? Infinite Planes Sunday. I'll just have to update the thumbnail. Hopefully no one's that confused, but thanks for pointing it out. I spent the day yesterday painting. In fact, Somebody had inquired about this painting of the girl in the subway getting stabbed. If you want that one, email me at timosmond007 and I'll send it to you. Jamarin May says, the masses find great joy by outsourcing their cognition to authority. It's a matter of training. I think people have been trained to have a bit of faith in media, trust in media. And so getting back to this main topic today, one of the points that we've been bringing up is the litmus test. Like, is it okay to follow so-called investigators, researchers, independent journalists if they think that CK was actually taken out? If they believe he's dead, what does that say about their discernment? What does it say about their understanding of media? It means that their operating system is outmoded. They haven't figured it out. And we need to stop, I'm not saying stop associating with, but I think we need to stop treating them as thought leaders. You certainly should not be supporting any such channels. I'm talking about your time, your attention, your most valuable resource. Why would you direct it at someone who hasn't figured it out? And I'm specifically talking about the bloody guardrail. Because there are a lot of people out there in this field who know about psychological operations, they know about hoaxes, but they still think people die in psyops. And we're naming names. Now it's time to name names. Now it's time. The raft has reached the shores of the world stage. Now it's time that we start imposing our standards. MSM minus collides with MSM plus. And it's really about, I think, establishing here that we've already moved past a lot of these false explanations. These rabbit trails are well paved. They've been paved for you. That should tell you something. Yeah, commenter says, losing track of what day it is a good sign of being outside of the cube. It happens more than I'd like to admit. Like, I actually ask frequently, what day is it? Because I live every single day the exact same way. I'm a total creature of habit. I wake up, my routine kicks off. I usually wake up and I immediately start writing, but I have this routine and it never changes. I don't acknowledge weekends. I don't take weekends off. So it's really easy for me to not know what day it is. I can just tell by the way people drive. Like when I see psychopathic teenagers at night with their headlights off, speeding around, I hear loud engines. I can kind of ascertain what day it is. Tomanoid says, I thought it was Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday would be Mercury, Wotan, Odin. And then Friday, Frida, Venus. Okay, so to continue about this idea of this litmus test. So naming names. Okay, obviously Candace Owens, she's in the game, she knows. Don't expect them to ever change on this. They will never go past the bloody guardrail. So guardrails are the narrative structures put in place to prevent you from something as fake, but rather it gives you an alternative explanation that does not disrupt the integrity of the mainstream story. So whether you're mainstream or alternative, as long as you accept that blood was spilled, you're not going to talk about it being fake. Squibs won't be discussed. I mean, there may be blood on that guardrail, but it's theatrical blood. So what we're looking at here is a deliberate effort to prevent people from figuring out what media actually is, how it's essentially is a branch of government. Coyote Smoke and Mirror says there's a new video surface that makes it obvious it was a squib exploding under Kirk's t-shirt. Yeah, that explains a lot of it. You heard the original explanations. It was a shock wave or it was a bullet from behind. They're up to like second shooter number 40 by now. Like they're just going through every possible angle and saying it was this person, it was that person. But all of these conspiracy theories are put there in place for a reason. They're repeating what they did after JFK. They want to make it look like anyone who doesn't trust mainstream is somehow unhinged. So the term conspiracy theorist is a pejorative. Which we're not conspiracy theorists here. Not at all. In fact, I've debunked most of the conspiracy theories that keep people in Trutherville. And if you're still behind the guardrail, you're in Trutherville. You haven't left. And some may say, well, I don't know for sure. Okay, well, if you're saying at this stage, specifically with the Charlie Kirk event, and we haven't even gone through the new stuff regarding Erica Kirk and the weird connections to Snake Eyes and everything else. If you're still ambiguous about this particular event, despite all the hoax indicators that continue to pile up, then you're expressing a view that would suggest that the mainstream media is not falsifiable. No evidence at all will convince you to be certain that they're lying. And if that's where you are, then you're a believer. You're not a skeptic. You're not a informed disbeliever, but you've actually become a believer by default, which is a very mainstream point of view. And I understand some people want to have a mainstream point of view so they can still fit in. And I'm just here to say that you can. I talk to mainstream minds like a mainstreamer. I know how to talk to a conspiracy theorist, but I don't make the mistake of thinking that my point of view is going to translate to theirs. Just like I don't go to ChatGPT and ask if Charlie Kirk really got shot or if he was squibbed, thinking it's going to tell me the truth. No, it's going to reflect the mainstream agenda at all times. Dark Ghostwind says, people will come up with the strangest reasons to justify it being real. When you get to the point of talking about 2D invisible shooters, you should question your perspective. Yeah. As soon as I saw them talking about a shooter coming out from under the sewer, or the new one, some kind of a plant in his neck, which is like newsbenders, and that they exploded the planted explosive in his neck. Ozark Logistics says, hey, Infinite Plane, do you stream on TalkStream Live anymore? I think they are reruns. I have not been updating them, but since you mentioned it, I will start. In fact, I'll begin today. We have a 3-hour live stream we did a couple days ago. I'll make that the first one. So let me put that in my notes. I will update the audio streams. And I'm going to add other content to it as well, like the Zoom conferences and our Discord chats. I have Discord on top. So if you look on the screen, if you want to get into Discord, join the newsletter. And I'm going to send out a new notification today. If you want to get into Discord, because we do have a lot of researchers 24/7 who are talking about these things and really anything. Dark Ghost Wind says, this is probably non-related, but Japan is receiving a new hyper-nationalist female prime minister that lines up with the woman in The Tempest. And Tempest was the #1 movie in Japan when it came out. So let's get into this next thing. So it turns out that Erica Kirk commented on a video 13 years ago. The video, Emerson Drive, My Kind of Crazy. It's a terrible country music song. I'm not a critic, and I think they all are. But in it, she's ziplining past the numbers 1010 and then 910. And 910 is above Fremont, which some have associated with freedom on his shirt. But anyway, Fremont. In the comments, she says to the director, and I can pull it up here, but just paraphrasing, she said, Tyler and I had a blast shooting the video. So like, Tyler, shooting, blast, 910. So you connect these dots, and you're like, okay, well, that's a little peculiar. And this led some people to think it's some kind of witchcraft. Well, it turns out, and Jurassic Liars figured this out, I think he figured out during a live stream. You can go back, and there's a way you can find out the times that the comments on YouTube happen to be posted. And she happened to have made that comment 13 years ago on September the 10th. So in addition to the 910 that she zip-tied past, flying like a witch, someone said, this Jezebel witch archetype thing, she actually commented on September the 10th, 13 years to the day. And then in that comment referenced a guy named Tyler and a shoot and a blast. So you put this together, what are you looking at? It's not simulation. It's something else. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because we've been talking about The Tempest, and The Tempest was released on September the 10th. 2025, and features the leader of the New Republicans getting shot on the left side of his neck, exactly where Kirk was shot. And this is in a church in the show. So Kirk means church. So not only did her comment sort of foreshadow Kirk's assassination, but also this Hulu Tempest thing. The show follows with the widow who takes over the New Republicans just as, at the same time, on the world stage, as Erica Kirk took over TPUSA. And she was called the Storm at the memorial, which is like a Tempest reference. And then she's coached to give a speech where she shows vulnerability and gets people to cry because that's how you're going to win over the constituency of her dead husband. So the widow takes over. Same thing that happened with Erica Kirk. Well, then the Snake Eyes thing comes up. And the Snake Eyes thing has been given mainstream attention, even though no one's talking about the Tempest. Ted Stryker says, did I see you call Erica Kirk the other day? Yeah, I did, actually. I address all these stagers directly, just as a matter of record, knowing they will not respond. But so they know that we know. And they know we know. And there's nothing she can do about that comment. And it is a major hoax indicator. I mean, it's proof of for planning, foreknowledge, but it goes, a lot of people get lost when they think that he's dead because they're like, oh, they planned his death this long in advance. Is this some kind of satanic sacrifice? And that's where you get these kind of oddball theories, but it's because their presupposition is built on he died. And that's the bloody guardrail that prevents people from understanding how these things work. And we'll get to it because we do know what they're doing. So Snake Eyes has this character, and this is where the new blog post explains it. And I'll pull this up in case you haven't seen it. Erica Kirk, Snake Eyes connections. So it should be enough to say something's up, that she made a comment 13 years to the day referencing the name of the shooter and a shooting and a blast with the already existing references. That it was 3 minutes and 22 seconds, which some connect with Skull and Bones, which may have some significance if you look at the King Kill 33 article that goes into the occult symbolism around the JFK assassination. But now listen to this. In the 2025 Heads of State, and this movie is out right now. So this, kind of like the Tempest movie, and again, Storm, Tempest, and Snake Eyes, takes place during a hurricane, Jezebel. So in the 2025 movie Heads of State, Vice President Elizabeth Kirk of the United States is played by Carla Gugino. So there's a movie out right now about a Vice President Kirk. And this caught my attention because there were people who were making this ridiculous claim, possibly, or this wishful thinking. They were suggesting that maybe Erica Kirk should be vice president underneath J.D. Vance. So post-Trump, they think she could be vice president material. So it's kind of interesting. I'm like, wait a minute here. At this exact time, and as the commenter said, the female prime minister, that's probably part of this, because this is ubiquitous. This predictive programming stuff is saturating the global media environment when it comes to these big events. I mean, Charlie Kirk was there in South Korea at the site of Tempest, addressing the same group that the corresponding fictional character was addressing. I mean, this is the merge of real and fake. This is hyper reality here. But I thought, okay, Erica Kirk is being discussed, and there's memes all about this. Erica Kirk will VP the J.D. Vance ticket. So I thought, okay, so there's already this movie out right now about a Vice President Kirk. Elizabeth Kirk, but it's still an E. Kirk. But consider that Snake Eye is about a Charlie Kirkland getting shot in the neck. So this is typical of what we would expect, just a minor change, but it's pretty much the same. But what gets interesting here is that this actress who plays Vice President Elizabeth Kirk is the same actress who plays the blonde woman in Snake Eyes, who's sitting next to and is involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirkland. So if you get this, you got VP Kirk, and then you have Charlie Kirkland, same actress in both these movies. So this is connecting both predictive programming and concurrent programming from 1998 to 2025. You throw in The Tempest, concurrent programming. You throw in Emerson Drive's video, country music video from 12 years ago. Well, now you have The Tempest, you have Heads of State, Snake Eyes, and a music video, all corresponding directly to a simulated assassination. So how does this all make sense? Well, we'll get to that. I actually put a line in here at the end that I think we should just jump to first, because I've already reviewed most of the things here. First of all, and this is the main point, the PSYOP script would necessarily precede and then inform the predictive programming. The script existed before this guy ever entered the world stage politics. Hey, thank you, Ashy Dog, for feeding the Kraken, which is the raft when it reaches a certain size, becomes a kraken. Kevin Mooring says the stadium is a coiled snake. In the movie? Okay, so to continue here, let me just get through this. The Snake Eyes Heads of State connection to the Kirk saga revealed integrated script connecting decades of contiguous psychological operations. The entertainment industry has always paralleled the PSYOPs. That's why I brought up John Frankenheimer and his association with JFK and RFK. Again, the entertainment industry has always paralleled the PSYOPs. It's not difficult to understand when you recognize that there's long-term planning for events that will be grafted onto our timeline, into our shared history. The relationship between these movies, the Hulu series, the music videos, and the assassination event itself exemplifies how the entertainment merges real with fake, synchronizing synchronized entertainment with pre-planned fake events. So just to emphasize that they're not predicting real things. Charlie would have known when he signed up for the role, when he picked that he was going to be JFK'd, that this would be the new JFK. And I'm not the only one saying this. It was actually being said the day it happened. While it was happening, it was being discussed. JFK was, in a very concerted way, forced memed into this whole situation. But what this does is it exemplifies how entertainment helps to add what I call reinforcement content for the PSYOPs. And these events are like pages in our history book. So if you go back to every one of these significant events, like the Oklahoma City bombing, Waco, 9/11, just look at these events as significant plot twists or plot points where the world stage changes as a result. These are the fake events that steer the news cycles that might otherwise contain mostly real news. So again, not all news is fake, but all PSYOPs that we see, all these events that we look at are basically like unavoidable. They're forced into the minds of everybody, whether you're watching the news, you're watching movies, playing video games, or comic books. It's impossible to avoid these things. But these are all constructs, simulations. Thomas Fries says, space is fake AI. Thanks, Tim, for all you do. Whatever you think about the shape of the world, there are too many hoax indicators around NASA to accept the world as presented by NASA, unless you're willing to swallow a lot of bad Photoshop and bad special effects and bad acting. Brought to you by the same PSYOP entertainment plex that brought you the Charlie Kirk squibbing. To me, it's not logically consistent that someone like Jared would say that Kate Perry really went to space. Like, I can understand. I went to Antarctica, I saw the sun for 24 hours, the Earth's a ball. But Kate Perry going to space, that's a huge leap, because the only evidence you would have for that is what they show you on the screen. And if you look at what they showed us, it was a bunch of jump cuts. You didn't really see any floating. The hair wasn't acting appropriately. Maybe they didn't have hairspray on the set, but the hair wasn't sticking up like you would expect. And I think one of the big tells was as Kate Perry went up, her face didn't melt. The G-forces didn't hit them. Ryler05 says, the screen is now the church. Yeah, I would argue the same, that The media has supplanted religion. Just expand your definition of what religion is. But it's like a template. They've essentially, it's syncretism. They've merged religion with science fiction, with the movies, with psyops on our news to put us into this highly suggestible state. And they have carte blanche when it comes to writing history. And this isn't like they decided to run this psyop last year. The predictive programming is evidence that the assassination was planned before the movie could have come out. You have to look at these movies as propaganda vectors. And Brian De Palma would be considered a metascriptor. By the way, he was born on 9/11. Andrea says the stadium was called State Farm Stadium, and it's home of NFL's Arizona Cardinals. There have been questions asked about when did they rent the stadium, for the morning, for the 99,999 people crying, while Erica Kirk smiled. Lynn Ertel, who's a frequent guest, or she has a show now, I think, on Fakeologist, but we talk quite a bit. And I went on Facebook and I saw a comment from her that I thought was worth repeating here, because this is something I've been getting into. The idea that we shouldn't have to rely solely on the visual deconstructions. We shouldn't have to rely on errors on their part for us to know it's fake. Because there's going to be a point where they're not mistakes. AI is going to replace the crisis actors. They might invent like squibs for tears, since they can't cry on cue, something where they can deploy it and then the tears squirt out. Ryler05 says Atari 2600 released on 9/11/7. The logo mimics Dealey Plaza and the World Trade Center. Atari needs to hit the target. Yeah, it's pretty safe to say. I think it's pretty self-evident. This is just what the research bears out, that the destruction of the Twin Towers, this event, this world-changing event, was built into, it was actually written into the script before they even built the towers. The earliest example of 9/11 predictive programming, I would probably say, is the groundbreaking ceremony for the Pentagon, 60 years to the day from 9/11, 1941. Although, if you look at the coincidence between the JFK assassination and the Lincoln one, and all these significant events in their lives that took place exactly 100 years apart, and all these coincidences tell you that they've been scripting, writing, manufacturing our history since at least the Lincoln assassination, which we can presume was as fake as this. I don't think they had squibs back then, but John Wilkes Booth an actor? Andrea says, I bought the New York Times on Friday and it had the photo of Erica and Trump with her doing the devil sign. Yeah, people say it's I love you. No, it's not. And I mean, I guess it could be, sure. But you have to know who they're communicating to and how it's looked at online. And just the optics of it, given, the whole QAnon, the deep state, Pizzagate, you'd think they'd be a little more sensitive to hand signs. So when she threw up the horns, and you know who else did that? Walking up the steps to his squibbing, Charlie Kirk. He did that with his left hand. Now, let me read what Lynn wrote, because this is about the visual deconstruction. She said, it's very interesting to me that many people are less preoccupied with the original videos and forensic analysis of the event itself, but they're seeing through the fakery based mainly on the poorly performed roles of post-event actors. And she has a picture of Erica Kirk with the Kleenex on her eye. I predict this will become the dominant trend in the public's response to these psyops. No, I kind of disagree. It is the intelligent way to go. That is the way we do it now. I've been emphasizing this, but I don't see this being adopted. So I refer to these as hoax indicators. But this is our standard, and this is what we need to implement. This is what we need to enforce. And what I mean by this is when someone says the shooting looked real, so it was real. Well, I'd say, well, before you can claim to know it's real, because that's not enough information, you have to deal with all of the other questions raised first. And if they're not valid questions, you can refute them. Like maybe it's not a big deal that there were no ambulances, no crime scene tape, no police, that the crime scene was tampered with. Maybe that's not a big deal. But I want to hear the explanation for why it's not. And these would be deviations from protocol. And the more of those, the more likely the thing is staged. Rilo05 says Star Wars was released in 1977. The movie is about hitting a target and destroying the Death Stars. George Floyd died on the 43rd anniversary of the Star Wars release date. I'd have to see that mind map. Mind maps are very useful when you're trying to look at related events that are separated by many years. Like one of the more fascinating parallels that I saw was the repeat. Like history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. But we do actually get times where it seems to repeat. Like you had 7/13, Trump's shooting day. 7/13, 1977 was the blackouts in Manhattan on 42nd Street on. And then exactly 42 years to the day, we're talking in 2019, 7/13, blackouts hit the exact same area. And this was noted, it said blackouts repeat. But the thing that we were picking up on was the frequency of the number 42 in these stories. And with the more recent one, they even said 42,000 people were put to the dark. They were very specific. But the significance of it was that the number 42, and this is again something that when you map it out, you kind of see these patterns, has been consistently used in PSYOPs to represent blackouts, darkness. 42 is a number that I've consistently seen associated with the idea of Saturn and, again, darkness. So there's this repeated theme. And that number shows up disproportionately among various psychological operations involving civil rights, weirdly enough. And same goes for 33. You know, these are things that we're not saying we know what they mean. And another point I've been trying to raise in our chats here is that we have to separate direct as far as release dates, corresponding scenes to fake events, from the secondary connections and tertiary connections. We only can rely on the initial ones, although you can look at psychological operations as sort of an art, because it's theater. And there may be inferred meanings. There may be other symbolic meanings, mythical things, archetypal symbolism attached to these events, but that may not be primary evidence of foreknowledge or scripting, and that's kind of what our focus has been. BLM was started on July 13th. I did not know that. So July 13th was the date, I called it the blackout date. And it's interesting that that was the date that Trump got his ear pierced in Butler. And it has a lot of other fascinating associations I've mapped out, all tying into 113 and the destruction of Seattle that's been, you could say, prophesized. I mean, what are you going to call it? It's not real prophecy because they're not real events. And this is another key point. They're not telling us the bad things they're going to do in the future. That's been a misdirection that people have kind of thought that these events are being telegraphed by the bad guys before they do them. And I'm saying, well, no, the bad guys aren't that bad. Maybe their acting is bad. Maybe the directors are sorely looking. They don't have Hollywood level talent, but they're not really doing the bad things. They're faking things. Big Enchilada says black matter lives. Well, yeah, black matter, Saturn, the number 42, these things are so intricately connected in the role of symbolism. Well, what I think it relates to is this central bifurcation on the world stage, the political horseshoe. And we talk about the Masonic stuff they throw over these events. Well, you've got the two pillars, the black and the white pillar. And so the race stuff isn't really about race. I think the race stuff is really about the intentionally inflicted schisms, polarization, and the perpetual war this creates. So the number 42 is consistently associated with the civil rights Black civil rights heroes. It's a reoccurring theme. Like Rosa Parks was 42, for example. But you'll see conspicuous uses of that number with these events. And similarly, the number 33 happens to have this like parallel use that I think is associated with the other pillar, the light. So 33 is consistently associated with ascension, the sun, a big one, the sun, the whole Christ thing, the burning man, but it's like transcendence, ascension versus descent and falling. Elon Musk has made a great deal of the number 42. He's just put it on everything. Even he had 33 engines on the 33 of these Raptor engines. Then they added 9 more to make it 42. But he puts 42 on everything. I think they're trying to put 42,000 satellites, Starlink satellites, into orbit. But the 42, according to him, actually comes from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which all ties into deep thought, the AI computer God thing at the center of the universe that tells them that the meaning of life is 42. Like, what does that mean? Some say 42 is computer programming language, references the asterisk, which is like the wild, the random variable. But whatever it is, he says the number 42 pertains to this science fiction. But I would say that the 42 has more to do with Saturn, as we started this conversation talking about Saturn. And interestingly, and this is why I don't think Musk being honest, because he's not the only one that uses it. Jeff Bezos installed a massive clock inside of the mountains in Texas, the Sierra Diablo Mountains, Devil Mountains. And this clock costed him $42 million. So $42 million on a clock. Well, what is a clock? A clock is a symbol, it's an altar to Kronos, Saturn, time. Again, just this reoccurring theme of Saturn worship, Saturn V rocket that NASA took us to the moon. You know, this rocket is really, if you ask me, a reiteration of it's a new iteration of the obelisk, the symbol of their Earth god, which again, you could correspond with Saturn. And again, the Earth, matter, the number 42, these things are grouped together. And I don't care to get too much into their symbolism, but we're just noticing what's there. Coolness says, I love God and need some inspiration on how a 40-year-old train wreck in a job during a pandemic. Any proverbs for me? Not sure what you mean. Which God? That's usually my first question. When somebody says God, I'm like, which God? Because we're not all religious supremacists. But the answer is usually the God, like the supreme God, the God that's the true God, is the God of whoever you're asking at the time. And even among people who believe in the same God, it's weird how they just like dismiss and discredit the other denomination's version of it. Like, and I think a lot of this is manufactured. Like that veteran who drove his truck into a Mormon church because the Mormon God, is it different from the Christian God? Is it different from the Muslim God? I don't know. King Ravana says Bezos is clocked, reading about a couple months back. Yeah, there's more that's worth looking into with that particular clock, altar to Kronos. It had this opening ceremony, and it was attended by, I think his name is it Stephen Brand? Was it Richard Brandt? But the guy who put out the whole Earth catalog. So like in the 60s, there was this activist, this environmental NASA, that you got to show us the whole Earth. And until we see the whole Earth, we won't be able to make our case as environmentalists that it needs to be saved. And if you look at the function of blue marble, it really did catalyze the environmentalist movement. When they saw the Earth looking precarious, paper-thin atmosphere, man's on there like a parasite, the Earth needs to be saved, it reframed people's worldview, quite literally. Showing them the world itself changed their worldview. But he was there at the opening of this event, which is kind of interesting. The whole Earth catalog. Yes, Stuart Brand. Rilo05 says monotheism is religious supremacy. Right. Well, I look at religion, media, like news media, and entertainment as just branches of government. I don't even think it's useful to think of multiple governments. I think it's just one big government, one big G on top of everything. And if you still squabble in these little subgroups, then yeah, you're in their closed system. But from my perspective, there's only one. One of the big indicators of this is the ubiquitous agreement that they're all going to lie about space travel, that they're all going to lie about these missions. And whether or not you believe in that stuff, if you believe the space station's real, then you haven't done your research, because there are thousands of hoax indicators. And this is an important concept. When somebody says, I believe it's real, and you say, well, I don't because of these reasons, you have informed disbelief. Informed disbelief weighs more than low information belief. I saw it on the TV screen. So for them to have an equal opinion to yours, because they're not equal, their job would be to look at every single one of your hoax indicators and deal with it. I tried this with Red's Rhetoric and Fight the Flat Earth, and I could not get them to address any of the indicators with regards to the ISS. In everything that I raised, every instance, their response was, well, we don't speak for NASA. Let's just talk about observations from the ground. And I was like, no, let's talk about this because this is relevant. And yet, they refused to deal with it. Smudgegate was a big one. I found on the ESA videos, there was a little dot on the Earth that you could see as the ISS is tracking around the globe. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute here. This dot is like as big as a city. And I don't think anybody's ever reported a shadow just passing over their entire city at random parts of the day. I mean, I'm in a place where I frequently have planes flying over and I get the shadows at certain times of the year, but I've never seen the ISS. Well, I've never seen the shadow from the ISS blacking out an entire city. So I'm looking at this smudge and I'm thinking, okay, this is another hoax indicator. And what got me was this thing is 284 miles up. It's the size of a football stadium, but it's mostly empty space. It's just a bunch of tubes. How is this creating such a shadow? So I did the math on it. I did some research. I consulted Reddit and Quora, and I'm like, well, would something this size make a shadow that big? And the general consensus was, well, no, it's impossible, technically, but it wouldn't be perceivable. You wouldn't see it. But there would have to be some blockage, obviously. But no, it wouldn't create a dark circle, like a dark spotlight, like this black spot. So I looked at this thing and I collected footage of it, and I noticed only the European Space Agency's ISS footage has a shadow for the ISS. And if you look at the angle that it's going relative to the Earth, it is a shadow. It's just like, so I'm thinking to myself, whoever put this simulation together added a shadow effect. Because when you build a 3D environment, you add your light sources, and then you adjust the opacity of the shadows, lighter or darker. And they simply had a shadow that was too dark, but it was appropriately placed. It was the right angles. They did a good job. They just shouldn't have it visible. So as we're talking about these things, they just dismissed it. And I think Red's Rhetoric said, oh, that's a smudge. That's a smudge. Red's Rhetoric offered to meet me in the desert at night to record the space station. And he never followed up on it, but he sounded mad. I was like, what's he going to do? Bury me? You know, where does he want to meet up? But he said that the shadow wasn't a shadow, that it was a smudge. So he's saying it's a smudge on the camera on the outside of the space station. And I'm thinking, looking at this, this is not coming from a video camera. This is quite literally a CGI environment. Well, the next thing we get to, since they wouldn't address anything from the ISS, I brought up the Challenger explosion, which Challenger explosion, fascinating symbolism attached to it. The number 113, which again, the One World Trade Tower rose from the ashes of 9/11, 11/3, 13 years later. 11/3/2014 is when they opened. But the Challenger exploded 1 minute, 13 seconds. The Space Shuttle Columbia, which exploded, was the 113th shuttle launch. So what's with 113 and this idea of the immolation. There's some kind of connection here, which is again a consistent thing when you look at these numbers. 113, 311, 119, 911. These numbers are consistently being represented in this ongoing script. Now, when it came to the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster, I brought it up, and as soon as I suggested that nobody died, that it was just theater, and by the way, it happened on the 19th anniversary of Apollo 1, another immolation, like one day off, and it was also the anniversary of Sir Francis Drake dying at sea. Ronald Reagan talked about these things. He's like, just by coincidence, it's on the anniversary of Apollo 1. Maybe this had to happen to find us to care about NASA again, because at that point, I guess nobody cared. But when I brought up the Challenger hoax, Fight the Flat Earth started crying. Now, I'm not talking crocodile tears, Erica Kirk, performative grief. No, he was bawling like a baby, and I kind of felt sorry for him. So I terminated the interview. I'm like, okay, we can stop. So that's how that ended. They didn't address the ISS. Implied they were going to bury me, and the other guy cried. Like, that was not a fruitful debate. But I only did it for Infinite Plane Society think tank members, just to show them the limits that you can go to with these individuals based on the boxes that they're in. Let me see what's up. In your comments here, we've got quite a few new people jumping in. Obreek says, Pentagon openly supports Hollywood movies. Oh, yeah. Like I said, the entertainment industry is a branch of government. Rock USA, Penguinati Auto Hoker. Sunkworks Extra says, images of the ISS from Earth look like Bigfoot photos. Well, there was this time where people would tell me that they would see the space station flying over their house at night, and I would trap them. So I did my research, and I read that, yeah, you can see it at certain times based on whether the sun is recently set or recently risen, because it needs a light source. But I did some research into the shadow of the Earth. So if the Earth is a 25K circumference ball, how big is the shadow, and how would this impact your ability to see anything above you after a certain hour? Because it would be in this column of darkness that they say extends 870,000 miles into space. So you got this deep shadow. The umbra of the Earth's shadow is where the low Earth orbit satellites would be. And if they're in that area, they cannot reflect the sun. So when somebody would tell me that they had seen the space station 3 times, I'd be like, well, maybe I could give you 1. But the other 2, you're lying, because it would be in the shadow of the Earth. And as soon as I put out there that the shadow of the Earth should preclude most of these alleged sightings, the sightings kind of stopped. It was almost like they couldn't make the same claims, and so they kind of backed off a little bit. But it just shows you how many people are just willing to, I think, just be dishonest. And I have this axiom here, which is, if there's a moving light in the sky, it's an airplane until proven otherwise. That is a rational point of view, especially in light of what happened at the beginning of the year in New Jersey, where there was a scare that they were being invaded by Chinese drones. And people were reporting drones. There were videos of drones, and it was a huge craze until the fire started in Los Angeles. But everyone is focused on these drones, the drone invasion. These things were going viral. And it turns out every single one of these drone sightings was an airplane. Every single one. Every single one of them. And how did they find out? They cross-referenced the drone with the airplane traffic. So my answer to this is, if you're going to claim that you've seen a spaceship, you need to provide your metadata. And you need to provide the app data that puts you in that place. If you can't provide that, your evidence doesn't make the table. So I'm not going to do anything. I'm not a believer. I have to know it to be true. So don't expect me to believe it because you say it. And so I've raised the burden of proof when it came to ISS sightings, because people would send me videos of airplanes all the time, just like I saw happened in New Jersey. And I'm thinking, okay, people keep sending me videos of airplanes, and then I deal with it, and it makes it look like they have a point. There has to be a way to rule this out. And simple metadata. Show us the location where you were. And funnily enough, a lot of the people would say, I don't remember where I was when I saw the space station. I saw the light in the sky. Like, where were you? What day? I don't remember. And I was reminded of all these UFO sightings and reports where people claim they see lights in the sky and they wake up in a field somewhere, sometimes naked, not knowing when or where or what day it was, just like confused. And I'm starting to think that a lot of these ISS sightings might have been UFO abductees who had their memories erased. Because how else do you not remember when and where you were when you saw a spaceship? If you're like, I saw a light in the sky, some point in time, like, I'm sorry, that's not good enough, again, to be considered evidence. So we raised our standards of evidence and no one has yet met it. HG says, I was reading how Sora 2 AI as traditional Hollywood terrified and in decline. What's real, what's fake? Big changes ahead. Yeah, there has been this democratization of the tools of production, and it is a leveling of the playing field. It doesn't replace talent or creativity, but it is leveling the playing field. And I intend, and I have been, making use of it as best I can. All right, so moving on here, the bloody guardrails. So now's the time where we're actually listing the names of content creators and screen capping their specific statements where they say, I think Charlie Kirk kicked the bucket for real, that it wasn't fake. We're putting their names down. We're making lists because we're trying to define the guardrail. We're trying to show you, hey, this is the narrative guardrail. Here are the ones spending it. And if they don't want to be on that list, they can check whatever premise they accepted and maybe revise their thinking. If they won't revise their thinking, it's a huge red flag. If you claim to be about the truth and you have no ability to admit that's wrong, or you're paid to provide a wrong answer, it's going to become very clear, which guardrail is holding you back. So now when it comes to falsifiability, because someone had accused us of running a religion here, that calling it fake is a religion, like a dogma. No, it's quite the opposite. I didn't know the Charlie Kirk thing to be fake at first. I was like, okay, this looks real, looks shocking. Are there any indications otherwise? And 33 hours later, I think we had kind of come up with a pretty good idea of what we were actually looking at. But we do not rush to judgment. Believing it's real because it's on TV by default is a rush to judgment. That's problematic, not what we're doing. But at this point, if you're still ambiguous about it, what does it say about your methodology? If your approach to understanding the difference and making distinctions between real and fake is inadequate to this job, then what needs to happen is you need to update your system or admit defeat. Like, I am incapable of discerning real from fake when the news tells me to believe something. Like, I wouldn't want to be in that position, but if that is where you are, you will be noted as being stuck in Trutherville. So ambiguity means that you may not be defending the guardrail, like maybe it's fake, maybe it's real. It means that you're sitting on the bloody guardrail. And all you do is just touch it and see, is it corn syrup or is it blood? And I guarantee it's not blood. So if you can't take a stand, it means that you're confused or that you're not being objective, that you don't have a falsifiable model. Because any evidence that this thing was real would have sufficed for me to say it's real. Any evidence. But what would it take? How many hoax indicators does it take for someone to say, okay, I can unambiguously state that Charlie Kirk is still alive? and probably drinking Coronas with Derek Chauvin and Charlie Kirk on Goat Island in New Zealand when they're not snorkeling. Like, how many hoax indicators do you need to arrive at some modicum of certainty that you can stand on? I say this as an objectivist. Like, we're talking about objective analysis. And this does include predictive programming, which exists. Whether you like it or not, it exists. But so too does concurrent programming, which is even more damning evidence. It's conclusive, in fact. The real-time concurrent programming, Hulu, The Tempest, Heads of State, these are examples that what we're looking at would necessarily have to have been predicted or scripted and scheduled in advance, even by decades. The only other explanation that you could have for this is psychic abilities or magic or something. Like, in other words, some divine fallacy, simulation theory, which is where Joe Rogan goes, which is where all the big channels go. I saw this big channel talking about snake eyes, and I said, well, look at Hulu, and I showed him my video, and his response was, my mind is blown, the fabric of reality has torn. So he just basically said, my operating system is incapable of computing this information. I cannot process this data. And we don't suffer from that problem. My mind is not blown by these, what media call eerie coincidences. Not at all. I'm not triggered by bloodshed on the fake news. And my mind isn't blown when I just watched it on Netflix the day before. And that's because of empirical research. We've been doing this consistently enough to where we predict the predictive programming. It shouldn't be like this. Like, oh, this event happened. Like, we did this with Butler. With Butler, we were looking very closely at Robert De Niro leading up to 7/3/2024 because he was displaying Trump derangement syndrome in a very public way. So we said, what roles does he have that might relate to the incoming Trump head wound? Because we were expecting it. And one of his roles was Senator McLaughlin, where he gets shot while giving a speech about how much he hates immigrants. That was in 2010. And that's one of like a dozen different movies we could point out. But we had already noted that De Niro was associated with this. He's associated with Taxi Driver, King of Comedy, which ties in the Reagan assassination, John Hinckley Jr. And then there's connections between the Reagan hoax assassination attempt, and the Trump assassination attempt. I mean, these are so intertwined that they're unbelievable. Like, if you believe them, you just have low info. Because when you're fully apprised of all of the facts backing these up, it's no longer believable as objectively real, because reality doesn't happen like this. These are coordinated, scripted, pre-planned, and it's really no more mystical than a school planning fire drills for the next year. Like, these are scheduled events, and not everyone's in the know. A lot of people are surprised, but they can schedule things long term. So we're talking about history bending. You know, I spoke a lot about news bends, mandatory watching. We're looking at history bending. It's not just 5 years in advance. And this, again, this is an important point. The PSYOPs that contain, all of them do, the relevant entertainment programming corresponds to the PSYOP, would have been created after the PSYOP itself was written as a script and planned to be inserted into the timeline. Then the artists, the directors, simply have to add some content into their movies that relate to that original script. And this shows you why 9/11, for example, could have decades of this content, so many different sources with such specificity to the same basic set of symbols and numbers and themes. Erica Creech says 3 attackers hit churches, Nash, Minnesota, and Kirk. That's good. That's good. Because I mentioned how in Tempest, his corresponding entertainment character is in a church when he's shot in the neck. Looked like the church where Charlie Kirk actually was, but Kirk meaning church. So Nash, Minnesota, and Kirk. That is an intriguing connection. Anime Gematria says, guess what was the name of my DoorDasher today? I'm guessing either Tyler or Kirk. You tell me. Now, there's another point here as well. And I believe they kicked this off with JFK, where they said if you don't accept the burden of proof, as in if you don't believe it, even if provide all the evidence, you're a conspiracy theorist. Logically speaking, the burden of proof is on the media to provide the evidence for all of its claims. If it can't do that, you're not obliged to believe it. Like if somebody's lying to you and you know they're lying and they give you decent evidence, you're under no obligation to believe their lie. Imagine somebody's lying to you and you know they're lying and they call you a conspiracy theorist for not believing them. Well, the problem there is they shove the burden of proof onto you. And since you know better, you're like, well, no, I'm not going to believe you. You have to supply more evidence. Well, the same dynamic should exist with media. I mean, it's safe to say it's lying until proven otherwise, but when it comes to any of their claims, if you don't have enough evidence to believe it, treat it like a lie. Ask for more or don't believe it. So I consider what we do here, our approach here, is designed to lead us to the most information possible. And if that means not believing it, it means you're an informed disbeliever. I know why I don't believe this thing. So the burden of proof question is important because those who say they still believe he might have died or they're ambiguous, the burden of proof is on them to prove it actually happened. Like we've effectively shoved it back. If you have 10 or 15 pretty solid contradictions to the official story, again, these hoax indicators, that's enough to say I'm not obliged to believe it or even it's fake until proven real. Given the past precedent, shout out to Nicotramus, 100% of the stuff is fake. Sounds extreme, but you wouldn't be wrong if you were to say that. I don't for strategic reasons, rhetorical reasons, for education reasons, but yeah, that's actually a pretty safe assumption. Fake is a pretty good way to approach things in the age of generative AI. That's like I saw this video today of a child giving candy is a doorbell camera. He was giving candy to a huge crocodile or alligator, and the alligator was about to eat the kid, and the mom comes out, and then she slaps the alligator or crocodile, and then she pulls her kid inside and saves his life. And it gets millions of hits, and eventually somebody figures out that they made it with AI. So your DoorDasher's name was Osman. Yeah, the names are another thing too. We talk about the numbers, the dates, the themes, the names. Like Erica had mentioned here about the name Kirk. Erica Creech mentioned 3 attackers in Minnesota and Kirk. But the names are a consistent facet of the fakery. The guy who shot, or the alleged shooter, and you'll notice the bifurcation here. So mainstream Republicans believe it was Tyler Robinson, a leftist, Antifa, likely a communist. But the woke right believe it was Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel did it. So they have 2 different opinions on who did it. The mainstream believes the mainstream story. The woke believes this alternative story. And this is all the way down the line. Both sides, though, agree he's dead. So both sides are behind the bloody guardrail. They're both lying. But this is, of course, by design. And it's predictable. We predicted who was going to run with what particular theories. But look at the name Tyler Robinson, and then you had Robin Westman, the Annunciation school shooter. Well, there are connections between the Annunciation school shooter and the movie Weapons, which connects with the number 217, some attempt at banning assault weapons, and it referenced the number of votes on the bill. But Weapons deals with this theme of school shootings, gun violence, which ironically, and again, real life isn't this ironic that Charlie Kirk is talking about gun violence when he gets gunned down. But the insinuation that the shooter had a trans girlfriend, or the shooter himself might have been trans, and an activist, that this was like a repeat of Annunciation shooter, these same elements. And if you didn't notice the change, the psyops went from poor white bowl cut racist neo-Nazi shooters, sometimes with MAGA hats like Nick Cruz, anti-immigrant shooters. It went from that, which did not frighten the right wing, to the satanic trans shooters radicalized on Reddit who shoot up children in Christian schools. This started in 2022 with Audrey Hale. But the witchcraft thing is something I'm drawing attention to, the Satanism thing. But also, now the shooters are coming from the left. So now you have a left-wing shooter associated with this new archetype. They've replaced the bowl cut shooter with this new archetype. So this shooter matches the Annunciation shooter who's shooting a school, who is repeating in real life the message of the movie Weapons. Who's the shooter in the movie Weapons? Well, it's not a shooter. It's actually a school shooting analogy. It's actually witchcraft. And the witch has the same red hair as the Annunciation shooter, who was also associated with the Order of Nine Angels, had a pentagram on the gun. So you have this repeated element here. The idea here is the attack on Christianity, Satan versus Christianity. The quote, gender ideology is an attack on traditional morals. And so you see how they've repackaged the shooter to frighten the other side. So now you have this connection with, again, the shooter at Annunciation was Robin, and then you had Tyler Robinson. So you have these repeated names that also tend to overlap. But the fact that you have the same archetype being used in a movie, in a shooting, in the Kirk shooting, and then what's more, in the movie about the witch with the red hair wiping out the room full of children, the only child who survived was Alex Lilly, an obvious allusion to Adam Lanza. The movie has pretty ham-fisted symbolism about guns. It even has a big gun with 217 on it. The children disappeared at 217. Anyone care to guess the address of Turning Point USA there in Illinois? 217 is the street address. How many people were killed at Annunciation? Well, it was 2 killed, 17 injured. All the initial reports, 217, 217. Later, they modified it to 218, but still, it was hit with 217. Now, going back to Audrey Hale, and this is intriguing because you're looking at, again, a repeated set of circumstances. So Audrey Hale shooting of a Christian church, Covenant, lots of 33 all over that one, but had a manifesto, implied satanic stuff, shot the stained glass of Adam, killing Adam. Other associations here, the whole trans shooter thing with satanic elements involved, started with this. And this one was really hyped up by Jack Posobiec, who also kicked off Pizzagate. So we're talking about this satanic panic theme. Well, do you know what the theme is in the Stranger Things TV show? It takes place during the satanic panic in the 80s. Now, the 217 happens to correlate to the Uvalde school shooting. Same set of numbers. It was like 2 injured, 17 killed. So the 217 was repeated there. When Stranger Things season finale was airing, they had to put a warning label because the opening scene is when the main character, 11, just killed a bunch of kids. This wasn't the only show that, the FBI season finale was pulled because it was about a school shooting and completely mirrored the circumstances of an off-duty officer stopping the shooting. Uvalde was stopped by an off-duty Border Patrol agent. So they actually wiped that episode. You couldn't even see it. But the connection here is Stranger Things, satanic panic, the character L, who kills all the kids, happens to be essentially a twin of Audrey Hale, who shoots up the Covenant school. So you have this school shooter looks just like this character out of Stranger Things, who's part of the Hellfire Club, against the backdrop of the satanic panic. My point here is, again, the movies bring out this threat, and then it's reflected in the psyops directly. And this is just on repeat. But they have been telegraphing these new shooters as not coming from the right, not coming from Nazi white nationalist shooters, but now it's all leftist ideologues with manifestos. Dark Ghost Wind says, you ask people about Order of Nine Angels and they say, they just want to cause misery and chaos, but why? They don't do stuff like that for no reason. Order of Nine Angels, as far as I can tell, is likely a front, just the feds. I don't think it's real. I have to look at their books. Do they have any publications? It's just not congruent. Not actually all that congruent when you look at the idea of mixing Nazi fascism. And this shooter for the Annunciation was promoting Nazi fascism and satanic stuff and leftist stuff, and just didn't really seem like it made sense. Just like with this Tyler Robinson, but they're designed to not make sense. They created Tyler Robinson to look like a patsy. That's Candace Owens' job, to make him look like a patsy so they can blame Israel, and just as they did with JFK, maintain dialectic between woke right and mainstream Republicans, and also woke right versus the woke left. It's all about maintaining their positions, and they're not going to change. Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, Owen Schroyer, they were always going to arrive at this conclusion. It's predictable. I predicted InfoWars is going to say second shooter, that it wasn't Thomas Crooks that shot Trump's ear. And that's exactly what they did. The next day, Owen Schroyer's there talking about there's another shooter on the water tower. See, these are templates. They're not investigators. Candace Owens is not an investigator. None of these individuals are. They're not looking for facts. They're not seeking clues. They're not driving around in a mystery van trying to figure out who done it so they can pull the mask off and show you. No, they have a way of asking questions that are loaded that already insinuate who they think did it. And they will run with anything that contradicts the mainstream. And again, this is allowed to happen. What none of them talk about, what isn't discussed whatsoever, is this idea that Charlie Kirk isn't even dead. And if that's not your starting point, you're stuck in Trutherville. You're still mind controlled. You're still following the program, because the alternative media is still programmed. It's alt programming. It's alt shadows on the wall. But alternative media doesn't take you outside of the world stage paradigm itself. Not at all. In fact, if you're in it, if you're in the alternative realm, you're deeper in the matrix. Although you're closer to getting out if you can jump over the bloody guardrails. But a lot of people can't. Pete Shea says, Tim, all the fakers are revealed by the inability to consider Kirk not dead. All the ball liars exposed immediately. Yeah, this is the new litmus test. Forget Sandy Hook. Forget 9/11. It's all about CK now. If your starting point is he's dead or he might be dead, then you're holding the burden of proof for the MSM. You are a propaganda mule. You're not a skeptic, you're a believer, because you still defaulted to the mainstream. The only acceptable position for a skeptic right now is an informed non-believer. Not ambiguous at this point. Not with Charlie Kirk. If you think there's room for ambiguity here, let me know where. Because the concurrent programming, the predictive programming on this one is way too nuanced to hand wave away. We can hand wave away your belief in the mainstream. We can hand wave away your claims of ambiguity, because those are worthless claims and they have no standing. Ollie Goering says Charlie Kirk clutchers. The people who still buy into politics are at a disadvantage here. And what was so, I think, effective with Trump when he came into this whole scene was the Trump administration, their whole campaign, they were able to entice the conspiracy theorists to join them. When the Vegas hoax happened, we lost a lot of really good researchers to Q, because they said, oh, these conspiracies are all true, but Trump's going to save us. In fact, I had a lot of people, and I think these were all agents. They would say to me, never live, but these would be in private calls. They would say, it's really courageous of you. You're so brave to talk about this. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, the media considers us cranks. Like nobody's gonna squib me. No one's coming after any of us. We can say whatever the heck we want. There's no reason to be afraid. But they were trying to make me afraid. But what they also said was, you don't have to worry about talking about these events because we have white hats on our side. So I was told about white hats before Q by these shady people. And one of them had said to me repeatedly, many times, all you need to do is sit back and enjoy the show, have some popcorn, because they're going to fix it. And it actually worked. How many people did they sweep up out of the body of conspiracy researchers? How many of them became QAnoners? Too many. Dark Ghost Wind says, that makes me wonder, do these guys use all the same writers? It's so predictable and done in the same style. They definitely use templates. There's a formula here. It's formulaic. You have and we're seeing it now. They have the false leads, what I call truther bait, and they use that to trap the people who immediately want to call it fake. They're trying to discredit us. They want to make it look like we have poor judgment. And the way they're discrediting us is they're saying, hey, look, they got this date wrong in Snake Eyes. It wasn't, it was the 19th. So they plant bad information. What's up, Diana Southard? Thank you for joining. This is Infinite Plane Sunday. I apologize for confusing anybody. I legitimately thought it was Saturday. But that's because I missed yesterday. And so I need to stay in sync with this. "777 says, the J pill pushers are becoming lame now. They used to at least make good nose jokes. Yeah, J pill was very low info. And if you don't know what J pill is, it's the opposite of the woke pill. So the wokesters believe that whites or whiteness as a construct runs the world, that it is the oppressor. So what's central to wokeness is the oppressor and the oppressed. So if you're a woke person, you're recognizing that you're part of a system that's oppressing you, and you've identified the oppressor, and it is whiteness. And this is why you have white privilege, this idea that a lot of people benefit from the system because it is designed for this. That's on the far left. But on the far right, they have an equal, as far as its architecture, an equal argument. But for them, it's the J's control the world. It's Jewishness. It's Jewish world domination. So you have these identical ways of looking at the world, just different oppressors. So the people in the woke right, and you can hear them in their own words. Nick Fuentes literally says, I am oppressed by Israel. They believe it controls all the governments. This is why they were so obsessed with Epstein, because they believed Epstein was being used by Mossad to compromise American politicians so Israel could control America. They actually believe this. So they believe that Charlie Kirk was going to go the direction of Nick Fuentes and fight the power structure, so they had to kill him. That's their basic story. My point here is that these things are templated on predictable responses, and they want everyone in these containers. The thing about the J pill, however, which we call woke right because it's a mirror of woke left, is that at the core of all the red pill conspiracies is the J pill. So all the red pill conspiracies are euphemisms. Like, oh, it's the reptiles that run the world. It's the Jesuits that run the world. It's the EGIs that run the world. It's the fill in the blank. Behind every one of these explanations, the mud flooders say it's the parasites. These are all euphemisms because you can't mainstream ethnic hatred or targeting in that same way. That's why David Icke's books have been pulled off of shelves for years when he's like, the reptiles run the world, because he mixes reptiles with Rothschilds. And there are still some people who think that you can point to the Rothschilds and say they run the world. Well, according to the script that they provided for you, that's the case. But if you lean left, you can find just as much evidence that the world's run by a white power structure. So it's actually quite subjective. I would argue too that all of the world stage belief systems are ultimately objective, and they're not mutually exclusive. You know, we have like, we live in this multiverse, like these intersecting verses, and we coexist, like the bumper sticker shows. MSM, MSM plus. They coexist because they all agree on the basic parameters. We're the ones who cannot coexist. You know, our perspective is not even acknowledged. The mainstream will deal with the conspiracy theorists all day and call them crazy, but they won't deal with us, the people calling it fake. They won't say squib. I happen to think that the word squib is probably banned, prohibited. You cannot get Candace Owens to say squib. They managed to get Nick Fuentes to talk about predictive programming and snake eyes. And you know what he did? He said the only way this makes sense is if there's time travel and reptilians involved. Like, he just basically dismissed it by appealing to ridicule and straw manning it. He didn't take it seriously, but he did ask. He said, explain it to me. Somebody make it make sense. And I figured I should send, if I had his address, I would send him a copy of my book. Because it makes sense if you're looking at history bending. So I would even put this forth somewhat as a challenge. If you think we live in a simulation because of all the stuff we're talking about, it's probably because you're experiencing cognitive overload. Because we are pointing out patterns that sound rather arcane, and it might even sound convoluted. I don't think it does, but my point is, if you're going to posit in all seriousness that this is evidence that we live in a simulation or a matrix, I would say, with that explanation against history bending, it's one or the other. Can't be both. Either history is being bent, or there's another explanation that we haven't arrived at. Let me see here. Erica Creech says, on Kirk's rising awareness, it is nuanced to the current situation, I believe. Yeah, they've gone back and forth. So the Candace Owens line was he was going to reject funding from Israel and he was going to turn on them and he had to be taken out. And that's probably a plot line, because what we're looking at here is a play. This is theater. And so we're looking at a theater of a conspiracy to take him out. So it's not true, but it's actually a planted storyline that you could actually believe. Now, you wouldn't know it to be true, but you could believe it to be true. And if you have the predisposition to believe that these are the bad guys, that explanation will suffice. But the fact that he's not dead, that he was squibbed, completely flies in the face of the J pill, the red pill, and the mainstream version, which is why none of them talk about it. And Charlie Kirk was a wolf in sheep's clothing. I mean, look at his appearance. You know, he's made to look very soft, gentle, wouldn't hurt a fly, no flaws. He didn't live long enough to have any major scandals. I mean, he's a construct. And look how many of those people at that event were crying, fusing their religious fervor with politics, not knowing that they're being lied to by a bunch of career psychological operation activists or operatives, career propagandists. He was a propaganda agent. He was a troll. You have been trolled. There was nothing about him legitimate, and you shouldn't be thinking with your heart when you look at world stage psyops opera. It's just theater. And if you cried when he died, you understand we're humans. But now that we have a more objective analysis, we should realize, okay, we got trolled. We got fooled here. "777 says the J pill has been more of a meme than anything that took escape. No, actually, the J pill has a historic precedent going back to the idea of blood libel. And it's all just recycled. Like the adrenochrome. No one talks about adrenochrome, That comes from blood libel. The idea that Christian babies were having their blood drained from them or something. That's why it's so effective. When these psyops have satanic or evil anti-Christian shooters targeting Christian children, it's meant to, because psyops are targeting people based on whatever they believe. It's very much specific to their beliefs and superstitions. So it's not just a meme, it's actually a new iteration of an old idea, just like the reptilian thing. And if you remember, back when reptilians were trending, people believed that celebrities were reptilians, usually based on some video of an interview recorded off of somebody's TV where the person's eye seemed to blink funny in one frame, like the lizard eye showed itself. And people like, oh, Britney Spears, she's a reptilian. Bill Clinton, reptilian. Oh, they're all reptilians. They're all reptiles. Nobody believes that anymore. But if you recognize that reptilian was always a euphemism, and it all leads to the J pill, always has. So again, it's just dialectic. I call it critical race theory versus critical Israel theory. It's the same exact thing. And they're fools on both sides. They're deep in the matrix on both sides. But you can get rid of your red pills because they're all fake. And you just, first I thought that the red pills were just blue pills painted red, harder stuff for the people who aren't buying the mainstream propaganda. But it turns out that in between the blue and the red coating, it's actually green, the J pill. Whatever color you want to make it. The J pill is the fundamental core of conspiracy theories, all of them. JFK, who killed JFK? Who did 9/11? Who did fill in the blank? It's this recurring scapegoat. But again, it's just a template. So we're talking about why people respond to these things in predictable ways. It's templated. "777 says, it's all planted and seeded by the programmers, and the frogs think they're going to will it into reality with meme magic." Yeah, I remember the meme magic stuff. They said Donald Trump was 7 years old, 7 months, and 7 days when he got sworn in. And they made all these fascinating connections. And this is something else that exists. So you do see connections between events, between various facets of the theater, not just the movies, but you see a lot of stuff that has to do with like numerology or numbers of days between events. And people will look at this stuff and they'll say, there's no way man could have done that. And they're right. But what they're wrong in doing is treating that as primary evidence of staging when it's actually something that they added onto it. So that would be like a secondary connection, and it gets into the realm of subjectivity. And we're approaching this from an objective point of view. So The Tempest, guy shot in the neck, 9/10/2025. That's pretty objective. You can't really refute that. But if I say the movie The Tempest probably references Shakespeare's The Tempest, and there's a widow in that play. So I might make a connection there, but that would be a secondary connection. It wouldn't be evidence of scripting, even though it might be entirely accurate because it falls in the realm of the artistry that goes into the writing, but it's not evidence our point of view. And a lot of the connections that people forge with numbers are not exactly primary evidence or direct evidence, but they're in fact inferred, they're deduced from, maybe there's even a logic to it, and they might be right. But again, people can manufacture connections that are kind of fallacious. You could, if you use more than one calculator to make these connections, you're reaching. And you're reaching from a wide pool of information where you can make anything fit. It's what we call the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, where you fire a bunch of rounds, and then you paint the target after the fact. And you only circle the close groups. So you look like a sharpshooter when you're all over the place. We are not all over the place. Mango says, the mind war has been over for me for some time. Yeah, well, same here. It really has been. Like, I haven't reacted, even though I thought the Charlie Kirk thing might be real when I first saw it. I didn't react to it as though it was real. Not at all. I was like, yeah, it looks real. It doesn't mean it is. And that's an important point, because magic shows convince you that magic's real, at least to convince your eyes. You can be fooled. You can be duped. Illusions are a common facet of this. Ryler05 says, decorating with Cody, obnoxious multi-calculator user. Right, and a lot of these guys are just noise. So we're aiming for more signal than noise. What they do is they flood the zone with noise. So we've already established Snake Eyes, Tempest, Emerson Drive, Heads of State. We've established the same actress plays Vice President Kirk as the blonde woman next to Charlie Kirkland, who gets shot in this other movie. We've already established these connections. There's no need to throw in gematria calculators, which is numerology. There's no reason to add in what you could consider to be the mystical stuff, because the gematria connections could not have been planted there by the directors of these movies. These gematria connections are proof positive that God did it, the simulation did it, a higher power did it. But it's not good evidence. It's actually wrong, but they use it as such. So what I'm thinking is, someone like Decoding with Cody, his job is to try to rule out man as the cause by throwing in a bunch of stuff man could not have done. One of the common refrains I used to hear simulation people was, there's no way that man could do this. This is higher than man. Well, the only reason they arrive at higher than man is because they're looking at this noise that has been thrown in on top of our objective evidence, stuff that man could not have done. No, there's no way some director said, let's release this movie so that 6,666 days later, this event happens and this person will, like, no, that's obviously not a direct hit. That's adding on and making stuff fit. Retrofitting, making it fit, ignoring all the misses. You would actually call it selectivity bias. We don't have a selectivity bias. We actually have a methodology here. The reason why I even looked at Tempest anyway is that it's a #1 movie series in Japan, in Taiwan, in South Korea. Like, if it's trending, if it's pushed, that's very much an indicator that, okay, this is going to contain relevant programming that's going to hit the same demographics targeted by the psychological warfare op. In this case, the killing a Christian Republican youth leader. They created a martyr. All right, let me continue with the notes. There's so much that we have been going over. And I'm glad to see that we're not the only one. So not only are we taking names of the people who are stuck behind the bloody guardrail or sitting on it, the ambiguous ones, we're listing their names because they're self-discrediting, but we're also listing all the names of those who figured it out, who have looked at the Charlie Kirk thing objectively enough to recognize that nobody actually died that day. So I have a few there. I'm not going to play them here, but I am going to provide you some links. IFFA73 said, at the end of the movie Snake Eyes, they show the construction workers at the arena. Just like after the Charlie Kirk assassination, they showed the... Yeah, that's right. They made a big deal about showing how they tore it all up and they're building on top of it. Yeah, exactly, copaesthetic. Texas sharpshooting and confirmation biasing with Cody. That's what it's not decoding. It's Texas sharpshooting and confirmation biasing. They don't have any predictive capabilities here. There's nobody who said, hey, I checked on my gematria calculator, I added the dates, and next week this will happen. Now, I'm making a prediction, though, because I can make predictions because I'm recognizing patterns that are authentic. My prediction is the gematria calculator predictors are going to make predictions that something big is going to happen at the Super Bowl. Not saying that it won't occur, I'm just saying that it's not even much of a prediction. Like everybody knows, the Super Bowl is a very hyped up event. They would be remiss if they didn't indulge us with a little mystery Babylon fertility rites or some other kind of occult mumbo stuff, mumbo jumbo, which is what they always do. It's predictable. Ryler says the roast of Donald Trump in 2011 has programming. Oh, Trump's in front of $1,000 bill with Grover Cleveland's face. Was he assassinated? Cleveland. I'm still thinking back. On 6/11. Okay, now this is a connection because this stuff goes beyond just the movies. You know, we're not just talking about movies here. On 6/11, where was Donald Trump? This last June 11th. Now remember, on 6/11, he was at the JFK Center and he was watching a play. And I think this was actually, what was the play that they watched? Les Mis or something. So he's at a play at the JFK Performance Arts Center. But in the photo, you see Donald Trump posing and he has his hands out, and the hue from the lighting makes his hands look like stigmata, like they're red. But right behind his head is a gigantic bust of JFK's head. So it's like Trump as JFK being conflated. And this is on 6/11. Well, what time was Trump shot? 6/11. So this is subtle. You know, I mean, to me, it's subtle. It's predictable. So like, well, there's some significance because of these numbers are reoccurring in association with the same theme. In this case, the headshot. What about the rubber? Yeah, we could talk about the rubber, the rock for a minute. We went through the eerie coincidences. Erica Kirk busted. Again, if you missed it, she said in her comment about Tyler and how they had a blast shooting the thing, she actually commented on September 10th, 2012. 13 years to the day. Charlie Kirk and the Tempest Metascript, we've covered that. Snake Eyes predictive programming. I have all these listed on my blog, timosman.substack. Erica Kirk, Snake Eyes connections. Again, these just go deeper. And as I said before, I was going to check out the Marilyn Manson connections because one assassination under God, the tour he's on, and his album came out on 11/22 of last year, 61st anniversary of the JFK event. And we thought this has got to be foreshadowing for something. It happened after the Trump thing, and they're not taking Trump out this way because all the relevant predictive programming has him surviving it. So what could this mean? And now that I think about it, this Charlie Kirk thing, having concluded that it had to have been planned at least 27 years ago, 30 years ago, this was planned to be a generational psyop, a JFK event. The JFKification of Charlie Kirk is all by design. Like MLK, JFK, they created a martyr. And I believe that that album, that song, and the timing of the tour would likely constitute relevant concurrent programming and predictive programming for the incoming event, which it did, because that he's touring against this as a backdrop. So I looked a little closer, and I found quite a lot in that particular song in the video, connecting it with King Kill 33, which also connects to the Charlie Kirk thing. So if you don't know about King Kill 33, it's this breakdown of the symbolism around the JFK assassination. It's really one of the original Metascript decodes in existence. And Manson wrote a song called King Kill 33, so he's in the know about this. So I looked a little closer, and it turns out on his set list, he ends the show with One Assassination Under God, which has a chorus about how we're all just being entertained. And then the following song and the closing song is called Coma White. Well, Coma White had some controversy attached to it back in 1999. So around the time of Snake Eyes. The video has to do with JFK as Christ coming back. And so we've talked about this Christification of CK. Well, JFK in this video is basically treated as the second coming of Christ. And in the video, Manson himself portrays JFK getting assassinated. And so I watched the video, and anyone care to guess where he gets shot? And this is why it's significant. The two songs back to back. One, Assassination Under God, Coma White. First one, reference assassination. And the second one has him being assassinated. He's shot in the neck. And it's a 1999 video, and it is pretty much, I think, an example of what we would consider to be metascript content in the music. Andrea says C, J, K, MLK, JFK, all ending Ks. Yeah. Oh, Erica Kirk, unfortunately, has 3 Ks. But all the popular stuff contains relevant content. Like, and I pointed out his work, and I thought there would be a clue there because JFK Jr. died, and as a result, his video for the song was delayed because the script for the video is about JF Jr. as the third Jesus. And so the timing of it was just kind of conspicuous, and MTV even did a press release on it and got statements on it, which in retrospect looks really strange. But they made a point. And this was after the album's videos were delayed anyway because of the association with the Littleton shooters, Colorado, which really kicked off this, quote, epidemic of mass shootings, what Barack Obama called them. So Bad Bunny was on SNL. I saw some clips. Obviously, the courting outrage. There's got to be some significance to it, though. So last year at the Super Bowl, was it last year? Was it Brock Purdy? Was it 49ers versus the Ravens? I don't know. Brock Purdy was the quarterback? Or was it the previous one? But when Brock Purdy was quarterback, it was a previous one. Everyone was saying he looked like Lee Harvey Oswald. And I had just pointed out that Lee Harvey Oswald had entered the world stage. And this would have been 2023, summer of 2023, when Robert Crimo shot up the 4th of July parade. The guy with the 47 tattooed on his head, the 47 on his cars. The guy who was always going to Trump rallies, dressed like Waldo from Where's Waldo? I said, where's Oswaldo at the time? Because it seemed like they had put Lee Harvey Oswald back into play. Turns out Robert Crimo had, Lee Harvey Oswald on his wall, like he worshipped the guy. He had some affection for Lee Harvey Oswald, and he has the 47 symbolism and stuff. So there was already this narrative building. Well, then we have the quarterback, Purdy, and they said he looked like Lee Harvey Oswald. And how much sense does that make? Well, if you look at the bigger picture, I think it starts to connect, especially if you look at the consecutive Super Bowl halftime shows. There's something emerging here. And I think it relates to The Weeknd. And The Weeknd has all sorts of connections to this head wound scenario. Even his name, Abel, like Cain and Abel, or Abe Lincoln. And if you remember, he came out on the Super Bowl with like bandages on his head, like he had a head wound. So it's been a theme with him, is this head wound theme. He even received some kind of music award on 11/22, where he's holding this black pyramid thing and he's got this head wound. And then he did this video called Save Your Tears. And Save Your Tears is a video that takes place on a theater stage where The Weeknd puts a gun to his head and this woman tries to stop him. He pulls the trigger and it just shoots out confetti. And everybody claps. They applaud his fake head wound. You could add to it a few other elements when it comes to The Weeknd's work that ties into this head wound theme. But the fact that he did a halftime show with a head wound, now you got a quarterback they're calling Lee Harvey Oswald. If you look at this over time, you see pieces put into place. Like they're setting up scenes, setting up jokes. When I was in film studies, they said, my teacher was emphasizing that if the movie's good, any object, any reference that you see early in the movie, if it takes up even one frame, it should necessarily have some significance later. So you can look at everything as somewhat predictive in that sense. Go through your comments. Sunworks Extra says, did you know that Superman fought KK in the comics? In the comics. That's right. In the comics, he infiltrated or something. He exposed the actual clan handshakes. I recall reading about that. Now, the Superman thing ties into the story because Charlie Kirk was compared to the Man of Steel for stopping a bullet with his neck. But if you look at Lex Luthor in the new Superman, he looks like Tyler Robinson in that specific photo in the Dairy Queen where he's posing next to a Superman poster. Superman is very much Christ-coded in terms of the archetypes, the sun symbolism, the numerology. So there's that connection. But you have Lex Luthor and Superman. Superman associated with Kirk. And then I look at the governor of Utah, and he looks just like Lex Luthor. Like the bald-headed guy who said, it took us 33 hours to catch him. I was praying for 33 hours that it would be one of their guys. You know, he had this bizarre statement. But yeah, he does look exactly like Lex Luthor. Yeah, I saw that deprogrammed truther. The Dairy Queen had been emptied out. Very fishy. Another hoax indicator. I mean, they really did clean up the crime scene right after. What I find most striking about it is that the chair he was sitting in, I mean, you're trying to convict the shooter, and you want to get the angles right. You want to eliminate any other possibility. They moved the chair so he could grab a drive out of the camera. And even that seems to be a story because, we had to give it to the FBI. We had to keep it out of the hands of internet psychos who might publish it. Well, how come Candace Owens got to see it? And she used it to say there was no blood behind him, which was to make the idea that it had to have been a smaller caliber round or maybe an exploding microphone. Or it had to make any of the conspiracy theories valid and eliminate Antifa as a culprit, eliminate Tyler Robinson. I don't know yet, but I wouldn't be shocked. I don't know if she plans to, but if Candace Owens doesn't do a crowdfund, free Tyler Robinson, I'll be surprised because she's convinced he's some kind of MK Ultra shooter. And the idea of the MK Ultra mind-controlled assassin harkens to the Manchurian by John Frankenheimer, who's associated with the Kennedys and even drove RFK to his own assassination by mind-controlled assassin Saran. I mean, even having the director there, that's insane. Copaesthetic says, I appreciate all your work. Thank you very much. Erica Creek, I appreciate you, Tim. My faith is unfalsifiable, as you say. Thanks for putting up with me. No, we appreciate your comments and your participation. And I don't have any beef with religious faith. My real contention here is that faith in media is problematic because religions don't claim to be they don't have the position in our life of media. You know, it's a faith-based organization, spirituality. Media pretends to be objective. However, they fall far short of that, and they actually supply you with alternative belief systems to amount to a new religion that maintain the same structures of religions, but redefine things and put it in a context that it's assumed to be based on science. Like the same people who don't believe in God have accepted counterparts. So Gaia, the God construct, is essentially a replacement for a God. It's essentially, like I said, a God construct. But you could say the same thing with like aliens. You can be an atheist and believe in aliens. Well, how are aliens different from angels? They're not. These are angels repackaged. It's syncretic creation. Ribo Nation says the original ending of Snake Eyes was going to be the storm outside, destroying the arena and killing everyone inside. Sodom and Gomorrah type ending. Fascinating. There was a JFK reference in Snake Eyes after the shooting. There's quite a few references in there. There's even a number 910 someone had pointed out. Then you had the guy, Synchromorpheus pointed this out. There's a guy screaming, "Here comes the pain." And he looks just like the guy who was screaming USA, USA after Kirk was shot. Now, the Snake Eyes has the backdrop of the storm, the Jezebel, Hurricane Jezebel, which we've connected to Erica because she was called the Storm. And you can see how Erica is connected to Snake Eyes. And then you have the Tempest, based on Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk, but mostly on Erica. And the Tempest, again, is a storm. And the last episode I saw, it's getting into the area that people are suspecting her of being behind the assassination. And that's one of the elements of the conspiracy theory. If Charlie Kirk was taken out by someone other than an angry leftist or an Antifa, then she is implicated in this, as is TP USA. Candace Owens is suggesting that Turning Point USA are all very suspicious because they're not interested in the conspiracy theories. She thinks they're part of the cover-up. Ryler says, look up Grover Cleveland. All right, let's see here. Oh, 1946, Superman fought the Ku Klux Klan on the radio to help dismantle their power in the real world. Oh, that's fascinating. Someone tell me, or let me know, what is it about Cleveland that I should be looking for? I'm about to use Perplexity. I just got Comet, which is the desktop version. I haven't even tested it out yet. Anime Gematria says Tyler Hoechlin, who plays CW Superman, was born on September 11th. Hey, these birth dates are highly significant. Charlie Kirk's birthday is coming up. Are you all going to celebrate on 10/14? I'm actually going to celebrate George Floyd's birthday. Maybe I'll do both. So 10/14, they both have the same birthday. And I talked about this on September 9th even. I said, look, with this subway killing, you see the right clamoring for a white George Floyd. White Lives Matter kicked off. You even had the white square trending on Twitter. Elon Musk said that we want to put murals of this girl all over America. He offered $1 million and he set up, $10,000 grants for artists to do murals. But before that plan was realized, Kirk got shot. Well, Charlie Kirk was the subject of discussion on CNN the night before with Van Jones, and they were talking about how the right was attempting to turn the subway killing into their own version of George Floyd. So this was already being talked about. Then Kirk dies, and I said, this is their George Floyd. And I went further to say, if you look at the extremes, woke left, woke right, as we discussed earlier, they each have their oppressor narrative. And on the extremes, and this is looking at these two events, George Floyd and Charlie Kirk represent victims of the oppressor for each side. So if you're far left, the oppressor killed George Floyd, systemic racism. If you're on the far right, your oppressor killed Charlie Kirk, Israel. You see how neatly that fits? So they're each martyrs for their cause, but they have opposite views on who the oppressor is. So from the outside, it doesn't quite comport unless you're familiar with the political horseshoe model and how all the fake news is designed to comport to it, because this is how they maintain this controlled dialectic. This is the reason why the woke right needs anybody but Tyler as the culprit, so that they can make it fit their template. I'm pulling up my note here because I have something on this specifically. God, it's quite a lot. I was going to say The Atlantic did an article 2 days ago. So I talked about this on the day. I said, watch Charlie Kirk because of his birthday. His birthday is going to be celebrated as a national holiday on the 14th. Because his birthday and George Floyd's birthday are the same, I started to put this together. I said, hey, wait a minute here. This is part of the engineered narrative. And they want conflict on that day. So looking into it, I'm like, okay, this actually makes perfect sense. Parallel martyrs, it's the duality, black and the white. They look opposite from the outside, but they're actually representative of the oppressed of their particular oppressor. Anyway, I put this article out there, martyrs on the left, martyrs on the right. And 2 days ago, The Atlantic did a piece, and this has been widely reacted against because a lot of people don't like the comparison. But hey, I don't write the scripts. I'm just pointing out what I have seen here. So the article is The Atlantic, the other martyr. MAGA has found its George Floyd. And I have a few pull quotes from it, but this is from The Atlantic. It was just published a couple of days ago. For the left, Floyd's asphyxiation turned a flawed, desperate man into a Christ figure who bore the weight of the world's failings, and in doing so, cleared a path to fix them. In the feverish weeks since Charlie Kirk's assassination, the MAGA right is undergoing its own religious ferment, animated by a new martyr. Just as the left used Floyd's death to justify and hasten all manner of political ends, the right is invoking Kirk's name to advance illiberal aims and silence opponents. In death, Kirk has become a cudgel. With Floyd's death, these are a list of parallels. So as with Floyd's death, Kirk's has prompted a campaign to influence school children. Last week, the superintendent of an Oklahoma public school announced a plan to establish Turning Point USA chapters in every high school in the state. This is reminiscent of the curriculum associated with the New York Times 1619 project, which many public school systems adopted after Floyd's death, despite its apparent ideological bias and blatant inaccuracies. Now that's interesting because 1619, this is on the horseshoe thing, on the left is what 1776 is to the right. 1776 is a symbol. And this is, of course, the founding of America, founding principles, patriotism, January 6th, taking back the country, MAGA, Make America Great Again. It's about going back pre-feminism, pre-civil rights. It's this utopian past, idealized past, which is compared to this progressive future. So these are the opposites. This is the tug of war, 1619 versus 1776. So the 1619 project being associated with Floyd and the 1776 ethos with this patriotism, Christian nationalism, it fits this whole pattern. And I bring this up because when you look at how the script plays out, Obama is to 1619 what Trump is to 1776. These two individuals seem to be polarized in this way. And we'll get more into it, but these numbers do play a key role in communicating this story. So it goes on to say, this is The Atlantic. 5 years ago, a controversial man transformed overnight into a one-dimensional saint, marshaled in a culture war that precludes measured thought. And once again, Americans are being asked to genuflect before an idol. In becoming a martyr, Kirk has become reduced to slogans, half-truths that obscure the tragedy of his death. So there we go. The Atlantic is talking about the other martyr. Okay, so Jane Aldean did a performance, and during the performance, they had a big memorial tribute to Charlie Kirk. This is highly significant because Jason Aldean is the one who was playing country music at the Harvest Festival, the Vegas event. 10/1/2017. And of course, we all know what that event was, but he was the musician who was performing it. In fact, the gunfire sounded like it came through the same speakers. But Jason Aldean performing a tribute to Charlie Kirk is highly significant because of where he is in the culture war as a PSYOP operative, because obviously he is one. It's not like they PSYOPed Vegas and the band didn't know. He was obviously part of it. So he made news after the BLM riots because he did the song called Try That in a Small Town. And Try That in a Small Town had footage of BLM rioters, and it showed a courthouse which had several infamous lynchings. So Try That in a Small Town implied try that here and you'll get the rope. So he's attached to this controversy, and then he comes out with Candace Owens, and it turns out Candace Owens, who started White Lives Matter originally when she was hanging out with Ye before his spiral, which is all contrived. But Candace Owens is actually close friends with Jason Aldean. And so she rushed to his defense, and she said, of course he didn't mean anything by that song. He's not going to lynch me. You can find that episode. So she's a gaslighter, like Tucker Carlson, gaslighter, major gaslighters, world class. So they just completely paint over it. Like, no, we didn't know that courthouse was the site of lynchings. And Try That in a Small Town obviously didn't mean BLM, even though we had BLM in our video. So that's Jason Aldean. So now Jason Aldean having a memorial to Charlie Kirk, it's all propaganda. And you can see who it's targeting. Jack Posobiec, I referenced him earlier. He started Pizzagate. He was the one who, speaking at the Charlie Kirk event, said that the sacrifice of Charlie Kirk, because if you didn't know, he voluntarily took that bullet. And then, of course, miracle, of course, he stopped the bullet with his own neck. And had he not pulled off the miracle of stopping the bullet with his Man of Steel neck, who knows how many people it would have killed. The bullet had no intention stopping. That's what we're supposed to believe. But Jack Posobiec was the one who said that the sacrifice of Charlie Kirk is the turning point after which we save Western civilization. That's their big thing with turning point. Like, this is a sacrifice. This is a historically important event. And he said 100 years from now, they're going to see this as the turning point. Anyway, Jack Posobiec retweeted a tweet from 2012, the same year as the music video, which has me thinking, this Charlie Kirk psyop and Erica's involvement in it, she must have known she was going to be involved in this for the last 13 years. But he retweeted a Charlie Kirk tweet from October 29th, 2012. He said, hope everyone is okay during this storm. Now, this is significant because storming the Capitol, the storm is coming, QAnon, Donald Trump. This is the calm before the storm. The storm has been attached to this idea of a right-wing uprising for some time. This has been a reoccurring theme. I hope everyone is okay during the storm. So the fact that Posobiec retweeted this Charlie Kirk tweet makes it notable because of what he is. He's a propaganda vector. And also, October 29th, storm seems like some foreshadowing, especially in light of all these storm references we've been talking about. 777 says, is it 33 days between CK hoax and the birthday? Yeah. Ask Perplexity or ask ChatGPT, how many days between 10/14 and 9/11? Matthew Nixon says, how many big tubers, now many big tubers are starting to recognize the lack of blood. See, this is the thing. We need to be the ones to push this. We need to push back against the bloody guardrail and those who stand behind it and defend it. If your starting point is he was killed, that he's not in on it. Someone had said, and I know where she was coming from. She was, you can tell by their emojis, crosses and prayer hands. They're like, Charlie Kirk was living in a Truman Show. So in other words, Erica Kirk, because this is in the comment section of the video for Emerson Drive, where it implicates her. She's part of it somehow. So they're like, okay, Charlie was then somehow in a Truman Show. Like Charlie Kirk was a victim of Erica, that she got this nice guy, and the plot was to take over. That's kind of their narrative. And she's like, yeah, I think that Charlie Kirk was living in a Truman Show. My prayers go out to him. And I'm like, no. Charlie Kirk was not in a Truman Show. Charlie Kirk worked for Christoph. He works for the show itself. You are in the Truman Show. If you think Charlie Kirk really died for you, or died for your freedom or something, if you think he died, you're in the Truman Show. So there's a new show coming out called, or a new season of Nashville 911. And I saw the trailer. It's about Fire Department 113. And we talked about the number 113, fiery immolations, One World Trade Tower, and what this could all imply. 113 is actually Godzilla's birthday. And Godzilla is a metaphor for the nuke. So just to be clear, that's what he represents. A Hunt for Red October, the missing submarine, the nuclear submarine thing is what's standing out here. And I think this is actually a significant thing right now, because in that Hulu series that has been accurate thus far, episode 3 ends ominously with this nuclear submarine owned by China or North Korea. So this new show's coming out. It premieres on the 9th, called Nashville 911. So you got the numerology there, 911, Department 113, 109. And the episodes coming up, you got the titles: Hell and High Water, Forces of Nature. These are the first 3 episodes, October 9th, 16th, and 23rd. So I'm just noting this in context. Nashville 113 refers to Fire Station 113 in the 911 Nashville show. Streaming on Hulu, like Tempest, October 9th. It features Team 113 led by Captain Don Hart as they respond to emergencies in Music City. And they focus on a tornado hitting a country music festival. A tornado hitting a country music festival. Interesting. Just kind of reminds me of Vegas. And speaking of, the chief of police that presided over the Vegas PSYOP is the same chief of police that was in Maui with the fire event, the Maui fires. What's happening? Appreciate the support. He says, we got him good with this Charlie Kirk PSYOP, and it's helping us refine and deepen our interpretation of the world stage. We are on top of and ahead of the narrative's great work. Yes, I concur. Appreciate the comment. And this is a great opportunity. This is a perfect example for us to explain every facet of the PSYOPs that we talk about. The actual fakery, the narrative structures that go into the conspiracy realm, the mainstream, predictive and concurrent programming. I mean, all around. And then the fact that we have Erica Kirk directly participating in the creation of predictive content in that music video, and then commenting about Tyler and the shooting and the blast on that day. It's a great example, and it's irrefutable. Like, to me, this is damning. That's why I'm saying now is the time to get over that bloody guardrail and get off world stage, because this is a paradigm shift. This is objectively true. We aren't wrong about this. And if you're still clinging to the bloody guardrail, you're lagging. Your operating system needs to be updated. And we have a list, again, I'm not going to list them right now, but I am going to read the names. We have a list of content creators who swim in these waters, but still get it wrong all the time, who still think Charlie's dead. And we're going to name names, name and shame, but we're also going to promote those who figure out that it's not as real as they'd like you to think. And out of this conversation, the next step is getting beyond just noticing the extent of fakery, but now understanding what is the cumulative effect of fake events history bending. Once you grasp history bending in context, the mystery of predictive programming is solved. And look how it mystifies and stumps people as it is. So you're on the inside if you've already figured it out. And we weren't meant to. You realize that the off-world stage perspective that we employ here is not platformed, not anywhere else. Rilo05 says the main character was named Daniel Torrance. Oh, in The Shining. The Shining was released on 11/7/80. Trump was 36 years old. 36 years later, he wins the presidency. You know, Donald Trump is one of the most meta-scripted characters on the world stage. And this is a perfect way to explain how Charlie Kirk existed as a construct. There's scripts, there's foreshadowing Donald Trump before he was Donald Trump on the world stage. The earliest example is Trackdown, 1958. Well, 58 years later, he becomes president. But it wasn't until 7 years after that that Trump was arrested, which happens in the 1958 one. But if you go through Trump's career, you'll find the number 58 is a consistent number, with the number of stories in one of his buildings, number of years. I got to go through the list, but I have it. But 58 is like something that seems to, for some reason, saturate his entire story. Now, I don't know the meaning of that particular number, but it's a consistent facet. It even ties in to Biff Tannen, and Trump is Biff Tannen. Again, another example of where Trump has been introduced to us through fictional characters for a long time. Not by accident. This isn't us making connections. The writer of Back to the Future said Biff Tannen is Donald Trump. Dennis Hopper, who interestingly died on JFK's birthday, he plays King Koopa, who's based on Trump, and who actually vaporizes the Twin Towers, called Koopa Towers. But this idea of media foreshadowing characters, or people who play roles that have been foreshadowed by media, psyop characters, this is actually inherent in this script. So Charlie Kirk is basically a glorified crisis actor. You know, much higher believability than someone like David Hogg. He had a deeper presence, but it's the same thing. He's basically a David Hogg. They create these characters, they plant them in our reality, and their entire life, start to finish, in public, is like a reality TV show. It's totally scripted. Not a coincidence, I don't think, that Donald Trump is a reality TV show star. It's like it never ended. We're in season probably 35 of The Apprentice. Andre says, Tim, you mentioned The Village often. It's on FX right now. Oh, really? You know what? They're so greedy. I think they're cashing in because I think Netflix is now promoting Snake Eyes. But it's safe to talk about Snake Eyes. If you're a truther and you're mainstream, like alternative media, you can talk about Snake Eyes as long as you say, whoa, my mind is blown, bro. As long as you act like Joe Rogan, you hit your head and like, mind blown, you act confused, or we live in a matrix. Like, they always sound like they're hitting bongs and just speculating about these things like it's super deep and it just sounds kind of trite. But you can only talk about these things if your conclusion is there is no real answer to it. That's why they can't talk about Tempest. That's why they probably won't talk about Heads of State, because the real-time alignment gives away the game. And nobody was drawing attention to that systematically until we started in the summer of 2022. Erica Creech says, general public is dupable, very open American people. All TV makes me ill, so degraded, not to mention the propaganda. This is why I like live streams. Well, everything is contained in their massive echo chamber. It's a closed informational system. It's a self-reinforcing echo chamber. And here, at least, you get some viewpoints that don't originate on the world stage. And this is about viewpoints. That's what worldview warfare is. It's about your point of view, controlling your perspective. If they give you the right perspective, then everything that you take in will conform to that frame. That's why I say mainstreamers or MSM Plus, Woketown, Trutherville. The people who dwell in these boxes have predictable opinions because their point of view is understood. ChatGPT's opinions about any major event is predictable. Well, people are no less predictable. It's their programming. And I'm pretty sure this is because of what we have done in terms of we took the word guardrail in 2020 and started describing conspiracy theories as guardrails, so that if you go down a certain line of inquiry, you're only going to go so far, and then you're going to find some narrative that steers you back in. So we talked about guardrails for some time as ways of controlling thought. Well, now, and this has been like last year and a half, a lot of the conversation about AI has to do with, quote, guardrails. And before I use that term for our purposes, if you searched guardrails, you would only find advertisements for construction of literal guardrails. But now it's all about putting guardrails in the AI to stop people from thinking certain thoughts, from getting certain answers. Anime says Trump is Biff Tannen, King Koopa, and the Homelander. So he's Biff Tannen, admittedly, King Koopa, Dan Hopper, interesting death date, and as Homelander, season 4, episode 8, and the episodes leading up to it were all about the attempt to assassinate Homelander, who's based on Trump. Assassination Run 4-8. And they actually changed the title of it because the episode's timing coincided with the Butler, Pennsylvania event. And I'm watching Gen V right now. I'm on season 1. Gen V is a spin-off, but it's the same fictional universe as the boys. And season 2, episode 4, and I'm not there yet, but this is why I'm watching it. Season 2, episode 4, they levitate a goat and then blow it up. A big bloody mess. If you watch the series, The Boys or Gen V, there are plenty of scenes where it's just gore raining down on the characters. It's like a reoccurring theme. And in this one, the goat gets blown up. But the goat's name was Elon Musk. So I'm like, wait a minute, Elon Musk levitating and blowing up goat, the sacrificial goat. I thought, well, maybe Musk is going to go to space. And unlike Kate Perry, he's not going to come back down. Not in one piece. Just a prediction. And my basis for making such a prediction is that if the previous series already had PSYOP relevant content delivered at the same time, so close that they had to modify it, then why wouldn't I think that blowing up Elon Musk on season 2, episode 4, the 42 thing, why wouldn't I think that this infers something about Musk possibly literally blowing up after levitating, meaning going to space? By the way, the number stuff, I was thinking about Netflix, because we live on planet Netflix. There's a series called 100, and I could go into a lot of directions with the number 100 as it relates to the next foreshadowed 9/11 event. But the series 100, season 1, episode 13, says 113, the space station falls. In that episode, in a bunker, you see the painting of the Tower of Babylon. And the ISS combines all the nations. We have one language going from earth to the heaven. I think in many ways the ISS represents this Tower of Babel construct, this one world mission. And even walking on the moon is like man's incursion into the heavenly realms. But the number 113 has been consistently associated, since we're getting into this number, with this destruction of the Tower of Babel. And I think that's why it keeps pointing at the Space Needle, because 113 is clearly associated with the One World Trade Tower, again, Tower of Babel stuff, which there's a lot more to it, even in the architecture, but it opened on 113. But I don't think that the next major event would take place at ground zero for 9/11 all over again. So the other historic monument, the icon that would be replacing that as a symbol of this tower, would logically be the Space Needle. And this was foreshadowed in Final Destination just last May. So Seattle, Space Needle, West Coast, all these things are still being foreshadowed. Just ahead, I'm just thinking, we talked about the number 113, and I just want to iterate that in 2019, on November the 3rd, based on what we're looking at here, we were like, hey, it looks like Seattle's going to get it. Ground Zero Seattle, November the 3rd. So we had a live stream, and a couple others did as well, and we're watching Seattle live, thinking they're going to 9/11 Seattle. Well, instead, some Space Needle in Turkey blew up. Big fire. You can see this on the news. November 3rd, 2019. So while we're staring at the Space Needle, a different Space Needle observatory thing burns. And I remember, actually, it was Copaesthetic. He emailed me, and he said, maybe it's 3/11. Maybe Seattle's going to be ground zero on 3/11. And I ran out of patience for it. So I'm like, yeah, we'll see. But then as we got closer to 3/11/2020, I was thinking, okay, wait a minute. Maybe we were wrong. So on that Sunday, I had a live stream that said World War III starts on Wednesday. And so on 3/11, of course, Seattle was declared ground zero for the pandemic. And some of the predictive content that led us to this conclusion, things like Netflix's show Colony, about this alien invasion that shuts down the world, they take over. You never see the aliens, just like we never actually saw the thing that shut us down. It was invisible. The aliens were invisible. But these aliens who remained behind the scenes take over. And I was on season 3, episode 11, where they were talking about this operation to seize back control, to rebuild. They called it Operation Phoenix. And one of the lines from season 3, episode 11 of Colony is, Seattle is ground zero for the reboot of civilization. So we were looking at 3/11, Seattle, ground zero, reboot of civilization. What happened? 3/11, ground zero, pandemic, great reset. Going to your comments. Anime Gematria says, do you think they made reality TV shows to make their fake scripted mainstream news events even seem real? Yeah, I think that reality TV was intended to blur the lines between real and fake even further. I think it was to degrade our ability to tell the difference and lower the standards. I mean, really, reality TV is very lowbrow, generally trashy content, and I think it's certainly by design. Because a PSYOP is essentially a reality TV event. You're assuming it's real. And, you know, I had this conversation with Alex Stein. You know, I saw, side note, because Alex Stein, he kind of replaced Steven Crowder. Like, Steven Crowder was the annoying, extended adolescence, emotionally arrested right-winger trolling the left on the campuses. And then he kind of grew up, he had a kid. And so they replaced Steven Crowder with Alex Stein. And so I came across Alex Stein when I was working at Dark Matter, because they hired him to be a host for a little while because he had Conspiracy Castle. And he was telling myself and the producer about how they worked together. He and the producer worked for Clark Gable's grandson, Clark Gables, the King of Hollywood at the time. So yeah, Clark Gable's grandson had a show, a reality TV show. It was called Cheaters. And if you've seen it, Cheaters is where they catch couples cheating on TV, and it's like live, it's like reality TV. And what he had told us was, I mean, they have non-disclosure agreements, but Stein told us that every single one of those scenes was staged, that Cheaters was all fake, but that they signed non-disclosure agreements. So I thought that's kind of interesting that he gets his start in reality TV, and now he's in this conspiracy community, planted, I would say. And then after that, he goes to the Blaze. And next thing you know, he's at Uvalde crisis acting Actually, I tweeted him. I sent him a DM. I said, hey, Alex, fake dead kids' lives don't matter. And he's over there in Uvalde crying to the city council about how the police didn't stop the kids from dying. And he blocked me. He blocked me for saying fake dead kids' lives don't matter. I didn't know they did. Apparently they do to him. They make him cry. But I'm just saying, there's an interesting connection between reality TV to actually performing in PSYOPs. And if you look at the access he's had, rubbing shoulders with the president even, I mean, okay, there's something there to this. And then you look at Erica Kirk, who also had a background in reality TV. So these are people who know that the public is being lied to, and they also know that they're all standing behind a non-disclosure agreement, which is like a Masonic blood oath. It's basically, yeah, we are all a bunch of liars, but we're well paid, and we're not going to tell because there are ramifications and repercussions. So I'm just pointing it out that in regards to your reality TV show thing, yeah, there's something to reality TV. And it could be a way to even onboard a lot of people to participate in PSYOPs later. Okay, so now there's something else here. Oh yeah, Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder is cosplaying as someone who's actually telling dangerous, threatening truths, challenging the system. Yeah, Steven Crowder is cosplaying as Brave, and he's wearing a bulletproof vest, and he does his tour. It's kind of like Charlie Kirk, Prove Me Wrong. Steven Crowder does Change My Mind. So he's going out to these college campuses wearing a bulletproof vest. It's like nobody wants to shoot Steven Crowder. I can understand Alex Stein, but not because of anything he says, just because of how annoying he is. But nobody wants to shoot Steven Crowder. And Crowder has to be, again, an insider. You don't move in these circles, especially anybody associated with January 6th is controlled up. Owen Schroyer was supposedly jailed. Did he share? I mean, like the QAnon shaman, these guys went to jail? No, that's all fake. Ribo Nation says everyone on TV is an actor. Yeah, my only qualifier to this is that anybody who's forced onto our collective psyche, anybody who's just thrust out there that you can't ignore, like you try to ignore, like Taylor Swift, you can't ignore these characters if they want you to pay attention to them. And if anybody is promoted, if anything goes viral, as a good rule of thumb, they're in on the act. How do NDAs work in court cases, says Sunworks? Well, the thing about NDAs is that they do not cover illegal activity. So let's say you sign an NDA and you participate in a fake school shooting thing. Okay, no crimes were committed. You're just an actor doing a simulation for propaganda purposes. The ethics are questionable. Maybe you can justify it. Maybe you think you're doing a good thing and saving lives, but you're not breaking any laws. Now, if they actually killed people in PSYOPs, like some people think, that would invalidate every NDA. So what's stopping all these crisis actors, some of them children signing waivers with the parents, what's stopping these people from blowing the whistle on what we would consider to be premeditated mass murder? And you think an NDA is going to stop anybody with a conscience from talking about it? Like, I signed an NDA. I got a minimum wage gig yesterday. I just pretended to cry, and I ran out of a classroom with my hands on my head. Yeah, they murdered 30 kids, but I can't talk about it because I signed this piece of paper. Like, no, NDAs don't explain that whatsoever. The bloody guardrail explains it. They're not really killing people. Ryler05, good one. Sam Hyde, funny guy, comedian, but he outed him as an intelligent asset. He said, I am Charlie Kirk. You are Charlie Kirk. And your sister's the girl that got killed on the subway. I'm like, no, that's not my sister. And I'm not Charlie Kirk. I thought that was kind of a, well, see, thing is, when he said this, Alex Jones shared it. And he said, this is like the best thing ever. Everyone should watch this video. where it's just, I am Charlie Kirk. Then I saw some female influencer, and she says, I'm Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, no, aren't you Irna Zaruski, the girl on the subway? And I'm Charlie Kirk. Like, how can you be Charlie Kirk? Personally, I told her I identify as Corey Comfortor, the fireman who was killed in Butler. You know, since we're all identifying as fake dead people. But yeah, Sam Hyde, poor judgment. Maybe he doesn't know the difference. There's no excuse. I don't think there's any excuse at this point. If Sam Hyde believes that Charlie Kirk is dead, he's stuck in Trutherville. Not that I care. I don't hold these people to higher standards. I just think we need to know, who we can listen to, who's credible and who's not when it comes to world stage events, and clearly he is not. Another comedian also had a take that I found to be kind of analogous to this, and that was Owen Benjamin. He said that he thinks it came out, that the whole event, he said, the event happened as the way the mainstream media reported it. And he also said that social media is dangerous and we need digital IDs. So Owen Benjamin not only believes that Charlie Kirk is dead, but he believes that because of it, we need to regulate social media because the shooter was radicalized on Discord. So you're telling me that the most banned comedian on earth is now behind censoring social media? Like he would be specifically censored for his content because a lot of his content goes into woke right ideology, which has actually fed all of the right-wing shooters. So when I see these comedians running with the PSYOP as though it's real to use its agendas, I'm just like, okay, 2 more of these PSYOP operative plants. Comedians are very useful for this stuff. They can say things with plausible deniability. I was just kidding. They can test things, and they can also take serious topics and make them into jokes, make them unserious, which is also part of the program here. They don't want people to take this seriously. They want some comedian to make a butt face and talk about simulations and how none of this makes sense. They want the tinfoil hat stereotype to be actualized in anybody looking in this direction. And I'm not a tinfoil hatter. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe in chemtrails. All right, let's see here. Anime Gematria says, I am not Charlie Kirk. Nobody is, because that was a character. Yeah, I had this idea. It's probably going to happen. I have some predictions about Halloween costumes this year. Like, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a bunch of Wednesday Addams walking around. But I think there's going to be a Charlie Kirk. Like, I think there's going to be some squibs this Halloween. Because the anti-Charlie Kirk people are just morbid. And the fact is, we know he's not dead, so I don't care. But they think he's dead. And thinking that he's dead, they're totally ghoulish about this. So I'm expecting there to be some Charlie Kirk costumes with possible, squibs. I'm hoping that's the case. Because the word squib needs to go viral. If I could make anything go viral right now, it would be auto hoaxers and squibs. The second the alternative media, anybody with a big platform, has to utter the word squib, it opens a can of worms. The second, because they legitimize the concept. They don't even want to acknowledge it. See, there's a difference between censored and unacknowledged. Alex Jones is censored. But on the world stage, censored means you're highly promoted. Nobody can avoid you. You're highly promoted because you're, quote, censored. And that just means you're censored by the mainstream. But you're not censored by the alternative media, which is an equal side, an equal part of the world stage. Alt and mainstream, it's a schism. It's not like mainstream, like alternative is small. No, Alex Jones is a big voice. So no, he's not really censored. It's all performative. But there's a difference between that kind of censorship, faux censorship, and non-acknowledgement. So the mainstream and the alternative both ignore, they do not even acknowledge the off-world stage perspective. So we're not even censored. We just don't even exist in their fictional universe. But that's fine, because now that our raft is merging, we're arriving on the world stage, now we're confronting it. And this is why we're building lists. The MSM minus is confronting MSM plus. We're listing names, we're building a database of possible shills, agents, and people, if you want to give them, plausible deniability, people who are still fooled. We'll just say people with outdated operating systems. So we've got these groups of people that we're listing, and we need to pull the plug on them. As in, if you're paying subscription fees to Tim Pool or Owen Schroyer, you need to unplug that and plug it into somebody on the off-world stage. And off-world stagers are going to be those that we also provide on the list. These are the content creators who got the Charlie Kirk thing right. IPS, fakeologists, and a lot of Twitter accounts that I can list. So anybody who got the Charlie Kirk thing right deserve your support and your attention, as in your comments, your thinking, your research. But anybody who's still on the other side of it, no, we need to unplug. Now we're just studying them. Now it's all just opposition research. I don't want to pay for anybody's crack rocks. I don't want to pay for any red pills. I'm not going to enable any addicts. If you're a red pill addict, you have to understand that every one of those red pills is actually toxic. And beneath it all, it's actually black. It's black, then it's blue, then it's green, then it's red. Tucker got kicked off Fox to guardrail the alternative news. Absolutely. And Candace Owens, she got kicked off the Ben Shapiro's outfit. So she went from the pro-Israel, and Ben Shapiro is very overt in his support for Israel. It's over the top on purpose, because they want this schism to be very clear, that you have the so-called neocon, the pro-Israel, and then you have the fringe, the woke right. So Candace Owens and Tucker are on the woke right side. This is why Tucker Carlson claims he was attacked by an alien in his bed that left long scars down his back. It was an alien. Well, a demon. But he said that demons... No, he said it was a demon in bed, but that his friends at the Pentagon told him that aliens are demons. So he was attacked in his bed by an alien. But the reason why they do this is that, and I said this before, aliens are angels for the atheists, for the progressives, for the new paradigm. But the traditionals still believe in angels and demons. So to the traditional religious types, the woke right in particular, but just the right in general, aliens are demons. Aliens are a government scam. Aliens are the bad guys. But to the left, aliens are the good guys. You'll notice that to the left, illegal aliens are also the good guys. And to the right, illegal aliens are the bad guys. And I noticed this with Tucker, where he's talking about extraterrestrials. They're dark, they're demonic, they're from far away. And then he's like, illegal aliens are coming from far away, from sub-Saharan Africa. And so I'm like, wait a minute here. Is he talking about extraterrestrial or terrestrials? Like, he conflates the two by design, because the xenophobia psyop is encoded into, it's baked into the right-wing infrastructure. One of them is pro-alien, extraterrestrial, and earthly, and the others are anti. But Tucker has all of these positions, if you check the boxes, as though he was given a script. And it is a script. You are going to represent the right side of the political horseshoe to the right of the neocons. And that your position is going to be that this group killed Charlie. Couldn't have. So anyway, as we can see here, these are all manufactured characters. And you're right, Tucker was a plant. Candace Owens is a plant. Ryler05 says, Quasimodo predicted all of this. Quasimodo, are you referring to... I don't know who you're talking about. I know Quasi-Luminous, but he changed his name to Satan and he disappeared. That was the blood over intent guy. If you didn't know about the blood cult, that was pretty big in the flat earth groups. That was Quasi-Luminous. Then you have quantum of consciousness. Is that who you're talking about? I don't know Quasimodo. So no, Tucker didn't really get kicked off. And Tucker thinks his listeners are dumb. I mean, imagine he actually went out there on a documentary and he said he was attacked by a demon in his bed and it left scars on his back. Show us your scars. If I got attacked by a chupacabra, I would show you my scars. He got attacked by a demon in his bed, and it's just me and my 4 big dogs and my wife in bed, and the demon attacked me. It's like, okay, I don't know, 4 big dogs. I'm assuming that they have claws. Maybe you rolled on top of one of them. Like why reach for? I was attacked by a demon. Oh, okay. Quasimodo from Sopranos. You know, The Sopranos season 1, episode 12. Tony Soprano is carrying a cup of orange juice, and there's an attempt on his life. And the bullet goes, I think it shoots the cup, and then it also grazes his ear. So at the end of the first season, Tony Soprano is wearing a big bandage on his ear, kind of like the big bandage on Trump's ear. And if you remember, some of the characterization that goes into Trump was the mob boss, like a mafia don. Donald Trump is a very layered character, and Musk is too. You know, when you look at these characters, you have to look at what fictional characters lend substance to them. Like, who are they building these associations with as they're building these characters? I mean, it's pretty easy. He's Willy Wonka combined with Werner von Braun. Throw in some Tony Stark and some Henry Ford, some Jack Parsons, and then shake it all up. Donald Trump is an amalgamation of Biff Tannen, I guess Senator McLaughlin from Machete, certainly King Koopa. Also, I think the name is Charlie Coker in A Man in Full, based on a Tom Wolfe novel that they repurposed for Netflix about Trump. But anyway, these characters permeate the closed informational system, these archetypes, these characters, and they step into these roles. I mean, it's quite remarkable. But yeah, they're all like Frankenstein creations, like a bunch of parts sewn together. Exactly, LG. He said he was attacked by a demon because he's going for Christian nationalism. And also, he went against aliens, alien invaders, for the same reason. Because they want to maintain the idea that aliens are, in fact, demons. So the left loves the demons. It all makes... He even said the Democrats have made deals with the aliens, which is to say, of course, the demons. And then when it comes to the nationalism thing, you got illegal aliens and then build the wall to protect the nation from the alien invasion, the illegal alien invasion. Well, Trump is also known for what? Space Force, to protect us against aliens. And interestingly, in the 1958 episode Trackdown, End of the World, the Trump character who's run out of town, who's arrested, he convinces the people in the village they need to be protected from a cosmic threat. So it even foreshadows building the wall and Space Force. But the fact that the far right, or the right in general, is behind Space Force and the wall, and they're also on the side of the anti-vax, is all by design, because it's about having impenetrable barriers against the government, against invasion. So they against the aliens is the wall. The vax represents an invasion of their bloodstream. So the skin, they want their skin intact, and they want their Space Force to protect the Earth itself and the atmosphere against anything coming in. So it's all about borders. But then if you look at the left side, they're like open borders, beam us up aliens, and vax us please. Our skin is porous. So one side is porous, one side is closed. And you go down the line, and you'll find that there's actually an architecture here, and it's very consistent. So their opinions are very predictable. And I'm even saying here that the fear of aliens is actually, I think, part of getting people into the state of fearing the other in such a way that it can be translated to other aliens, earthly aliens. It's always about the threat with them, and it's about quarantine. The quarantine narrative is pretty intriguing here when you get into how the left wants to quarantine against the right because they're super spreaders, because they reject the mainstream solutions. They reject salvation, which is the injectable Eucharist. So the left wants to quarantine against the right, not only because they carry viruses, because they're anti-vax, but because they carry misinformation, i.e. mind viruses. So they're in favor of the censorship of the right to protect our health. So the left wants quarantine from the right for these reasons. The right wants quarantine against the left because not mind viruses, but because of this moral panic epidemic is what I call it, the satanic panic, against essentially the same thing. The virus is sort of a construct analogous to sin. The left doesn't believe in sin. The right wants to quarantine against those influences. So they're aiming for more of a spiritual immunity. The left doesn't believe in church or God. I mean, the godless progressive worldview is what they're standing against. So anyway, it's a perfect split. But each side sees the other side as unsaved and their own side as saved. It's mutual quarantine. And you find this dialectic is consistent throughout the entire program, like urban and suburban. The right wing's always like, get out of the cities, be afraid of the subways. They were chanting, get out. And they would share videos of violence on subways. The subway scene with the girl getting killed is so frightening to the right because they've been conditioned to see this as the subway represents the underclass, a violent uprising that could occur if they should rise up. The subway is a very potent symbol. That's why it was used in Batman and in Joker, where the Joker in the subway is picked on by some rich guys, and he's a poor victim of society. The society's made him into the clown that he is. And so he gets back and he shoots the rich guys and he becomes a hero, starts a revolution. So that's like revolutionary Marxism, the underclass, the subway. And then in Batman, it starts off in a subway and he's beating up the clowns. So Batman is kind of coded for the right and a fascist uprising or fascist takeover, whereas Joker is coded for the left and a left-wing uprising, which is why it makes sense the Joker movie ends 2019 with the Jokers, all these people wearing the Joker mask, the masked mobs rising up. And then what happened the following summer? But this, again, this Batman thing, the movies, they all track with the world stage consistently. And it's just interesting to see how the symbolism works because the subway was the scene of Daniel Penny strangling Jordan Neely. And there's a lot we could go into with that particular event. But Daniel Penny was seen as a vigilante to the right because, of course, the right wing sees the subway as threatening, represents the poor communist uprising, and they saw him as a hero. That's why Kid Rock donated a bunch of money, MTG. They made Daniel Penny into a hero. So he's a hero to the right, villain to the left. Then this ties in to Luigi Mangione, who shoots a CEO. The left praises that. They see him as a hero, as a vigilante for their side in the class war. And the right sees him as a murderer. And so it's not a coincidence that Luigi Mangione goes into jail as Daniel Penny's released. They're creating outrage on the left. And they're showing this juxtaposition of one side's vigilante is the other side's villain. But that took place in the subway. So we're talking about the symbol of the subways in these scenarios where the right was saying for months and months leading up to the Jordan Neely thing, stay out of the subways, get out of the cities. Well, it turns out there's a Jordan Peele movie called Get Out. And so I thought there's got to be a connection here because get out has been a refrain among the right, get out of the cities, like quarantine against the left. Well, it turns out, interestingly enough, the movie Get Out has a Daniel Penny-like character who strangles a black character, and a lacrosse player like Daniel Penny is a lacrosse player. That's why I would argue, and I think Synchromorpheus really called this one out, that the Jordan Neely subway psyop was directed by Don Peele. There's every indication that he is the scripter involved in that particular psyop event. Okay, we're almost up here, almost at our 3-hour mark. I am going to continue to put these into the podcast feeds. And I am going to resume the 24-hour stream so it won't repeat anymore. So I appreciate all of your constructive feedback. I do take that into account, and I do implement the changes that you suggest. Trading cards, I know these have been delayed. It's been a few weeks. I hit a big bump, but those are still in production. Everything is still going according to plan. The book's doing great. By the way, I want to say thanks to all of you who ordered the book. The book is called Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed, A Skeptic's Guide to the Theater of Psywar. Released on 9/12, just in time for the CK PSYOP, 311 pages. It represents a collection of the thinking that has emerged out of our think tank, our thought process when it comes to how we consume media, the PSYOP entertainment complex, the meta script, the world stage, all this content that we've produced here out of this think tank had to be consolidated in case like swibbed. And we want to have all the ideas on page. I sleep better now knowing the book's out there. It's like a logic bomb. Like it's going to go off at some point, with or without me, with or without us. These ideas are taking root. The fact that we see people even entertaining the idea that Kirk's not dead, you realize that would have been unthinkable just a few years ago at the scale that it's at now. And now that the Snake Eyes stuff has been so highlighted, it gives us an opportunity to directly interface with the people confronting this stuff and answering their questions. I've been going through that Erica Kirk video where anytime I see somebody say, we're in the Matrix, how does this work? I send them links to my blog. I'm like, yeah, you're just looking at long-term scripted history bending. This event was written decades ago. It was performed on the news, but it's a simulation, and this is how we know. And I'm using this as an opportunity to push people over the edge. There's a lot of people who are like 90% of the way to the off-world stage. They've already gone over the bloody garden, but now they're confronting the program itself. That's the meta script. When you can see the program, then you can reach what I consider to be deprogrammed. You're not deprogrammed, you're not off world stage until you can see the world stage and the program that is like when you go to a theater, you get a program. The program is the engineered history that we're living through, that they make in front of us, that we co-create by our blind acceptance of it. Dark Ghost Wind says, do you know about the movie Him, which is produced by Jordan Peele's group Monkey Paw? There's another reason to watch it. I haven't seen it yet, but I want to see it. There's this horrific football injury, Tyreek Hill, and it caught my attention because Tyreek Hill was roughly treated by the police at a stop on the way to a game days after Rebel Ridge, which opens up with a black protagonist beaten up by the cops and robbed, and the cops are all like Klansmen, and he has to take revenge. And when people saw Tyreek Hill's treatment, it was compared to the Netflix release that just came out. Like again, standard approach here. Popular show, let me watch it, Rebel Ridge, and let me see what happens. And there you go on the world stage, Tyreek Hill. Well, Tyreek Hill just had his leg destroyed the other night. And it got me thinking about the movie Him for a few reasons. So I need to watch the movie because I know it has to do with football but the behind the scenes stuff. Because remember Damar Hamlin and all that weirdness with the 33s and the kneeling. Well, after Tyreek Hill was injured, it was reported that both teams kneeled and prayed for his knee, I guess. But there's some deeper significance to the kneeling as it pertains to football. If you go back to 2016, Colin Kaepernick kneeling during the national anthem. So Kaepernick is associated with the 1619 thing. Trump is the reason he got fired. Trump, 1776. The kneeling was then picked up by Derek Chauvin, who thought it would be a neat idea. And then BLM picked it up. So the kneeling always had some significance to this particular psyop. And for Colin Kaepernick to be the quarterback during Super Bowl 47 adds a little more to this, because that was the Super Bowl where it went dark for 33 minutes. And Super Bowl 47, I said at the time, leading up to this, that this is going to shadow the 47th presidency right now. So I always saw this one, this presidency, 47, this term, as relating to this blackout. And again, blackout, 42, BLM, it's all encoded into this. So I'm looking forward to the next plot twists on the world stage, and 2 dates to look forward to. 10-9, 10-9, Nashville 911. 10-14, Charlie Kirk's Day, but also the left is going to celebrate it as George Floyd's Day. Engineered conflict. What's up, Frank Castle? King Ravana says, can't wait for my cards. The book is great. Yeah, I can't wait to get them back out. It was on a good run, but I'm not blaming Amazon. I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. However, there were some irregularities when I placed my order for the books. That I ordered them on a Friday. They didn't process my order till Tuesday after they processed the order for my ads, which they've never done it like this before. And it just seemed kind of strange because it was just enough to block the book order and create a big mess. So no big deal. We'll have it fixed here soon. Rilo05 says title injury looked AI to me. There's some reasons why I think that's worth looking at, but I don't know the mechanism of fakery if fakeable. So we have to ask the question, is it fakeable? Well, everything is kayfabeable to an extent. It is, but I don't know. I'm just saying I'm looking into it. Big Enchilada says Tom Petty was at the 42nd Super Bowl Stadium in Phoenix. Seven says take one knee for Charlie Kirk and the other for George Floyd. What's funny is when Floyd died, the right mocked his death. They did the George Floyd challenge. And then Charlie Kirk dies, and anybody mocking it gets insta-canceled. Like, they're all canceled. Like, oh, we can censor you if you talk about Charlie Kirk bad. In fact, there's a story, it might be fake, might be real. Some teenager was mad at these girls for mocking Charlie Kirk's death, and he ran them over and killed them. So there is a story about somebody killing in the name of Charlie Kirk, and he killed 2 girls. It could be real. And this is why, even though I say that this could be a benevolent dictatorship, they're using mind war because we're in need of this structure, the media still does gin up a lot of chaos. I mean, it's undeniable. There are real facts. So that wouldn't shock me if it was real, but it could be fake. I mean, I don't know yet. But this Floyd Kirk thing, it's so engineered, the birth date. So that's why I'm looking at that date in particular. "777 says the so-called leftists love their soulless talk show host named Jimmy. Yeah, I just see these characters as 2 minutes of hate. Sometimes they're funny or their writers are funny, but I think their job is to basically communicate what is funny, what's mockable, what's to be taken seriously. But it's always highlighting like 2 minutes of hate, like from 1984. But I remember I was watching an episode, it was Bill Maher, and he was heckled by somebody in the audience. And the person he heckled had a MAGA hat. And he said, he said, security, it's got a MAGA hat, you might want to search for guns. And everybody laughed. The next day was the day that Nick Crusius shot up the Walmart in El Paso. And they said it was because of Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric. Again, Patrick Crusius, you may remember that was the same weekend as the Ned Peppers in Ohio, another mass shooting where all the shoes were in the street. And then you had this garlic festival in California, another shooting. And weirdly enough, the shooter in Ohio, the shooter at the garlic festival, and the El Paso shooter all look the same, if you haven't compared those three. Thanks for posting the link, Copaesthetic. There's a link in the chat if you want to pick up Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed. It's only available in print. It has to be in print. I have to emphasize, I don't want to make it digital because this coming blackout that is being foreshadowed, leave the world behind, everything that's foreshadowing it, this is quite a lot. But the bottom line of it is I don't think that they're going to black out the infrastructure to where we're able to snap out of our media trances and start making friends and touching grass and talking to each other. I don't think they can let us go. That would be cutting our leash. I think the blackout refers to the internet equivalent of the COVID-19 lockdowns, Disease X. And I called it, when Musk bought Twitter and called it X, I correlated this with the WHO talking about Disease X being the big one that shuts us down. Well, if you really understand what the C-19 was about, it was about censorship. Not really censorship in our sense, but it was about controlling narratives, controlling the flow of, quote, mind viruses, controlling ideas, information control, worldview warfare. But they scaled it up, and this was a global event that synchronized everybody. So when the WHO was talking about the next big one, Disease X, this hypothetical, it's a placeholder name, I said, no, this is referring to mind viruses. The next lockdown isn't going to be for a physical virus that you catch a bowl of underheated bat soup. But no, this is going to be a mind virus that is going to be used as the justification for tamping down on free speech. And if you got the most banned comedian on earth suggesting that we need to have an ID to go on social media, then you can kind of see where this is going. He's telling his subscribers, hey, social media is great, but you got to have a license. Can't have free speech. It's dangerous. People like me might be heard. Like, I mean, how counter is that to his own interests for him to suggest censorship when he is a banned comedian? I mean, it's insane. And again, he's performatively banned. It's a role he's playing. I mean, prove me wrong, change my mind. I am pretty certain that I'm right about this, though. They're too lockstep in their opinions. These influencers who have the same opinions at the same time are taking orders. Like they're all the alt-right MAGA band types on the same day are like, yeah, the age of consent's too high. Or yeah, I don't like people from this place. Like they're always uniform in their opinions. So these aren't real opinions. They're not really investigating. They are essentially pre-masticating propaganda to spit into the mouth like mama bird, into the baby birds' mouths, just basically stuffing it into the beaks of their subscribers who are just passively consuming what they're fed. That is what they are. They're propagandists. Remerick says, John Bonet, the killer list, has popped up on my Roku channel. Yeah, everyone's saying that Erica Kirk is John Bonet Ramsey. I don't know. I thought Kate Perry was John Bonet Ramsey. I was already attached to that one. Exactly, Dark Ghost. When Discord is a place for super spreaders. Now, if you think about super spreaders and contact tracing, you can relate this back to post 9/11 radical mosques. So the radical Discord is the new radical mosque where radical verses are inspiring terrorists. So they need to trace their paths and how they got radicalized to this. So it's always contact tracing the mind viruses that made them terrorists and where they caught it from. Who was the mind virus super spreader? You see some of my images of the penguin with the burning head. That's a reference to Hot Skulls, which is a series, I think it was made in Turkey, and it's about a world that's quarantined because of mind viruses. And the government mandates earplugs because if somebody has the mind viruses, you can catch them. So you're forced to wear earplugs. So it's obviously drawing a connection to the mask, which I said is a symbol of censorship. But the earplug thing is pretty funny because those who don't wear the earplugs, they walk into a store and they're talking and everybody runs because they don't want to catch the mind viruses. And the people who are, and the main character is listening to what these people are saying. He takes off his earplugs. He records it and he listens to it all night. And he's being spied on by the government because they can't figure out how is this guy able to take in all this jabbering, is what they called it, which I think is a reference to the jabs. But how can he take in all this content and not go crazy? Because people are going crazy from it. He didn't lose his mind, but able to detect people who carry mind viruses with these like infrared, like their skulls are literally hot, like feverishly hot, like on fire. So the hot skull means that the mind is full of this dangerous misinformation, full of mind viruses, you could say. And if you also follow the logic here, the idea of the asymptomatic super spreader meant that the healthy person is the greatest threat because they can spread it to the immune system compromised. Similarly, they're going to make the argument, they already have, that the healthy mind virus super spreaders are the threats, the content creators, influencers like influencers, mind flu. We are the threat because we are not getting sick from the mind viruses. We're hot skulls. And yet, who are we a danger to? Society, because the mentally ill, those with weak mental immune systems, can catch our mind viruses and then they go do bad things. So they've made this, they've trained us, they've conditioned us, they've made this the narrative that it is the healthy super spreaders of physical and mind viruses who need to be censored, who need to be locked down, because society is threatened by those with compromised immune systems, physical and mental. But again, the public has been trained to consume media uncritically when it comes to authoritative sources, especially with these big events. They have been given maids by the government, mind aids. All right, this has been great. I want to say thanks to all those who have supported the channel. Also the comments, the research. It's really top notch. I recommend going to my blog if you haven't and just catch up on this Erica Kirk thing. The long and short of it is Heads of State came out this year and it's got Vice President Elizabeth Kirk. So that's a connection because everybody around that circle were saying Erica Kirk should be vice president under J.D. Vance in 2028. So Vice President Erica Kirk has already been floated. VP Kirk. Now there's a movie out with a female vice president named Kirk. It's like, okay, that's a connection. But the connection goes deeper because the actress who plays Vice President Kirk is the same actress who was wearing the blonde wig next to Charlie Kirkland, Snake Eyes, when he gets assassinated. And she is inextricably tied into the conspiracy to kill him. Now, I thought the movie was terrible. I admit I couldn't finish it, so I don't know the full story. But the same actress who plays Vice President Kirk in a present time movie is in Snake Eyes next to Charlie Kirkland when he dies. And the implications of Erica Kirk's involvement with the assassination, as with Tempest, this widow story, completely comports with this. So anyway, that is another, I guess, problem for those who want to think that Charlie Kirk is dead. It's another hoax indicator, another problem for those who want to dismiss or minimize the significance of predictive programming, because this would constitute concurrent programming connecting to predictive programming from 27 years prior by using the same actress and then matching up the names again. Like, do you realize how improbable this is to be a sheer coincidence? This is beyond selectivity bias. This is not cherry picking. This isn't Texas sharpshooter fallacy. No, this is objective evidence. This is actually proof positive of long-term media manipulation. Yeah, LG, you're right about that. Erica Kirk's mom working for Homeland Security, her dad. Yeah, it's all. Then her background as a pageant model, connected with Trump, and then Charlie Kirk's dad being an architect for Trump Tower. So everything about it says arranged marriage, scripted lives, totally fake. Charlie Kirk's alive, hanging out with George Floyd, and they're going to be drinking Coronas while the people riot in the streets over whose birthday we should be celebrating. All right, have a great evening. We'll continue this conversation in the Discord server. If you want a link to Discord, get on this letter, because when I upload this...
October 11th, 2025, kind of part two. Earlier today, we got buffered. I don't know what the cause of it was, but it was about 42 minutes in. And I don't think we had talked about everything, although we might have. So consulting my notes. And I guess we'll give people time to show up. I didn't send out a live notification. I'm actually pausing here because New Mexicans can't drive in the rain. When it gets really bad, I'll pause somewhere and let the bad drivers get off the road. But we were talking about this 33rd episode of Thought Crimes, where Charlie Kirk is describing how he is in favor of live televised executions. And then a guy named Tyler fills him in. Oh, the last execution in France by guillotine was actually September 10th, 1977. So you got a guy named Tyler referencing September the 10th and an execution involving obviously an injury to the neck, blood gushing out of the neck stump. But what we have here with this is a participant in a PSYOP participating in what would be described as predictive content or programming for the future event. So it's all entirely the same exact code. Again, I don't get into translating numerology or any of that stuff, but the patterns are what they are. And at this point, and that's why I think this is such a strong piece of evidence here for what we're describing, is at this point, the pattern is undeniable. You would be a reality denialist to not include this in your assessment of media. And if you're not there yet, you're probably overreacting. You know, people still think it's controversial to say that Charlie Kirk's still alive. But if that's not your starting point, your outmoded method for processing the news media has got you stuck in a box. Because that's what it is. I think I brought this up earlier. Not noticing the systemic media manipulation is like not noticing lies. Like lies throughout your life. Like, no, we're an inherently dishonest species. I mean, we're a bunch of liars. Not intentionally for everybody, but yeah, lying is a huge part of it. It's about collective agreement and different worldviews and perspectives, all trying to get on the same sheet. And like everything else in this world, it's kind of might makes right. And the dominant paradigm has been established by those with all the power. It's a monopoly. What's up, John Junders? Plain Decoded. Let's go. So if you didn't catch it, that last bit, again, it's episode 33 of a podcast with Charlie Kirk. So you combine that with Erica Kirk and Emerson Drive, and these movies are incredible. These movies that are connecting themes, names of characters, and even the actress involved across two of these films. And a lot of the scenes overlap. And it all overlaps with Charlie and Erica Kirk. And, you know, the idea that this was all cherry-picked or selectivity bias, yeah, that explanation no longer suffices. That's not something you could accuse us of. You could not recreate this. It wouldn't happen on the random. What it does is it reveals the intentionality here. Long-term planned event. Further reason to doubt that Charlie's actually dead. But it explains quite a lot about people like, you know, the Candace Owenses out there. Or now, you know, a big thing right now I've noticed is engagement bait. The what do you see crowd is out there. So you got these massive channels, millions of followers that just talk about chemtrails all day. Well, now they're out there and they'll show a clip of the Charlie Kirk thing. And they'll say, what do you see? And they're just getting a bunch of clicks. And people are like describing what they see, what are you trying to say? Well, they do that to get engagement. So now it's basically engagement snuff. Because they think this is real. They think it's a real killing. So you got these people with big channels like, okay, I'm watching a man get murdered. Let me take a clip of it and try to get some of that X money. Some of that X monetization. These engagement farmers are the worst. Plain Dakota says it's all done by Tucker's demon. Yeah, maybe Tucker's demon ripped a hole out of his neck. You know, Synchro Morpheus put together a great video. He watched Heads of State. And the actress who plays the blonde girl who is next to Charlie Kirkland when he dies, she be Vice President Kirk. And in that series, she gets shot in the neck and falls just like Charlie. Well, there's a third one. In The Tempest, the widow who represents Erica Kirk at the very opening scene gets shot in the neck and falls over. But it's part of a dream sequence where she's dreaming of being her husband. But the widow's dream has her getting shot in the neck. So you have these overlaps between these films encompassing 27 years. It's from one to the other with the music video right there in the middle. And then the event itself. But the pattern is what we've picked up on and what the pattern actually reveals. What are the implications here? And this is the big pill to swallow. This is what people are going to have to confront because this is the paradigm shift. The historically significant world-changing events are all staged and planned long in advance. And I know I'm saying all, it's a generalization, but yeah, let me know which one wasn't. Let me know what major transformative event that the media focused on and hyped wasn't a total contrivance. Like, good luck. I think the thinking in Trutherville has been very limited to the now. Like, okay, this PSYOP's played out, let's talk about the next one. And they're always after the next one, the next one. A couple of weeks ago, someone's like, I got Charlie Kirk fatigue. I'm like, no, we're just getting started. This is a generational PSYOP, and it's designed to create this new nationalism on one side, but also a new generation of conspiracy theorists. What the JFK thing did. They created alt media. The alt media is a deliberate creation of the power elite that have the dominant paradigm on lockdown. So you've got the mainstream and the alternative coming from the same source. But this has been very educational because now it's very clear that the oldest instance of predictive programming for an event is a good indicator of how long in advance it was planned. Somebody just messaged me, and I got to look this up. Some movie from 1951 about a guy named John Kennedy trying to stop the assassination of Lincoln. And I think his girlfriend's name is Ruby D. But like Jack Ruby, Lincoln, Kennedy. This was 12 years before. And we've already discussed Manchurian Candidate and this whole creation of the mind-controlled shooter directed by John Frankenheimer, who was there at the White House, who drove RFK to his death at the Ambassador Hotel by a mind-controlled assassin. I mean, we've noticed this, that every PSYOP is essentially a scene in our history books that they're going to execute on the world stage. And they employ the best writers and directors. They get every one of these areas of media, all these propaganda conduits involved. And they foreshadow it. And the more time they have, it seems the more nuance they can put into it. Synchro Morpheus had noticed this baseball player, initials CK. There's the date behind him, 710. And I don't know if he got hit in the ear or something like that. There was something with this guy. But, you know, it was like, what explains this? You know, because people are like, man could not have done this. Well, no, if you're looking at this from the proper perspective, that if it's planned decades in advance, you've got the big story, broad strokes. As you get closer to the day, you can get increasingly nuanced. And what we're talking about here are examples of product placement for the incoming PSYOP. And what does this do? Why would they saturate the media environment with these numbers and these motifs? Well, it all goes into your frame of reference, which they act upon later. A good example of this is look up the movie Focus with Will Smith. Look up Focus, Will Smith, and the number 55. What they do is they're trying to influence a gambler to bet on player 55. And the way they do it is the entire day, they put the number in his frame of reference in multiple modalities. So he sees it, he hears it. I think he's from China or something, but they play in the background Sympathy for the Devil, where in the background, the woo-woo background chant is actually 55, 55. So they're showing how they create this echo chamber around this guy where everywhere he goes, there's 55 of this, the number 5 here, the number 5 there. Well, he's not consciously recognizing any of it. He processes none of it. But that doesn't matter. Propaganda isn't asking for you to notice it. It just has to saturate your frame of reference, and then it can be tapped into. It's like the misinformation effect, where they get you to recall memories and they throw in some confusion, they add on to your memories, they can manipulate your memories with the misinformation effect. You know, the Mandela effect is the application. Some say malicious. I would say malicious. It's the application of the misinformation effect. Gaslighting, mind effery, altering memories, so that the Mandela effect people, they're not liars. They believe it. But that's because their memories have been toyed with. So in Focus, what you see is an example of somebody who's hit with targeted messaging to influence his opinions or his choices. And then when it comes time to choose which player he's going to bet on, he chooses number 55. It's a great sequence, but I think it's kind of a tell. It's kind of a big reveal. Like, this explains why you've got the big story, the names, the major facets of the story, but then you throw in all kinds of other stuff, random stuff, everywhere and anywhere. And that's why I was looking at podcasts. Charlie Sheen, Joe Rogan talking about JFK, Charlie talking about getting sniped, Joe Rogan says nice shot, and then they find out about Charlie Sheen. Very consistent pattern here. So the fact that Thought Crimes episode 33 would have a reference from a guy named Tyler to a televised execution on September 10th, like, yeah, that's typical. Kenley, thank you for joining. Here's your blue wrench. Andrea says, hired agitators, radicalizers, inserted into the people going like, yeah, you know what? That's another thing too. They use so many shills to build up the peer pressure. They manufacture a consensus. Okay, so there's been a few videos that have come up in the last couple of days that I'm going to have to put into a separate upload, where there's one individual who's smirking or something. He's kind of shady looking, but they're recording this guy, and in the background you see two of the witnesses, who later, one of the witnesses is talking, and I think they interrupt him. But you hear what appears to be witnesses rehearsing their response. As in, okay, 1, 2, 3, and then I saw him get shot, and he fell over, and there's lots of blood. So you have this clear example of what appears to be somebody rehearsing their lines. And we've seen this before. You know, David Hogg, shout out to David Hogg, rehearsing his lines on camera. And there's the guy who asked the final question, and the question itself was somewhat ironic, about mass shootings and gun violence, then he gets shot. Well, the guy asking the question was interviewed later. And I just thought, the fact that they put him on TV as a witness to a murder, a traumatic event, he's probably an actor. Like, I really thought that guy has to, if it's a psyop, he's got to be involved in it. Well, someone found a video of this guy minutes before the shooting, and he's putting his hands on his head, he's shaking his head, and he's like, no, and he's like crying. Like, basically, crisis acting rehearsals before the shooting. We have two examples of it. Examples of people rehearsing their lines, an example of somebody reacting in advance. Andrea says, Nathan For You is a docu-reality comedy series where he studies people and causes them to make choices for gags. It's binge-worthy due to the psychological tricks he plays. Yeah, absolutely. And to the point that was brought up also about bringing other people into it, There's a show called Space. It's called Space Cadets. It was a 10-episode series where a group of people thought they were going to space. And for 10 episodes, they think they're in low Earth orbit. But at the end of the final episode, the walls come down and these wannabe astronauts start bawling because they thought they were in space. Well, people ask, well, how? There's no way they wouldn't have seen through this. They're just acting, it's reality TV. Well, no, the way it worked was only 5 of the people were wannabe astronauts. The other 5 were actors. And the actors kept the wannabes from talking to each other and putting 2 and 2 together. In other words, they stopped the conspiracy theories from happening. We don't want a group of skeptics to get together and form an alternative theory and say, hey, maybe we're not really in space. So to prevent that, they use actors to guardrail the conversation. Isn't that exactly what we see in Trutherville? They maintain the illusion by saturating the field with a bunch of agents and provocateurs. You try to have an opinion on the Charlie Kirk thing, no matter who's correct here. I mean, the fact of it is the only voices you're going to hear are the ones that are platformed, the multimillionaires, the big channels. And it's not a meritocracy. It's not that Candace Owens or any of these characters are just better researchers and we're following them because they're journalists, because they're not. Because everything that they've pointed out so far has been along the exact same predictable routes. But it's a closed system, and they don't want output outside of their system because the outside content, outside perspective includes, it might be fake, he might be alive. So it's just so what you can know from here going on, based on the hoax indicators and the evidence of fakery that we have thus far, anybody operating on the premise that Kirk is dead is lagging behind. Like, their opinions are irrelevant. I mean, we don't take the opinions of people who think any of these events are real very serious. Mainstreamers, I'm like, let me talk to my mainstream friends. Hey, what do you think about this? If they even know about it, it's going to be headline deep. Low information believers. And conspiracy theories these days are really just, it's not that it's low information believers, but it's completely misinformed because their starting point is wrong. And if they can't let go of this idea that he really died, it's because they're stuck behind the bloody guardrail. The bloody guardrail might be the final one. There was false flags. We had to expose the false flag fallacy, that there aren't any false flags. But what gets people with the blood, I think, is emotions. That is the thing that gets them. And the visual special effects are very compelling for some people. But as I've been saying, you got to be a blindfolded skeptic on this thing. The visuals are going to get increasingly difficult to see through. That's a guarantee. I mean, I saw a video of a bear and a badger going through a yard, and a Halloween animatronic jumped up and it scared the bear and the badger, and they jumped up, and the bear runs and he bumps into a truck and gets knocked out cold and falls on his back, and the truck moves. So you have these doorbell cams catching things like the crocodile that try to eat the kid and the mom pulls them in. These things look super realistic. I can't tell. I've been seeing this video of this chihuahua running with a pack of wolves. And I'd like to believe it's real, but it's not. I was like, maybe that explains chupacabras. So now that we know that the magic show is only going to improve, we need to stop sitting in our seats. That's what they're doing. The true believers are not getting out of their seats at the magic show. And like, hey guys, I think it's real because from my perspective, it looks real. Yeah, I know it looks real on what they showed you on TV. It's curated. It's designed to look real. It's a very selective angle and everything. They have an interest in you believing it. Seeing is not believing in 2025 unless you're a brainwashy, mind war casualty. And not to mention the naivety. Like, at this point, it's naive. They used to say, oh, you're crazy because you're a conspiracy theorist. Well, you're naive if you're not at least looking in that direction. Soul 101 says AI videos are terrifying. They're quite literally indistinguishable. And we predicted this a while ago. I saw this coming, but I've also been emphasizing that long before digital deepfakes, the CIA already mastered deepfakes. Like, it's completely within the realm of possibility that there's like half a dozen individuals playing Donald Trump. And it's not about, like, somebody put out a video like Donald Trump's now an AI avatar and nobody cares. Like, well, they might be using that for some content, but how do you fake it in real life? That's what's more important. Yeah, it's easy to fake a screen, but they've been faking stuff in real life for so long that it's a pretty much guarantee that there are celebrities that we all know and love who don't exist. And I'm not saying I believe this, but there was a pretty compelling case to be made that Benicio del Toro does not exist. That it's a mask, a disguise worn by Brad Pitt. So he's playing a role, and then this role gets roles. Now, I'm not saying that's true, but we looked at it closely because there's some similarities there. But it is true that it's within the realm of possibility. Just ask the CIA director of disguise, Jonah Mendez. I think she may have passed, but she was 27 years in that capacity. And her interviews, which came out in 2015, came in the wake of these things being declassified. So as soon as they started declassifying hyper-realistic masks, they moved into the digital stuff as the main focus. And this doesn't just include masks, entire bodies. I went to this event at the state fair here today, and there was a security guard who was wearing the wardrobe of Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. So I'm getting patted down by the god of death. And the guy looks like The Rock, through the costume. And I get closer and I'm like, okay, fake muscles. A fake muscle costume. I actually saw one today. And I'm like, wait a minute here. We were talking about The Rock. He has all these accolades for his new movie, which I haven't seen, but apparently it's really good. But what they certainly claim here is that he lost 60 pounds for a role. And I've been suggesting that to preserve his health long term and to avoid the effects of the types of drugs needed to maintain that incredible size, to not get the pregnant belly and other things that happen with bodybuilders at that stage, I thought, why wouldn't an actor of his caliber simply said, give me a suit? Because if you notice, The Rock from WWE is leaner than the newer Rock in the movies. So I'm suggesting that maybe The Rock's been wearing like muscle jammies since he got into Hollywood. And that's not an extraordinary claim whatsoever. Unless you've personally seen him doing some feat of strength, you really aren't in a position to say it couldn't be done. But interestingly enough, the hype is all about how he lost 60 pounds. Well, Glenn Powell is in this football movie, and he's on the cover of GQ wearing a muscle suit. So did he just lend it to him? Here, you use it. I don't need it. Because now Glenn Powell's got 60 pounds of muscle, and it looks real. We talked about Glenn Powell again because he's in some football movie about some football player who prematurely celebrates a touchdown, misses the goal, and actually loses the game. A disgraceful mistake. Well, that movie just came out. And now this has happened a couple of times in a row, and the NFL is talking about it. Critterfest is here. Welcome, my friends. The show that never ends. Thank you for joining. And no, it doesn't end. One of the first things I realized when I got into this area is that doomsdays are built into almost all of it. It's all eschatology. We're in the end times. Whether it's God or the nuke or climate change, everybody who's plugged into the world stage thinks the world's about to end. A lot of them want it to. They want it to end. The QAnons for years were like, I can't wait to watch all the Democrats get executed by the National Guard on TV. I can't wait to see Hillary Clinton hanged. Like, they were just bloodthirsty, wanting to see their enemies punished. A lot of them do want the world to end. For some time, there was this group that were into the idea of a plasma apocalypse, where we're all going to get sucked up into a hole in the sky. I was like, you guys want this to happen? And then you got the September 23rd rapture crew every year. Every year, they're waiting for the rapture. And every year I ask them, well, let me house sit for you. I'll watch it till you get back. And none of them take me up on it. No soon-to-be raptured, ascended soul ever offers me their material goods before they go. It's like, sorry, you can't take your car to heaven. Unless you're Elon Musk, sending his car to space. Space is the new heaven, if you didn't know. Space is a replacement for heaven. It quite literally is that. It's a science fiction version of an archaic concept. But it's bigger than the other ones, because all the competing versions of heaven from these earthly religions, they all believe in space. They don't recognize that by labeling it science, they really just repackaged something and gave it to them. So it's sort of like the true religion, that even the people who are in it don't even know it. They don't recognize it as a religion. That's the cleverness of it. Like this Charlie Kirk thing. Was this a crime? Was it a murder? Was it an assassination? No. It's a contemporary myth. They created a martyr. It's essentially a religious thing. Soul 101 says, I heard the military is always 20 years ahead in tech, so who knows? AI has been a thing for decades unknowingly. You know, I hear that a bit. I would say that's mostly true with graphics and other things. It's certainly likely. But as far as the AI, it's in the process of becoming educated, and the knowledge base is relatively new. A lot of this content that's just been put online. So I think it's emerging now, but I don't know. Thinking about this makes me wonder. It's like, I'm pretty sure everything we're getting is stultified and slowed down at a minimum. But the thing is, like, take the ISS, for example. The space station is still using Final Cut Pro from like 2004. It's still using crappy green screen. And when they started introducing augmented reality artifacts, they started screwing up big time. And I don't talk about the ISS very often, but the ISS bloopers are legendary. One of my favorite ones is on Earth Day. They have this inflatable globe that they're throwing around, and one of them drops it. And they all reach down for it, but they have like leashed dogs. They got these bungee cords, so they can't actually grab it, and it hits the ground. It's like, I'm sorry, wait a minute here. You dropped a globe on Earth Day on the space station and it hit the ground? How come it didn't just float? Andrea says, Erica Creech, I knew a guy who was a movie extra, and he was in one of the Bruce Willis movies. He said Willis had to stand in a box for most scenes because he was so short. Erica Creech says, who saw Elon Musk being Trump's 100-day jumpstart man? Came out of nowhere. I saw it from The Madness. I watched the #1 show on Netflix, The Madness, and there's a character who's based on Musk who steals the election, who essentially wins it by funding Nazis online to get that vote, to swing it to the extreme on the right. But there's a Musk-esque character. If you didn't see The Madness is about internet content and memes that drives people to political violence, specifically right-wing memes. And the Musk character is accused of stealing the election. And that gets the conspiracy theorist, who perfectly correlates with Laura Loomer, it gets her whacked. Although looking at the playing field now, because based on that movie, you know, you could have said, okay, they're going to go after Nick Fuentes. And there was an assassination attempt, supposedly, if you believe what you saw. You did see Musk heavily attacked by the class warriors, the Team Luigi, burning up the Teslas and all that. You know, one of the guys that was burning or scratching Teslas, vandalizing Teslas, he had a shirt with an American flag with an eagle on it. Same shirt that Tyler Robinson wore to the Utah event. Interesting detail. But the show The Madness preceded Musk and his role in the White House before he and Trump broke up. And even the breakup between Trump and Musk was reflected in Mountainhead. And Mountainhead is about generative AI wreaking chaos on society because people can't tell real from fake. Sort of like how PSYOPs do. But now, instead of just government PSYOPs here and there, everybody can do it. And we've already seen this. We've seen it with Ukraine, with 10/7, people mixing up video game content for war footage. But Mountain Head came out right as Los Angeles started breaking out in riots, and then you had the No Kings protests across the country, thousands of protests. So if you look at that, you're like, wow. And the character's even based on Musk, pretty much 100% openly. The timing of the releases are the big tell. Soul 101 says, Wojak memes radicalized many. People do largely get their information from memes, I think. Like, when I say low information believers, it's basically memes. It's all mimics. Virus of the Mind, Richard Brody, very revealing book. Richard Brody is the guy who wrote the first Word. So if you think about Microsoft Word, and then you think about, Windows, the Microsoft, the computer virus as an analogy for the real virus, it all ties into the mind virus. Because in Virus of the Mind, it's about how words create a mental construct analogous to a virus. And the premise of it, though, is that we can catch ideas, that you don't even have to think about it. You don't have to process it. That you can just catch ideas from your environment and who's around you, and that these ideas can combine into entire belief systems. Now, I don't particularly believe that's true with myself, but it may have been at some point in my life until I became a little more aware. That's why I describe this as mind war inoculation. Because if you're not actively consuming media, then you are a passive receptacle for mind viruses. And Elon Musk is the one who popularized the term again in recent years. He's like, we got to get rid of the woke mind virus. And a lot of people applaud him for defeating the woke mind virus on X. And it's like, yeah, he did. He defeated the woke mind virus on X. But he enabled and facilitated the woke mind virus. Because the virus that they describe as wokeism exists on both sides of the spectrum. Whether it's Groypers or Antifas, Proud Boys or Soy Boys, what's really the difference? Same uniforms. But generative AI is getting increasingly believable. There's now sites you can go where you can prompt a 5-minute video. To me, this is a dream come true. Because I was working on animations. I have a script for Penguinati, and I was like trying to get animators to work with me. I had some. X322 did some tremendous designs that we're still pretty much using for the cyborg penguin. The story's there, but I just don't have Pixar money. And it's fascinating if you compare the budgets. Like, how much money would it cost to do the effect of hair water in 2006? And how long would it take? How many experts would it take versus today? And it's like what would have taken many months and millions of dollars from trained experts can now be done by anybody with grok and a prompt. It's hard to overstate the significance of it and the power of it that has just been democratized. Like, it's still relatively new. That's why I think it's important to keep in mind as a consideration that if your sole methodology for seeing through fake news is noticing fake looking stuff, you're going to get lost. You're not going to be able to see through it in the future. The system is perfecting itself. You have to have the wider context and a recognition of the world stage model, what that entails, what that means, what history bending is, news bending, and the cumulative effect of fake news, and how that sets the frame of reference for every subsequent news story, and why it's inherently fallacious. Thus, history is bent. I say bent. And what we're doing here is we're recognizing the divergence, where people live mentally, and contrasting it with the real thing. You could argue that the IPS think tank is the only objectivist think tank on the internet. I mean, prove me wrong. Change my mind. Change my mind is what Steven Crowder says. The guy who wears bulletproof vests to talk to liberals on college campuses because he's such a free speech champion. He's definitely not LARPing like somebody who's that important that they might assassinate him. No. No. Steven Crowder is speaking truth to power. Like, what a joke. Performative. Like the body armor, it's all just performative. Performative courage and bravery. Soul 101 says, how long do they put out a full-on AI type movies in theaters? Right, complete with music and everything. You know it's in the works. I mean, if it's already happened, I wouldn't be totally shocked. Like if somebody said to me, hey, I'm breaking here, I'm gonna get sued, but I gotta let this out. The entire Black Mirror series was AI, no real actors. Just one guy in a laptop did it all. I would be like, yeah, that's plausible. That is on the horizon. But I think they're guardrailing it because they have to be cautious because this is their main source of power. The ability to rapidly create believable stories and influence the belief systems of the masses is their main power. And that's what they don't want messed with. They don't want real competition. Curtifest says, in the future, you won't deal with pain, not unless they can't afford monthly chip fee. Then they'll flip the chip off until you make your payment. They'll treat it like your water bill. Yeah, I'm waiting for them to rate limit how many steps we can take. A couple years ago, they put rate limits on how many tweets you per day. I was like, that's not enough for me. All I do is scroll multiple feeds. I'm always researching. The idea that you would artificially put a constraint on it to save the environment, it's like, okay, you can't take more than 6,000 steps a day. Your carbon footprint is getting a little too deep. Erica Creech says, what if the deception Frank the Salt guy asked you about was a deception on our nature as either co-creators or something about reincarnation or something? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's levels to it, and you got the emotional, psychological manipulation. You have the false construct, which is just purely mental. But I think that might actually be a bulwark against some kind of deeper spiritual understanding. Because one of the things the dominant paradigm does is it spiritually castrates all of us. Because when you enter into this paradigm, you have your own belief systems to the side, but the consensus version, as far as what the consensus agrees upon, is that we're just a bunch of evolved apes with massive egos, coping with the meaninglessness of a dead universe grinding to a halt. Like, we don't have souls, if you go by the main story. And I'm honestly, I'm kind of a Gnostic, if anything. If someone asked me what my religion is, because I don't really adhere to any of the religions, but I do have a very Manichaean outlook. I'm definitely very Gnostic about it. And that's, to me, that's a result of my experience with the world. It does have these certain aspects to it and elements that make me think that, yeah, it could conceivably be the case that we're not simply from the mud apes with big egos, but that we're actually from above meeting the ape halfway. And that whether or not we're dominated by the spirit or the meat suit is up to our individual character. Like, are you beast or angel? It's like a tug of war. Are you operating from the higher or the lower? And I think you have that free will to choose. But I think that in the Gnostic sense, this place is designed to convince you you're a zoo animal. You're a domesticated ape at best. That's the idea of Gnosticism, is the world is an illusion that you have to overcome, despite the fact that all the influences that are around you are going to reinforce the idea that you're nothing more than matter. So what are you? Are you light or matter? Are you light having a materialistic experience as you're going through this realm? And all the symbolism, all the trappings, all the various bits of programming kind of point to this idea of Saturn, Kronos, this dark god of time and matter that consumes life, as being the ruler of this place. And honestly, I find that to be very likely. Critterfist says, Tim, you went over your word limit. Let's all chip in and get Tim more words. Exactly. Anything they can. I used to say, if they could tax the air that you breathe, they would. And thus the carbon tax. Carbon taxation. Anything that you pay for Gaia. You know, like, oh, I'm an inconvenience on Gaia, so let me mitigate that by giving some money to the Church of Global Warming. And that is a religious thing. Every time you recycle, let's say you go to that green bin and you throw in your recycled goods, your recyclables for the things that you purchased that week. Well, you're actually genuflecting before the altar of the earth god. Very Saturnian. The recycling, death, rebirth, like the recycling of souls. I have these water bottles here, and it says, keep recycling. These could be reborn as a pair of pants. But essentially, yeah, the recycling thing is, if you ask me, it's earth worship. It's about the god of cycles, the cycles of life and death, Saturn, the cycles of time. Intelligent Counterspell says, I thought it meant you don't believe you know, Gnostic is knowing. Yeah, Gnostic is knowing. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm suggesting here, is that my personal experiences in this realm, whatever you want to call it, have definitely led me to conclude that I am more light than matter, and that consciousness, will, intent, these are practically forces of nature. They're a part of the bigger picture. We're not just observers. We're not just objects on an object. But I honestly don't even believe that the universe exists until we experience it. And I know that's not scientific. But the way I think of it is that it's this temporal experience is more of a process than a thing. Like, does the universe exist as a static construct, and that you think of the path from the past to the present as a road? Does that road extend into the future? Could you travel there? You know, does it exist? And we're waiting to experience it. I'm saying no. The road doesn't exist in the future. The future is just the acausal realm, as the Theosophists would call it, is just pure information that has yet to be condensed and perceived. Yeah, Big Enchilada, the recycle symbol does have the 6-pointed star. It's comprised of 3 arrows, which are like 3 nails. You could look at the dumpster itself as a cube, which does unfold into a cross. Gaia is a god construct. And what you're doing when you're recycling is you are acknowledging your sins. You're begging forgiveness. You're making up for them. You're doing your penance. Like, 10 Hail Marys and Our Fathers. Well, your penance is separating your bad decisions from your good as a consumer and making the appropriate sacrifices. Soul 101 says, Tim, have you ever had an OBE, or are you aware of it? I only have... I have a couple of thoughts on this. I think, for example, remote viewing is something that they used to call astral traveling. I only have one experience where I do think I was out of my body, but I don't think it counts because I was on LSD. I was in high school at the time, but I was at a concert, and I honestly was like looking closely at the stage and the singer, and then I'd open my eyes and I'm in the middle of the crowd behind people much taller than me. So I was seeing this stuff that I shouldn't have been able to see. But you can't count that. It's anecdotal at best. Erica Creech says, we are co-creating the narrative, maybe not the physical universe, and it's a clown show. Okay, so this idea of co-creation, I think there's something to it because it can be experienced on the individual level. And I don't think law of attraction explains it. I think it's a very watered down idea of the concept. It's mainstreamed. There may be something to it, but I don't think it's automatic. I think it depends on how active somebody is, how active their will is. Will is a key concept here. We're talking about intent, and specifically, I think there's this area here, like except the faculty of the human imagination. I think the imagination interacts with that part of our, quote, soul. So let's say we're light, experiencing itself as matter. Well, we're not 100% boxed up in the meat suit. We are emanating. We are actually still existing at this pre-material realm or area before it materializes. And our ego consciousness is firmly rooted in our body and our sensory experience. And we can readily access our subconscious. We can have our internal dialogue. But the other part of ourself that encompasses the full spectrum of our awareness, not all of which is confined to the meat suit, a lot of that is outside time-space. It exists in this pre-created, this acausal realm. It has not yet come into be. However, that's where your intuition comes from. That's where precognition comes from. That's where premonitions come from. The intuition, your premonitions, precognitions, even telepathy, these would all be examples of information coming from somewhere beyond your ego, somewhere somewhat transcendent. And I think the human imagination, that our imagination is actually interfacing with the, quote, future. And I think this explains a lot of the ideas that people have about the law of attraction and visualizing things. Because when you're visualizing something, the concept as far as like magical theory goes is that you're creating something that now exists. It just exists in the imagination. It's not yet in the physical. But the stronger the mental construct, the greater the capacity of your higher self to actually align that within the realm of possibilities. So there's something to, I think, the imagination and this idea of co-creativity, or being a co-creator. And this would explain also the reason why it seems like one of the main purposes of this system is to hijack control of our imaginations and steer it, entertain it, and fill it up with their versions of what's to come. But the percentage of it, like the extent to which we are in fact engaged in this, yeah, it's very debatable. And again, the mainstream paradigm is that we have no effect. Your thoughts have no effect on reality. There are no coincidences that are more than just merely coincidence. Synchronicity does exist. So this is where you get into this conundrum of, if you have experiences that you would call synchronistic, precognitive, or telepathic, well, you exist in a paradigm that does not acknowledge that these exist. So it's somewhat alienating, or it can be. And it's diagnosable. They've labeled it as illness. So if you see above or outside of the narrow aperture of your ego, you're diagnosable, they can lock you up. It's a perfect system to maintain control at that level. If indeed we are spiritual beings and that our co-creative capacities are being hijacked. But this, metaphysical speculation aside, back to what Erica Creech brought up, I do think that it's reasonable to suggest that what media does is not just it's not just control over us for political purposes, but there might be a deeper level to it. I mean, the mystery schools are really at the core of all of this stuff. The idea of a group of initiates and non-initiates, the people in the dark. Like, what if the main suppressed technology that we should be thinking about or looking for is not free energy, but what if the real suppressed technology is a thorough understanding of integrated consciousness? Because it seems like psychotherapy, psychiatry, psychology has us looking at the past in the basement rather than the attic, what's above. And I think there's this analogy I kind of use, like if you think of it as a house, your everyday waking consciousness, your ego consciousness, that's the level of the ground. You got your basement level, which is all the stuff you don't consciously perceive, it just ends up down there. All the peripheral information and the programming that you don't acknowledge, it still gets stored and it's acted upon later. But I think above it, I think a greater part of our consciousness is actually on the roof of the house. It can see far beyond the here and now box that you're in. It can see a whole wide array of possibilities. And I think that the integrated self is the one that is in constant communication with the intuition and is fully reconciled with whatever's in the basement. But I think that we are conditioned to only look into the past. And one of the things too I noticed is that there's a lot of scammers and liars and cheaters around the whole field of what you'd consider to be psychic phenomenon. So nobody takes it seriously. And I don't care. I'm not here to convince anybody of it. But there were a few incidents that happened to me starting about 2008, where I realized that nobody around me had any kind of intuition that they could rely on. Like it's just a word. As in, nobody I knew had precognitions. And when I would discuss things that I would experience as intuitive flashes of insight, I would have nothing to grasp onto. It's like, trust me. Why would you trust me? I have no evidence. It's just a feeling. It's a sense that I can't even put into words, but it's just compelling. And there were a few times where I realized it was almost like, the way I look at it is this higher self, or the aspect of the self that's not integrated into the ego, can actually send you flashes of insight, if not guidance, if you follow it. So yeah, you say gut feeling. Maybe you feel it in your gut. Maybe it's a sinking feeling in the chest. Maybe it's back of the head. But people do have these visceral sensations that go along with it. So I've had flashes of intuition where I didn't know why, but I knew for sure. And if I were to say to the people around me, hey, I have this bad feeling that this thing's happening, they would say, you're crazy, ignore it. So I stopped attempting to validate my intuition off of people who don't have intuition. Like, why would you ask a mainstreamer for their opinion about the news? Isn't their opinion very blinkered? Isn't their opinion invalid because they don't have enough information? Because they're only the screen? Well, if you're only looking through your ego, if you only see through what your senses reveal, why should I take your opinion seriously with regard to extrasensory information? And there was a test I had, like I'm saying, I had a test, and I'm not going to describe it here, because that's not what this channel's for, but I do have a collection of such anecdotes that I have set aside for an unrelated book. But something told me to do something, to check on a certain person. And I had a number of clues that were communicated to me in a flash. And sure enough, I was absolutely right. That by acting on my intuition, I prevented this person from overdosing on Oxy and Ambien. Like, this person was unconscious in their bathtub. They would have died. And the only reason I was there is because I trusted my intuition that did not use words to communicate to me. So after that, I said, okay, this is life and death. This is more significant. This isn't something to let the consensus reality overshadow. So I started taking it very seriously, and I realized, okay, intuition and synchronicity are coming from the same place. And it's not coming from God. It's not coming from demons or angels. No, it's coming from an unassimilated mind that has not been integrated into the ego. That's there if you can interact with it. I mean, what do you think prayer is? When somebody's praying, yeah, they think they're praying to the God of whatever book, but what they're doing is they're consciously trying to reach above their meat suit, trying to reach above the ape into this higher entity or being. They're reaching up. And I think that when you reach up, it reaches down. It meets you halfway. But I'm saying, I don't think it's a higher power. I think it's an aspect of the self that has not been integrated. And that's what I mean when I say that the suppressed technology is the fully realized integrated consciousness. Carl Jung wrote extensively about this. So once I realized I was right, and I figured, I mean, I went through a few different periods of my life where I became very trusting of it. Especially when I was in the military. That's when it really first hit me. And for a long time, I thought it was angelic or something. I thought I was dealing with something external. So in 2013, something else happened. And this was even more significant than stopping an overdose. And this involved a friend in a situation where I had a flash of insight about somebody months before I was proven right. And I talked to the mother, I talked to other people. I'm like, hey, there's something up here. And I try to explain to them the synchronicities that were showing me. And it's just like, they don't process it. Well, every single one of these documented, journaled, synchronistic flashes of insight were 100% on target. And I was able to act on it and prevent really bad things from happening. And what that told me again was that I cannot trust anybody else. That there's no human being that is going to come between myself and these flashes of intuition, because the information that I'm getting isn't coming from my five senses. It's not coming from my own thinking processes that from the level of the egotistical ape. It's coming from outside of my time-space constraints. It's reaching into the realm of possibility. It's showing me, or it's indicating what could, should I not act. And that was another thing too that I took to be a test. I took it to be a test. The test was basically, nobody's watching. This is between me and this situation. And if I act on my intuition, it's like they say walking in faith. So it's almost analogous to faith. But instead of externalizing it, it's more about having a trust in your own mind and how it works, even if it's been constrained. So the false model, getting back to Erica Creech, this false model of our dominant paradigm, our consensus worldview, the world stage, it's designed, I believe, to allow us to function as simply animals. That it excludes all this other information. 91 Oki says, a sixth sense does exist. People can see the dead. Well, these things are hard to talk about because people have their belief systems that prevent them from understanding it. And I think that's by design. I think religion is here to keep you from figuring this out. Like hell and heaven and this stuff. Like, I don't know, maybe, I mean, I think that's, first of all, these are very simplistic concepts. But I don't think they explain it, because I can personally test, and again, it's anecdotal, but communication with the deceased. And I could describe it, but I'm not the only one. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people about this. And so to me, it's pretty obvious that life does not end with the body. The person continues to go on. And I don't think they immediately disappear. They don't ascend. They don't get beamed up. They don't get put on a bullet ride to hell. Like, no, they're here. I don't know how long. But what I came to conclude here, this is another one too, that the longer I spend around somebody, or the closer proximity that I am to someone over time, if there's an emotional bond, that's when I start to be able to have intuitive flashes about this person. You know, like some people know when their spouse is up to no good, or some people know when their spouse is in trouble, or there's someone they love is possibly in danger. Some people have that, and they experience that. And I'm saying, yeah, actually, something that can be cultivated and developed intentionally. And what I had found was that I called them soul bonds, for lack of a better word. And that these are the connections where your higher selves are interfacing at the level of self that is not yet incarnate, that is still in the realm of possibility, the future. But again, this is all, I think, beyond, if you want to know, like, what's beyond the fake news, what's beyond the worldview manipulation. Yeah, I think that there's a reason for it. If the purpose of religion in the past has been to spiritually us, if religion has always been controlled opposition to spirituality, then why wouldn't media be the same thing? If media has supplanted religion, then its purposes are likely all the same. And there's not a lot of research or organizations that specifically deal with this particular subject. Synchronicity is one of our biggest clues. In fact, before I ever did NASA or the news, my experiences and thoughts on synchronicity had me really reevaluating my worldview itself, as far as not necessarily shape or any of that stuff, as far as what this place is, because the normal accepted laws of nature and physics seem to be set aside for those moments of synchronicity where it seems like the universe is somehow communicating in a cybernetic loop with its perceivers. But again, it's not everybody at all times. And this is the idea of the theory behind, magic, is that the magician is one who cultivates this, makes it their business to be in a cybernetic communication loop with the universe and to be a cause of the effects. But that it's not a default. The law of attraction concept scratches the surface to wishful thinking, and it's a very watered down version of it. Now, this is, again, it's a topic that's not really talked about. It's gate kept, and I said religion gatekeeps. Well, if you look, where do you find this information? You find it in all of these organizations that require a great deal of secrecy. These predate non-disclosure agreements, blood oaths. So the people who know anything about this are in a very small circle of people as far as where the information is made nakedly available. Like, yeah, by the way, we've been given a very outmoded, restrictive model of the mind to work with. And you start thinking about models or operating systems. So the operating system that you have right now is likely not the same one you had pre-internet. And the operating system people had 200 years ago would likely be very different. And there are various things that upgrade it, but we're very mental, intellectual, abstract creatures at times. And our model of the world can be very fluid. And there's a lot of room there for people to have different interpretations and still coexist. But I think there's an optimal model here that says, let's go ahead and treat it as though consciousness is not a byproduct of our organs. Let's not start with an assumption that we're soulless and that life has no meaning. Because you can certainly live that way. And they give you all the philosophy and belief systems and nihilism and the culture that reinforces that. They make it very easy to slip into that. But that hasn't been my lived experience. Soul 101 says some animals have a heightened sense of that sixth sense when it comes to climate predictions. Oh yeah, I call the dog the weatherman. If I see the dog sitting at the door with his one foot up pointing and kind of shaking, I know it's going to rain. Or if suddenly I feel the dog behind my ankles, he thinks it's going to, lightning. Way before the news reports it. Dogs are funny like that. My mom has this dog. I think it's a Chihuahua mixed with, I don't know what it's mixed with, but it looks like a little wolf. But it runs out and it barks at the thunder. Like it fights back. All right, so what we're talking about here are models, because that's what the world stage is. People use the phrase world stage. I often hear them using it, but we have a very specific definition for it. The world stage is the consensus version of events that presupposes the essential reality of all the previously reported news. So in other words, the broadcast version of reality that everyone agrees upon, that we're all on the same sheet, that's the world stage. And it's a combination of all the past events leading up to the now, and the now as it's presented, and whatever the media happens to be focusing on at the time in a very monolithic way. So it's the collective frame of reference, and even if you don't share it, it's the one that we're all plugged into regardless. Like, you may not believe in anthropogenic climate change, but if you want to pass your classes and score A's on your science quiz, you better at least pretend to believe it. So it's a belief system. It's not exactly objective. People think it's objective, that the news is objective, because they don't recognize that, no, it's in fact operating from within a closed system. You could in fact call it a fictional universe. We live on planet Netflix, combined with the Marvel comic universe, and a few other overlapping fictional universes. 91 Oki says, I'm so glad I didn't continue to film local news jobs. Yeah, the news is the news testament. If you look at this as a modern religion, mass media as a new religion, the news is like the news testament. It's essentially the Bible. It's the state-approved version of things that we all agree. Like, this is how it is. If you stayed in the news long enough, they might have put an implant in your neck and told you, hey, we're writing the news 30 years in advance. Don't talk about it, and we'll blow you up. That's what Newsbenders is about. Newsbenders is about moving high up enough in the news agency where you find out, oh, there's a central world news service. The whole world has this central news service in all of the agencies, and their job is to insert historically significant events into our timeline. Like, that's not science fiction. And it's beyond news benders, it's history benders. That's why I'm so happy about this Charlie Kirk thing, because it's such a great exemplar of what we've been describing this entire time. It's a perfect case study in every way. Specifically about this point. Like, this point needs to be really drilled down, because this is demonstrably true, and it illustrates the point of it all. The Charlie Kirk thing was easily scripted as an event to occur 30 years ago. Yeah, 30 years ago, September 10th, 2025 was already planned. 30 years ago, easily, July 13th, 2024 was likely already in the prehistory books. Now, the history books that I'm describing here, or the histories and these events, they're all on a script, but the script is coming from so many sources, or it's got so many propaganda vectors, but the original source, the script, what are you going to call it? You know, some people say, well, history is his story, which is kind of a feminist cliche, but I think a better term is metascript. Yeah, 91 okay, and he's 31 exactly. Donald Trump's character, his historic personage that we're interacting with on the news every day, is a construct. Same with Elon Musk. Same with Charlie Kirk. These are constructs. Sunworks Extra says, by whom? Okay, here's what I can tell you. I can name names of people who are in on it. I mean, it's an easy extrapolation if you remove the presumption that the mainstream is telling the truth and that the conspiracy theorists are just finding additional facts. Now, if you subtract from the mainstream assumptions, you can arrive at some names if you want to do that. But I think we need to focus on what is it before we try to get into a whodunit. The whodunit question has led a lot of people in circles for many years, and none of them have figured it out. None of the J pillars or red pillars have come close, because it's not a whodunit. That's all they do. Oh, it's this group, and they get religious about it. It's like, you don't even know what it is, and you're blaming this group for things that weren't even done in the way that you think they were done. Like, this group did 9/11. Oh, really? Well, 9/11 was a horrible movie. It was a propaganda film. A bunch of drills happened that day, but nobody died. So who are you mad at? Who's the scapegoat for that? I mean, you can look at the Charlie Kirk thing. The individuals surrounding him at that tent would necessarily be insiders. So start listing all the insiders. Which influencers would be in the know and how much in the know? The programmers are largely programmed. I don't think they're all fully let out of the box. But there are indeed the programmed, which is the default, and there are programmers. Among the programmers would be various directors whose work is specifically used for propaganda product placement. So all these directors who have movies that foreshadowed 9/11, yeah, they're doing propaganda placement. Sunwork says, where do you go if you can't say who done it? The who done it question is dumb because you don't have enough information, and people were asking that question before they even knew about this. Like, if you're asking who done it and you haven't figured out metascript or history bending, your question was premature. And one of the things that the conspiracy theories have done since the 60s, well, actually sooner probably, but one of the main thrusts of conspiracy theories is this group did it. So now, instead of figuring out the world stage Truman Show, they've got people engaging in conspiracy theories saying this group did it. This is our scapegoat. So the scapegoat puts you in a cul-de-sac. It's a non-answer. It doesn't actually answer the question, but it definitely diverts you from finding the truth. So yeah, I'm not interested in whodunit questions. It's usually a question that's a loaded question, so that you have these J-pill types. Because they used to come to my channel and they'd be like, oh, you talk about this fake stuff, but you never mention this group. It's like, yeah, because we've moved past that. You know, they give you scapegoat narratives to distract you. If you're still chasing scapegoats, it's a red herring. But I don't even care if somebody's like, I know who does it, who really rules the world. Well, if you can't describe the world stage, your opinion is worthless, because the people who are stuck on scapegoats still think 9/11 involved real deaths. Or that Charlie Kirk's dead. Like Candace Owens, this group killed, Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. Got to be careful around this group. Can't speak up against them, they'll kill you. Charlie's not dead. So if he's not dead, how bad is this group? How bad is your scapegoat if all of the things you're scapegoating them for never actually happened? Yeah, conspiracy theory narratives are all wrong. They all are. And there's conspiracy theories on the left and right. So the woke right conspiracy blames one group, woke left blames another group. So you could spend your life convinced that you're being oppressed by group A or group B. And everything in your echo chamber will reinforce the idea that you're being oppressed by group A or group B. 91 Oki says, yeah, well, the thing is, they disempowered themselves. Erica Creech says, Tim uses a piece of media, but I can't use the Bible to say Holy Spirit guides. Well, I don't use, here's why I stay away from that, is that I look at the Bible and the holy books as constructs created by the same people who created the media. So why would I believe it? Like, I'm a non-believer. That's why I say I lean towards Gnosticism. Because if any of what I've experienced is even a little valid, then yeah, there's more to the picture here, and this place is definitely inimical to spiritual insight. But I'm not going to say, if you have a spiritual experience, it must therefore confirm this particular holy book. I think it's very supremacist and ethnocentric. And I don't think it's true anyway. And I don't even get into these topics much because I don't want a religious war. I don't want somebody to shoot me in the neck. Like, just to be clear, I don't think any of the religions are valid. I think all religions are gatekeeping operations to misidentify parts of our mind as some external deity that the state regulates, controls, and essentially gatekeeps access to. I mean, one of the first things you learn in religion is that, I mean, if you listen to so many people or so many different religious teachers, you know, they have like experiences, God communicates with them, but it's always through this human medium. But the assumption is that it came from a higher power. And I'm just thinking that, no, I think that religion is there to keep you from recognizing your own higher consciousness, your integrated consciousness, and that you should instead externalize it to what this holy book says. And I think that's all by design. I don't have any faith in any religion or any priesthood or clergy or holy book, none whatsoever. And I don't think that makes me a bad person. It's like, you don't like Fox News? You don't like CNN? Well, it's the same thing. And I think religious people are deceived. Yeah, I think religion's a major guardrail. And I'm open to evidence. Now, I do have plenty of evidence in my life of evil. I do believe that evil is objectively real. And you can define evil in different ways. I do think that there is a presence built into this place that is designed to sever our souls, our connection to our higher self. It's designed to blinker our consciousness. I think that's 100% true. And I do think when I say evil, I mean, I do believe there's objective evil out there. And I'm not talking about just sin and bad behaviors, but I think that there are people here who operate from the angelic side of the spectrum of their consciousness. And I think there are others who operate on the more animalistic side. You could say reptilian. An example of evil, well, okay, let's say sadism, victimizing innocent people. And if you can't call that evil, there's something wrong with you. You know, I've had people say, well, there's only moral relativism. It's only evil because we describe it as such. Well, no, if you can't objectively identify evil, then you suffer from some kind of blindness. And one of these experiences I alluded to earlier that my intuition was pointing out was specifically there, I think, to introduce me to the reality of form of people. You know, people who are wholly and entirely possessed of ill, malefic intent and who are completely there to destroy innocence. Plain Dakota says the world stage meta scriptures are evilers. Well, I'm not even sure that I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure. Like I don't have enough information. Look, that's why I say I'm kind of Manichaean about it. I do think there is an inherent struggle between light and dark, but I think religion works for the dark side. I really do. I think all the religions work for the dark side. Lex Van Man says, Tim, are you RH negative? I'm not sure. Someone asked me that before. They said I need to take a test. Am I RH negative? I guess so. Okay, we're talking about evil. I mean, from the Gnostic perspective, it's very, very cut and dry. If the purpose of this realm is to blind you to your celestial origins and to reduce you to an ape, if you can describe that as evil, then you could say that the entire infrastructure that reinforces this paradigm is evil and to be overcome. And that's where Gnosticism comes into it. So from that perspective, maybe I'm an apostle of light here to put some light in the dark. Because one of the things that was shown to me back in 2013 was that if I didn't act, evil would have prevailed. There's that adage about all it takes for the evil to succeed is for the good to stand by and do nothing. And I feel like the great majority of people are in the gray. They're apathetic. And then a large number of people are operating from the light. They're inherently good. And this is borne out by their actions. And I put myself in that category. That's my trajectory. But then there are as equal a number of people who are bad, who are evil, with dark, malefic intent, who are here for the endarkenment. So you have two factions, endarkenment, enlightenment. And then you have this third group that has not made their choice. And I made my choice in 2013. That particular event, and I'm not describing it here, but I knew that that was a turning point in my life where I realized I'm going to now operate from this other side. I'm going to operate on the premise that this is good versus evil fundamentally. And I am, and looking back, I've always had some evil person in my life. Usually overt and a covert, usually one of each. There's always been, and when I say evil, I mean like legitimately terrible, bad people. Worst people on earth. And then this is where, I mean, I could describe it, but I mean, it's almost like, because I've been reading synchronicities, I've been following intuition for such a long time, that here's what I've come to conclude. That your ego, you have your internal dialogue, internal monologue, your ego has words, you can communicate with images, but the part of yourself that isn't integrated into that doesn't have words to talk to you. Your intuition may, but oftentimes it works by driving your attention to certain details. In other words, synchronicity. Synchronicity can be used as a language for your higher awareness to give you direct information about things that might not be or might be impossible for you to see from your vantage point. And this has been a constant facet of my life, but after 2013, I thought, okay, this is actually something that needs to be taken seriously and integrated because it appears to be leading me somewhere. So I went from thinking that I had some kind of angelic guidance to now completely dispensing with that and thinking instead, no, that externalizing it has been one of the major traps, and religion encourages that. Like if I were to describe these experiences to a religious person, and I have, they always give me the same answers. Like, oh, you need to read the Bible my way. You need to believe this now. It's like, I don't think so. I don't think I need to adhere to any belief system created by the powers that run this place. So yes, I do think it is safe to say that the people that run this place are in fact working for the endarkenment. Yeah, here's one of the things that's a little more startling to me though, because it's like, how do you describe it? Prophecy. Prophecy shouldn't exist. But what happens when you have minority report like experiences in your life? If you talk to normies about it, they tell you, take some medication, ignore it, it's not real, because it's outside of their frame of reference. And this is why point of view is so important. Look at mainstream minds cannot properly interpret a magic trick like the Charlie Kirk thing. To their view, it's a snuff film. Their perspective doesn't allow them to see it. But my perspective changed when I started incorporating a lot of this peripheral information. And it gets interesting because it seems like, this is actually what happened is, the more seriously I took it, the more methodical I became about documenting it, the more it became a dialogue, almost a conversation. And this dialogue became a process of fine-tuning its ability to get its messages to me, or rather for me to collate the contents of my mind rapidly enough to make sense of or to understand it. This is an example of something too, of how it gets into this area where we have to be on some level capable of influencing outcomes, or there has to be a cybernetic system here in place where you can be somewhat, how would I put this? Like, here's an example. I was talking to somebody, we were driving, and I was describing how in the idea of the Bible, the Genesis, you've got the chaos, the void, the darkness, and then you have let there be light. So the idea of the word, so the word turning the chaos and it becomes creation. So the idea that this present is creating through speaking or creating through the word, this idea was just kind of standing out to me. I'm like, okay, so there's this void in front of us that we think of as the future, but it's not actually a static extension of what we're in right now because it doesn't have form yet. It's just without form. It's void. But that when you say, let there be light, when you impress upon that void, then you become a creator. That's the idea of co-creation. So I was describing this, and as I was describing it, there's this graffiti I noticed at the street corner on this gray box, and it said, I am God. I'm like, I am God. So I was just thinking, okay, that's kind of interesting. I am God. Well, then I randomly stopped at a park. And randomness plays a huge in all of this. Because I think there's something about random actions. And this is actually a huge part of chaos magic theory. Randomizing your actions as a way of breaking any preconceptions about what could happen next. So I stop at this park after I have this thought and I see the I am, and this truck parks in front of me as soon as I park. And its license plate stands out to me. It says John 146. Well, I don't know what John 146 is. So I'm looking it up and it says, I am the way. That's the verse. So I am. And I would not have known that John 146 was related to what I just saw or what we were just talking about a few minutes before. So now you have the added element of something in my environment seemingly reflecting and reinforcing what I was actually thinking about. So then, and I've developed this, this goes back further, because back when I was at UTEP, there was this library with 6 floors, and I started to really sort of experience this thing where the best way to explain it is, that adage about when the student's ready, the teacher appears. It's like the information itself. If you're seeking out something, if it's on your mind, then there's this resonance with the realm of possibilities that could actually synchronistically draw it in. So here's an example, and this is a quick one. I was thinking about this idea the jump test in the Matrix, the Fool, the Fool card in the Tarot. It's this individual about to step off a cliff. And it's the first card, which is 0. It's the starting point. He knows nothing. He's a fool. And he steps off the cliff. And that represents a leap of faith in oneself, jumping into the subconscious. Essentially, the beginning of the fool's journey begins with this plunge. Well, if you remember in the Matrix, Neo, they think he might be the one. Let him do the jump test. And like, well, nobody passes the jump test. The jump test was when he jumped off the building. And they thought, if he's the one, he'll jump from one building to the other because he has, this leap of faith in himself. But if you recall in the movie, he jumps off the building and he falls, lands on his face. Yeah, exactly, Maddie Ice. That's what information is important. Morpheus, God of dreams, forms. So Neo falls. And everyone's disappointed because maybe he's not the one. But that's part of the process. So, I'm thinking about this, and I'm reading this book called Name the Wind. Name the Wind is about the world's most notorious wizard. So I'm reading about, he's describing he's like recounting to the chronicler his upbringing and how he came into his powers. And he's describing how he's at this school where the wizards go, and he's on this roof. He's 20 feet up, and he's told, you got to name the wind. You have to control the element to create a cushion of air so you don't hit the ground. So he's up there on the roof, 20 feet up, and the wizard behind him, the old guy, shoves him, and he falls 20 feet and lands on his face. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of like the jump test, but that's really what started his journey. So then I put the book down, and I'm catching on my programming homework. I'm always researching what's on HBO and Netflix. So I'm watching HBO's The Boys. And on the particular episode that I was on, at the particular scene, the Homelander has his son on a roof. And he says, you're a superhero like me. You just need to fly. So he shoves his son off the roof. And his son falls onto his face. And the mother's aghast. And he says, it's only 20 feet. So I'm like, that's interesting, because I just read about this young shoved off a roof 20 feet. I turn on the TV. It's a young superhero shoved off a roof 20 feet. So the exact scene from the book happened in a movie, side by side, one after the other at the same time. So how does this happen? It happens because I was already thinking and focusing on this fool's journey concept. I was really dwelling on it. I did some art on it. So I'm thinking about the very concept of this leap of faith into the self. And what I'm suggesting here is that the information that I'm focused on has resonance throughout the world. Books, movies, various scenes that would reflect that. And what my expanded self, higher self, whatever, what it's able to do is orchestrate these experiences in the here and now. So you're hitting this information, the information that resonates at the same time to convey this. So again, when the student's ready, the teacher appears. Well, the teacher is the information. I mean, the teacher is the person who tells you the info or the book that has it, but the information itself is what draws the synchronicity, which synchronizes your thoughts with your external environment. So my thoughts were then being synchronized with media around me. The book, analog, the digital, and the movie doesn't make a difference. So now that's an unconscious, almost passive process of just noticing what's occurring, but what is occurring in response to my thoughts. This is a cybernetic system. And if you research into magical theory, that's essentially it. That you can use your imagination to create these constructs out of just pure information that can, in fact, resonate with the realm of possibilities and can manifest in ways that seem miraculous or inexplicable. Like, oh, that's just a coincidence, is it? Because you could say it's just a coincidence. But what happens when you have these coincidences every day or all the time. What I started to conclude here is now synchronicity is not merely a passive phenomenon, but synchronicity is actually a feedback from what your will and intent has put forth into the future. So it originates with you. So this is where the manifestors get it wrong. This is where the law of attraction get it wrong. They think, oh, the universe is going to do this for you. The universe is winking at you. The universe is, or God is. It's like, no, it's not God. It's not the universe. It's a part of yourself that's integrated with the universe. You think God gives a damn about what I'm watching on Netflix? And if you look at the synchronicities and coincidental things that happen on a regular, these are very mundane things. And I would rather have God helping people that need help than catering to my curiosity. So no, it's not God. And that's one of the big misconceptions. And you know what made me realize this is I was watching this series called Swarm. It's a movie about this fan of Beyonce in a fictional form, this super fan. But she makes this, so throughout the movie, and it's not stated explicitly because it's like a horror movie, where this totally psychotic fan basically kills and does whatever it takes to get to go meet her idol. But she's constantly imagining it, and she's losing herself in her imaginations of meeting this person. But you see that she actually manifests it. She actually brings about meeting her idol. So much to the point where she actually, kind of a spoiler, but she bites her idol on stage. So now, this whole series, Swarm, though, is about essentially somebody who has a psychotic break, but who is, in fact, if you follow the story, manifests her desires. And one of the things that they say towards the end, one of the things she says, an enigmatic statement, she's like, what did you learn from all this? And she says, I've learned that God is an echo. And I was like, wait a minute here. Because for some time, I've been describing synchronicity as echolocation. You know how bats go through the dark? They navigate the cave by signals out into the dark, and then the signals bounce back, and it tells them where they can go. So they navigate by the feedback they get from sending signals into the dark. So what I'm suggesting is that your will, your intent, your focused will and intent projected into the darkness of the future, into the non-material, into the pre-material realm, that is a form of location. Because if you're responsive to the synchronicities and you're in this cybernetic feedback loop, then yeah, it essentially is like echolocation for navigating your future, like you're a bat in a cave. Lost Age says the Magician Tarot card. Yeah, the Magician card is the first one after the Fool. And it has the guy pointing up, one hand pointing down. And what that represents man as a conduit for higher power. That we are in this continuum. And then on his altar, he has these tools that represent the four elements. You know what's interesting is the tarot cards and the symbolism are all actually encoded into your regular playing cards, your four suits. You know, your diamonds are pentacles. The clubs are staves. You've got the four seasons for the four suits. You would associate the hearts with the chalice, you know, the cups, and the spades of the swords. Well, that represents fire, water, earth, air. And there's 52 cards for 52 weeks. You add up all the pips, you get 365. It's all encoded into the solar calendar. Sync Kid says, really onto something here. This makes sense of understanding this machine realm. Yeah, that's what I'm actually here for, in my opinion. Well, I have reasons for thinking so, but you know, I mean, I don't have any sort of messianic complex. I don't have delusions. I'm strictly an objectivist. But if I were to follow to the letter my various intuitive glimpses, I get the idea that some of us here are essentially in this as a struggle, a fight, light versus dark. And some will say it's overly simplistic, or there is no good or evil. And like, no, I think moral relativism is a sickness. And I think it's designed to make us apathetic, to keep us all in the gray, so that those who are operating from the pure dark can dominate. And they do win if they aren't directly opposed. And I think people have a hard time judging or wanting to recognize that, yeah, the world's saturated with evil people who will do evil their entire lives. Their purpose is that. Like, I think some people are light, some people are dark. And some people who are light go to the dark side. They lose touch with that. It can happen. It happens regularly. In fact, I think the more light you are, the more targeted you are by the dark. I don't think it's a coincidence that I've always had sociopaths and narcissists and control freaks and severely disturbed people around me. I thought, it's like moths to a flame. I'm like, what is this? And this is not an uncommon thing. Many people who have too much empathy, or who don't regulate or constrict their empathy, find themselves surrounded by the empathy deficient. Why are empaths or people who are people pleasers targeted, prized even, by manipulators, narcissists, and control freaks? Well, you have the people who operate from the pure dark, where their self is the highest. They're all about the self, no higher self, but no empathy, but rather they are essentially enshrining the self above, the ego self above the soul. So the people who are operating from the very materialistic and dark side of consciousness, I do think that they are naturally drawn to destroy the people on the other side. Let me go through your comments. Somebody asked me about, am I gearing up for 13th in 3 days? Yeah, I can't wait. I cannot wait. Gonna celebrate George Floyd's birthday. Armin Ross says, according to what you just explained about will and intention, won't seeing yourself as a fighter against evil bring evil into your experience as an echo feedback response, Tim? Not necessarily. I think, yeah. In fact, I think it's a necessary choice. Like, if you're going to make it a point to recognize this distinction and take a side, yeah, I think you have to accept that you will have opposition. Like, I find it very questionable when people don't have evil nipping at their heels. If people are having too good of a time and have no opposition and don't have a nemesis or don't have some immediate person in their midst working against them, I wonder, well, what aren't they doing? I think if you're doing it right, you do get opposed. And, that's kind of a Christian thing. I mean, there is a lot of wisdom in various religious traditions, but the institutions are evil. And their God construct, I think, is actually just a creation of government. And if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. But if I am, nothing's aided that. But what I'm pointing out here is that, no, I was already beset with this stuff. I just didn't become aware of it. Like, I didn't know about subtle forms of manipulation. I didn't know about subtle forms of psychological abuse. I didn't know about a lot of things that I just tolerated year in, year out. I tolerated many very toxic relationships with very disturbed people, and I just accepted it. In fact, I didn't even resist it, recognize it for what it was. So I think the best thing you can do is become educated about the other side, about manipulation, about darkness, about psychopathy, Machiavellianism, because when you're educated about it, then you can mitigate it or avoid it altogether. Lost Age says, we render as we go. I put out an intent to see 8s and it worked almost immediately. I saw 3 iterations of 888. 2 were license plate. I was directly behind. Okay, so that's fascinating. So there's various levels to this, because obviously people will say that's selectivity bias. They'll say that's your reticular activation center and you've just tapped into it. And that's partly true, but it does tell you about the power of your mind. That you can, so it's like AI. You put a prompt out there and it goes through its knowledge base and it serves you a response. So what you said when you said the intent, you put a prompt and then you get this feedback. And I think that for a lot of people, this feedback, this connection with intuition and synchronicity begins with numbers and repetition. All right, here we go. 10, 3, 20, 25. I have a list of things to talk about, but I'm in the dark. I don't see my notes. What the hell's going on? Okay, so after Kirk died, even right before, I was talking about how the right was clamoring for their own martyr. I called Austin Metcalf back in the spring this white Trayvon Martin attempt. And then with Ierna Zaruski, the girl on the subway, they try to make that a George Floyd thing. That's why Elon Musk offered $1 million for a bunch of artists to each have a $10,000 grant to put a mural up. And that never happened, because immediately after they started trying to make her into a martyr, a white George Floyd, White Lives Matter protests started because of the subway thing. But that got drowned out by the squib blood gushing out of St. Charlie's neck. And now nobody cared about the subway girl. Now, at the time, I pointed out the significance of Floyd and Kirk as representative of the extremes of the political spectrum. Woke left, woke right, each of them having perceived oppression and a critical view, where their martyr is testament to the fact that they are indeed oppressed by their alleged oppressor. So Floyd, obviously evidence of systemic racism and whiteness as the oppressor, whereas Kirk, and if you follow any of the conspiracy theory logic, these things are all manufactured and they're all fake, but they're heavily promoted. You know, from Candace Owens on down, they're all promoting the conspiracy theory that Israel did it. Well, the Israel did it is actually a central tenet to the woke right. Just as, I think that house, something's burning over there. I'm seeing this white cloud coming over the hill. I'm gonna flip my camera. What is that fog? I mean, am I gonna get gassed? I don't know if you can see it. Don't mean to get distracted. I just saw a big cloud just fly by. By the way, I watched some annoying loudmouth lefty get maced in Oregon. And someone during our talk the other night with fakeologists said, do these psyops have real effects? And yeah, absolutely they do. People do get radicalized and they do react to these things. If it smells like mustard, run. Right. It'd be really hard to talk if my tongue was swelling. Isn't that what happens with mustard gas? Like your skin blisters and your tongue swells up? Yeah, there's a chemtrail. They got me. I actually saw it. I saw an unmarked plane and I was like, wow, let me check my plane tracker, and it wasn't there. And then it came down here and it squirted chemtrails all over me. Such a ridiculous theory. I'm glad we killed it. Not one former chemtrail addict has come up to me to say, thank you for eliminating that false threat, for eliminating that paranoid delusion, because I can sleep comfortably. No one says, I don't have to wear a chemtrail mask anymore thanks to you. It's like free therapy. I call this mind war inoculation. Like infinite plane radio does in fact cure mind aids. But I never thought about it as like legitimate therapy for people who are afflicted with various paranoid delusions, which you get when you take red pills. Because that's what propaganda is. The atrocity propaganda is just there to make you paranoid. And it's a delusion to believe it's real. So to continue here, I mentioned that they were going to prop up Charlie Kirk as a George Floyd. And they were going to create this 2020 scenario, but this time from the right. Like the pendulum has swung the other way. And yesterday, The Atlantic put out a piece basically saying what I just said, what I've been saying for nearly a month. They said the MAGA now has their George Floyd, and they cite all the various ways that turning Kirk into a two-dimensional character, a saint, has essentially given them all the leverage that the political left had after the atrocity propaganda involving Floyd. And both of these are heavily based on the shock value of the original footage. Because everybody was shocked by Chauvin and Floyd. Everybody was shocked by Charlie Kirk. But if you know what you're looking at, then you know that George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, and Charlie Kirk are probably snorkeling at Goat Island in New Zealand when they're not chumming it up at Valhalla, some Masonic lodge. Like, that's more likely than they are dead. If you're going to assert that these characters, these martyrs, are literally dead, you have a very long list of hoax indicators that you have to deal with. And if you don't know about those hoax indicators, you haven't done due diligence. And who are you to judge, real or fake, if you're just judging it off of headlines and TV screens? Like, you're too uninformed. I made this decision when we were talking to Fakeologist and CSL about how we don't say everything's fake. You know, we do have a great deal of nuance in this. There's no dogma here. This is 100% falsifiable. So I would ask those who believe the things to be true, what would it take for you to consider it false? And if nothing can convince you it's false, short of the media itself telling on itself, then your model's unfalsifiable. Then you can just essentially point out, like, you're not in a position to form an opinion that can weigh against informed disbelief. I mean, this is all about more information. The other day, someone had asked me, are the Amish considered off-world stage? And I said, by no means are they off-world stage. You don't get off the world stage by not watching the news or not paying attention to the media. You're born on the world stage. You have to be deliberately, actively, volitionally deprogrammed. And what that means is you have to at least be able to recognize it and define it. And of course, that's not really an insight that most people have, because there's this base presumption that the mainstream media is a window to the world. Even if it's got a bias, it's essentially real. Well, it's actually worse than we can describe. I mean, because how do you measure the cumulative effect of many decades of influence operation and psyop infused news cycles? The fake absolutely permeates the real. And another thing someone had brought up, they said, why can't we just say everything's fake? Well, because that's a generalization fallacy. And if you want to be taken seriously and you want to assert to someone who buys into the mainstream that you have a point, you have to get into the weeds and force the burden of proof back where it belongs. There's no reason to be a media advocate. Intelligent counterspell, come to think of it, can we name one event that was real? Well, the thing is, we have to be very specific, like these various events are real, but they're not real in the usual sense. So we have to be like, for example, when that AA flight hit the helicopter, you know, I immediately said, let's look for, and we found it all, drills, concurrent programming, and all the rest. But I had immediately said, yeah, it's real in the sense that it's a simulation. They did a drill. Like, it's just kind of like the entire world stage is so reality compromised, and it has this assumed superiority. The people who are part of it, they just assume that they are correct, and that the conspiracy theorists are. And the conspiracy theorists, to be honest, they're set up to take the fall. If you watch the dynamics here, they're made to look foolish and crazy. That's why I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Jamarian says, where can we get a coffee table book on PSYOPs? Interesting idea. The thing about PSYOPs is that that word was mainstreamed thanks to the Pentagon and Taylor Swift. But everybody can point out a PSYOP. Everybody can say fake. The difficult thing is putting it together in the bigger picture. Where does this, because PSYOPs are not anomalous. And, you know, we've been talking about this snake eyes thing, how it's gone mainstream, but nobody is talking about the Hulu Tempest. And there's a reason why. They're obviously flooding the zone with snake eyes stuff with deliberate mistakes put in there. The September 10th thing was a deliberate mistake. I saw that coming. I said, watch them play on this ambiguity, and they'll harp on that one point to discredit the whole idea that 27 years ago, the movie Snake Eyes foreshadowed Charlie Kirk's assassination. Well, that is being talked about extensively, even mainstream news picking it up. However, nobody's talking about The Tempest, which has far more points of connection and is far more synchronized with the present news cycles in a way that should be recognized as mind-blowingly uncanny and impossible. Like, how do we have the story of Charlie and Erica Kirk on Hulu right now that kicked off on the day that the event happened? The reason they don't focus on that is that it gives away the game. They can talk about predictive programming and dismiss it and call you crazy, but they can't discuss the entrainment that is nonstop. The Hulu thing is not an exception. Like, my mind wasn't blown. I'm like, oh, business as usual. I was expecting it. I said, watch, there's going to be something that's tracking with this. And there always is. And it goes back to the Kennedy assassination. It goes back to RFK. We can point to so many events, 9/11. And it's not just the entertainment stuff. You got to look at the drills that happen concurrent with these events. So the whole world stage, which is a presentation of the world that consensus accepts as real, is not 100% fake, but all of major historic events are staged. Find me an exception. You know, if you have an exception, like I always tell people, if you can find me one school shooting that was real, please let me know. And in all likelihood, if you can find one, it's not going to be anything like the ones that are fake. It's not going to have the laughing actors, the water bottles, the drills. It's not going to have any of the incongruities or the deviations from protocol that we all look for. And there's plenty with the Charlie thing, which, you know, you have Ian Carroll and Candace Owens and a few others in their magic mystery van, smoking who knows what, driving around looking for the second shooter, third shooter, fourth shooter. Who shot Charlie? They're just driving around, piling up their various conspiracy theories. Next, it's going to be the shooter is the cameraman, and it's in the camera. But none of them can even get into the subject of media fakery or squibs. Like, squibs has got to be a banned word. I know they must have some kind of a conversation with Candace Owens and others. Do not say squib. If somebody super chats you and they ask about squibs, ignore it. But they can safely take a topic like snake eyes and laugh it off, like Nick Fuentes did. But he could not confront Hulu's The Tempest in the same way. So I'm glad this event happened as it has. It's given us some great ammunition and leverage to make our points, because it was so easy for people to dismiss what I'm talking about is actually a major part of the structure of media itself. Thank you for that. Let's go. Air for the raft. I don't think we're oversaturated with Kirk. I think, and if you're sick of hearing about it, then you're underestimating how significant it is. Because one, this is one of the best examples of not only a live psyop kayfabe that has all the hallmarks of a templated, pre-scripted event, but it has the predictive programming elements, and it has this out of control, growing number of people calling it fake. Like, this is a massive opportunity. Like, I'm not in this for the entertainment value. I don't get bored. And what's more, this event was written 27 plus years ago. We can prove that with the predictive programming. And if you don't think predictive programming is evidence that the event itself was scripted long in advance, then you don't have an explanation for it that makes any sense. It's just the logical flow of events. It would have to proceed. The psychological operation that's going to be grafted onto our history would have to have been written first. And then the clues, the hints, the mirroring of it could be fed to different platforms, books, video games, and movies to be incorporated. This makes a lot more sense when you look at the voluminous predictive programming for 9/11 leading up to it. So they have the basic script, and then they went with, and it's always the repeated themes and numbers and symbols. There's a consistency here. But what I'm trying to get at here, and this is what's being hidden, is that what we think of as news is a presentation of our history as the consensus agree. It's history as agreed upon lies, what Napoleon Bonaparte said. History is lies agreed upon. So we all agree on this, move on to the next day and the next day. So we're looking at an engineered event written decades ago. And that it was, and Candace Owens today compared it to the JFK thing. I'm telling you, this is meant to be, in terms of its cultural and political significance, it's meant to be the JFK for this particular generation. They love, I call them generational psyops. Like 9/11, they're like, oh, 9/11's our Pearl Harbor. Well, they had that Pearl Harbor movie with all the right themes and planes crashing and patriotism right before. So that when you watch 9/11, you could understand the comparison to Pearl Harbor. So this is a long-term agenda of scripting our, it's called history bending. We talk about news benders. They write the news 5 years in advance. Yeah, and I've been saying, yeah, that's a conservative estimate. They're history bending. It is the history benders. But I'm just saying, we can demonstrate this. This is the model. This is what they do. We can demonstrate it. We do every day. And a lot of people are distracted by conspiracy candy and rabbit trails designed to prevent you from coming up upon this particular revelation here. They don't want you to know this. So they have a lot, like huge channels pushing theories that are interesting, like Tartaria, like, oh, the history books are lying to us. Like, going back past 200 years, you can't verify anything. So they're looking back centuries ago to say it's all fake. But I'm saying that's conjecture, and you're going to be competing with mainstream archaeology, mainstream historians. Good luck. What we're doing right now is directly confronting the liars real time as they manufacture those lies. And this is where it gets interesting, because just today, and I think this was recorded yesterday, on Charlie Kirk's show, it was being hosted by Jack Posobiec and Tim Pool and a couple of others. And right now, you know what they're doing? They're reacting to us. And I don't think I'm exaggerating here. Like, they're not reacting to the conspiracy theories, because those guys are safely contained. The people looking for second shooters or blaming Israel, yeah, they're in a box. They're not a threat to the system. They don't question the integrity of the mainstream whatsoever. So here I see Tim Pool and Jack Posobiec and others, and they're now talking about predictive programming and concurrent programming. Not using those terms, but suddenly they're trying to get ahead of it. So you got Tim Pool talking about Utopia that came out before 2020 and completely mirrored 2020 in so many ways. And they're talking about some other show called Savant. And they said Savant had some kind of connection to the Groyper theory that the Groyper shot Charlie Kirk. So they're up there talking about it, acting kind of like they're doing damage control. Honestly, it sounds desperate. But they don't want this conversation of the relationship between entertainment and real events to be recognized for what it is, because these are indications of fake events, because life doesn't follow Netflix. Fake events follow Netflix. PSYOPs follow Netflix, and PSYOPs are not real life. And the people who think it's real life still think they saw a snuff film and not a magic show. No, it was a magic show, not a snuff film. And it's always been a magic show. Copaesthetic says The Atlantic is doing it again. Jane Goodall and Chimp Lady on the recent article. Yeah, I see her in memes. I saw she just passed. Jamarian says they even wrote a book called The Fourth Turning. Seen that. And by the way, I mentioned Jack Posobiec. He was the one who was at the Charlie Kirk event, the Charlie Kirk Memorial. And he said, 100 years from now, historians are going to look back at the turning point, that the sacrifice of Charlie Kirk was the turning point that saved Western civilization. And this ties deeply in to the Turner Diaries narrative, which I said is the very reason why Turning Point was called Turning Point. But if you catch the meaning there, he said it was a sacrifice, making it like a Christ thing. That wasn't a sacrifice. He was answering a question in his, these political debates. He was answering a question, and he took the bullet. It wasn't a sacrifice. If anything, if it was real, it was stupidity, because he went against his security's wishes. He claims, leading up to his death, he claims, there were all kinds of death threats every day. So it's like, okay, if you really believe you're going to get shot, would you drop your security? By the way, Steven Crowder's out there cosplaying as a dangerous truth teller whose words are so dangerous he might get shot. And he's putting on his bulletproof vest. He's posing with all of his security guards, acting like he's some kind of a hero, like posturing. It's totally a LARP. I'm like, who really cares about Steven Crowder enough to shoot him? Nobody. Maybe his ex. Do you see that doorbell video where she was like 8 months pregnant. She's about to give birth. And he's like, no, you can't use the car. I'm going to the gym with my friends. And then he goes on these tirades afterwards about how divorce should be illegal. Another one of these individuals, these are all plants. If you don't know who Steven Crowder is, he was basically kind of like Alex Stein. Alex Stein kind of replaced Steven Crowder. And that's because Steven Crowder is no longer emotionally arrested. You have to have extended adolescence, arrested emotional development to do what these comedian right-wing trolls do. But I thought it was interesting to see Jack Posobiec up there talking about saving Western civilization, that this is some major point in history, and it's because he knows it is. Because what I've said before, when I brought up Turner Diaries, the whole point of it is, I said Turning Point USA was platforming the political organization that would execute the Turner Diaries. And the Turner Diaries is the basic theme of it is white nationalists versus the New World Order. A white nationalist pushing back against everybody, but getting terroristic about it. And the book Turner Diaries, authored by a guy born on 9/11, inspired McVeigh. And you have to look at the significance of McVeigh and Waco, Alex Jones and Waco, and the whole gun grab story. This has all been a story, is what I'm saying. And there are indicators all across the way. I don't get into gematria or numerology because a lot of that is just noise deliberately put there. They want to skew the signal to noise ratio so nobody can figure out what's going on. And they make it very easy to run down rabbit trail. What's with all these numbers? What do they mean? It's forget trying to interpret what they mean. Recognize that they are present. And that should be enough to establish it. And yeah, there is indeed a pattern. And there is indeed code. Just as there are themes and narratives and archetypes, the theater of Psywar has it all. Oh, Crowder was Canadian? I didn't know that. Like that Canadian rapper, what's his name? Tom McDonald. So I see Tom McDonald, he's rapping Dear Charlie, if you're in heaven, can you see us? Dear Charlie. You know, it's just, the guy is I don't know if he gets paid to do this, to humiliate himself, but he's basically this MAGA rapper. But he's coming at it from such a blue pill direction. So he's crying and weeping for Charlie. It's like his third Charlie rap. It's like, Charlie's not dead. Kind of invalidates your whole shtick. But he's a comedian. I'm not, well, he's kind of a comedian. He's a rapper, but he's a Canadian. So you got this rapper waving an American flag, trying to fight the fight of the American nationalists. It's like, what are you doing? Yeah, cringe rap. Aldering says they're not saving the West, they're controlling the demo instead. Yeah, controlled demolition. They're 9/11ing the West. Yeah, they are. Now, if you look at, like I said, look at the history with the fictional events that have brought us to where we are. They've communicated in metaphors. Like, so the sinking of the Titanic, which had predicted programming, probably a big fat hoax. The sinking of the Titanic has been used as a metaphor for the West. And it's been correlated in their psyops, in their dramas, with the sinking of the Twin Towers. And I can explain that in a number of ways, but one of the big keys would be the role of James Cameron and the literal Titanic wreckage, which is where he was at on 9/11. Highly significant given his films like Titanic, which had 9/11 foreshadowing, Terminator 2, same thing. But it's all about stories, what's being communicated in these stories, in the entertainment that are used to color the psyops. It's kind of what they do. I call it psyop reinforcement content. But they can get you to agree to a premise, to hate a villain, or root for a certain hero or an underdog. They can sell you the narratives before the psyop happens. Lately, I've been calling predictive programming product placement for future fake events. So when it comes to advertising, you need to be hit with an ad so many times before you buy it. And so what they're doing with the predictive stuff is they're pre-selling you on the psyop. And it works. You may not remember every detail of every movie that you see when you think about it, but it can be jogged by association. It's pretty powerful. When you look at how somebody will see something and say, whoa, this was exactly what happened in Machete 13 years ago. A terrible movie, yet these scenes get recalled. And I think this is partially the misinformation effect. Like, I think they're using media to program us and to even screw with our memories. So the mainstream version of history, as depicted by the news, does represent a collective memory that everyone agrees things happen this way. I mean, except for those of us who don't agree. But we're very few compared to the main body of believers. And they're able to manipulate that perception en masse. Going through your comments. Bach Precision says Canadians are more entertained by American politics and news than their own. That could be it. You know, America, isn't it, who was it? Was it Salty Siren? She said America is an anagram for eye camera. This idea that, okay, so America being this experiment. Like, so if you look at let's talk about Metascript, the big story. Go back to 1776, and the fascinating connections when you go into the dollar bill, the pyramid, and the Tower of Babel. So there is a subtext where America is Babylon, and that the tower is going to be WTC7, and that we've been prepared for it in various ways. So one of the big reveals on this whole thing of Metascript, I think, was given away by Francis Ford Coppola in his latest movie, Megalopolis, which was like basically Magalopolis, Magalon. It was Make Rome Great Again. It was obviously based on Trump. It even had concurrent programming for the Trump shooting built into it, where the Trump character is shot, an assassination attempt, he survives. But at the very beginning of the movie, the narrator is describing how empires don't fall overnight, that there are a series of events and sequences that occur, but that it's like this slower process, but it's essentially in stages and told in big strokes. And so, like, I'm saying that what we're seeing is the slow motion fall of the Tower of Babel, the sinking of the Titanic, the pulling of the Twin Towers. All this stuff is all symbolic. The One World Trade Tower is 1,776 feet high, and that correlates with the 1776 pyramid, which correlates with the biblical lore 1776 AL, which is when the Tower of Babel's construction begins 120 years after the flood. And this is just lore. I'm not saying I believe this. This is not what biblical scholars likely cite, but we're talking about the Masonic lore, the Masonic Year of Light. So like when America was founded, it was 5776 to their calendar. So therefore, if you're looking at 1776 AD on that calendar, it, in a way, you're just kind of looking at, okay, they're kind of insinuating that the starting of America is the building of this tower. So what is the tower? And I think it's symbolic. You know, the One World Tower represents this one world paradigm. And they've achieved it. Like, I think the space program and all these things, it's all been about synchronizing a worldview that supersedes all the previous ones, and none of the previous ones can compete. Because our modern worldview, which is tantamount to our religion, has miracles that have outpaced all the past religions. Space has replaced heaven. But as far as how does the Tower of Babel actually fall? What does the process of it falling look like? And I think that's kind of what we're living through as we speak. I think it's tied. I really think it's tied to the idea of the International Space Station, which represents the union of all the nations in this mission from Earth to the heavens. Man's incursion into God's turf. Like, I think that's kind of where we're at. And I think it's the largest cathedral in the world, the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York. It has these pillars that have the destruction of New York as Babylon. So this has been written into the script for a long time. And Francis Ford Coppola's movie, it has this Russian satellite falling to Earth, and it basically 9/11's New York. It just craters it. And the movie ends where this Trump-esque character releases a new Pledge of Allegiance. But instead of Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of America, it's Pledge of Allegiance to humanity. So after this cataclysm, there's this one world built out of it. And that movie was supposed to come out pre 9/11, but he said after 9/11 it would have been redundant. So I don't know if he didn't make it on time, but regardless, he puts it out. We're talking about Francis Ford Coppola, Megalopolis, and it actually has footage from 9/11 2001 in the film. What's up, Scrapper Bob? Here is your blue wrench. Anyway, the reason I got on here, I really wanted to emphasize that, yes, Tim Pool, Jack Posobiec, and Charlie Kirk's podcast, they're trying to do damage control for us. Because nobody else is talking about concurrent programming. A lot of people will reference the predictive stuff and they mystify it, and they call it synchronicity, they call it simulation, and they're confused. They're not up to speed. And what they're trying to do is diffuse the conversation, because what it gives away is, like I'm saying, this is part of the media infrastructure. They can't change it. Once you see it, you won't unsee it. Once you take away the presupposition that the news is just filling you in for your own edification, once you realize that they're actually not informing you, but they're conforming you, then I think it becomes clearer. So as a rule, And this is axiomatic, and this was, again, demonstrated quite clearly with this Charlie Kirk thing. And I put all this in my book, Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed, which came out the day after 9/11, right on time for this Charlie Kirk thing. But here's what I'm pointing out, and this is just, this is not conspiracy theory, this is not conjecture, this is what is really happening. As the mass media, and this is global, because there's global complicity in this. It's not just America. There's global complicity in these fake events that get grafted onto our collective history. So as they roll out the big events that, like these turning points, these plot twists, these big events that essentially shock the collective paradigm into accepting a new premise and moving us in a new direction. Like after 9/11, we were in the post 9/11 world of terrorism, where now nothing was safe. Oh, now we're post COVID. So these are like, you can look at these as updates to our operating system, like you update your iPhone. Well, they update our worldview once in a while. So in the last 5 years, they've added things that didn't exist before. Like space junk is a regular thing. I just saw some space junk on the news earlier. The climate change thing is kind of a slow-burning, long-term thing they added onto our history. And all they have to do is say, okay, in 50 years, these will be the conditions, and we will manufacture the news to make it so. Like William Randolph Hearst said, you supply the photos, I supply the war. Well, you got climate scientists who can supply the models, and then it can be reported on, and then it exists. The collective believes things into existence. Not in literal ways, but in ways that they're treated as real. You could call them hyperstitions. So we're flooded with hyperstitions. But what is happening consistently, and this is what we're talking about here, is they plan an event, let's say 20 years in advance, 10 years in advance. They soften up the target demographic to accept it in advance through the entertainment. So whenever you have some major transformative psychological operation, look at the same time period, what was on the minds of the public as far as the entertainment, what was in the books, what was in the music, what was on the movies, the masses were consuming. And these masses are the same ones who are being hit with the psyop. So if you think about it, on September the 10th, how many millions of people saw a leader of a youth Christian conservative contingent getting shot on the left side of the throat with blood gushing out? How many people saw that on September 10th? It wasn't just the people watching Charlie Kirk. It was anybody watching the Hulu show, the South Korean spy thriller, The Tempest. And is that a lot of people? Well, it was the number one show in Japan. It was the number one show in Taiwan. It was the number one show in South Korea. And it ranked highly across the world. So many more millions and millions of people saw the exact same thing as fiction, as saw the real thing. And so I'm talking about the saturation of the collective, like painting the zeitgeist, painting our collective backdrop, steering discourse. Deprogrammed Truth says that was your best guest appearance. Oh yeah, by the way, CSL, the co-host for Fakeologist, he was the one who had mod status at Reddit for AutoHoax, and he transferred it over to me. So on reddit.com/AutoHoax, we have a subreddit. And right now, it automatically imports whatever I post on my blog. So it hasn't been dead, but now I'm actively using it. But last night it was very productive. We had a lot to catch up on, and Fakeologist and I are likely going to do a weekly thing. Because, this is advancing. Conspiracy theorists have been running down rabbit trails, well-worn rabbit trails, consuming stale breadcrumbs left for them. They've been chasing red herrings. They've been fed a steady diet of red pills and hopium. They're basically in a pen, like a big sheep pen, and they're not going anywhere. They're just literally running in circles. So like I seen this meme today, and it's like this rabbit hole, and at the bottom it has that meme, the very offensive meme, the stereotype of the Jewish merchant, and it says at the bottom of all the conspiracy rabbit holes is this. And I'm like, that is where the conspiracy rabbit holes do lead. But these conspiracy theories are all planted by controlled opposition. And if you look at where that rabbit hole is, it is firmly within the parameters of the world stage. It's not off world stage. It's totally contained. Let's see here. Ollie Goering says Reddit stonks are apparently tanking. Yeah, I just think it's good for SEO. We need to get our foothold in all these various places, because there is something happening here. Like, so we're not running in circles with these conspiracy people. We're not on some carousel. We're not taking any of their narratives at face value anymore. There's a lot of people noticing squibs. And I've even seen a lot of similar types, like not specifically, quote, auto hoaxers, but like, for example, people calling themselves media forensics, or I've seen others, but basically there are a lot of content creators doing what we do, even though they may not be completely at the same place. They're close enough to grasp the metascript concept. And that's the basis for the off-world stage that we need to get on. Nicotrauma says, last night I spent 20 trying to get a yes or a no, but I can't. No, you can't say everything's fake, because that's not true. You can say everything's fake, and they'll say, well, the Super Bowl wasn't fake. I mean, you could say it's rigged, or, just name an event. So there's protests going on, the George Floyd thing. The protests happened. So we can't, the basis for it was fake, largely staged, largely instigated. January 6th, was it fake? Well, it was staged. Ashley Babbitt wasn't dead. But we have to get into the weeds here. Like, for example, did anybody go to jail for it? Name one big event that was real. Good. Well, that's a valid point. And the reason why we took this stance is that we have yet to be proven wrong on any of these things. But you say everything's fake as a methodology. It may turn out that everything's fake, but if you approach it with everything's fake, then you have a low information take. So like, let's say the nightly news reports a big psyop tonight. If I say, oh, it's fake. Okay, that's a low info claim. And it has the same weight as saying it's real, because it's on the screen. You don't have enough information to say it's fake, so on what authority? Now you can say, past precedent, it's likely fake. The media is a pathological liar, and you would likely be right, and you would win all the bets. But that's not the process. It's due process. You might have somebody on film, crime, but they're not guilty. There's a presumption of innocence. There's a process that has to be reached. And so the process of convicting the news on a lie might require more than just basing it on the fact that they're liars. But the process is important, because here's what's different. Here's the thing. If you're just calling it shooting from the hip real time and you're not processing it, that's actually passive news consumption. And skepticism is active news consumption. The active part means you have to suspend judgment. So when the Kirk thing happened, a lot of people thought it was real, even people that I think are our side. And I'm like, I don't know, it looks real, it looks ghastly. It's terrible if real. But I didn't just say it was fake and stand on that, because you can't. And if you try to, they will make you, you will not be able to make your case. And I'm trying to maintain a consistency here. So I will not indulge in a logical fallacy. So, like, fake is also problematic, because a mainstreamer hears the word fake and they think political bias. Alternative thinkers think fake and they think simulation or false flag. I say fake and I mean simulated event. performed and presented as real, a movie, propaganda. So we can't say everything's fake because the word fake has been co-opted by Donald Trump. Well, no, you are right. So looking back, and this is why I say to anyone, if you can find one school shooting that was real, raise your hand. Because the chances are you won't be able to. Nobody's done it yet. Nobody has managed to counter one of our stories or one of the stories we've analyzed and say, no, you guys had it wrong. This one was actually real. Here's the proof. That has never happened. But we're the ones who are doing, like, we're a fake news wood chipper. We are processing this stuff. And the process is, since we're taking the stance that we're active, not passive consumers of news, we have to maintain that objectivity of, let's wait 33 hours before we call it fake. And you know what else that does? Is it gives time for the truther bait to be sussed out. You can find the false leads and you can get rid of them. You can get rid of the false leads, the planted explanations they put there, so you run with it and they can counter you later. So you give time for that to happen as well. Homeless incel Jesus says IP2 welcomes IPS. I don't think Jesus was an incel. He was a volcel, like Nick Fuentes, voluntarily. Nick Fuentes talked about predictive programming with snake eyes, and he laughed it off and brought up reptilians and time machines. No way could he confront concurrent stuff. How in the know are these people? How insulated are they? Like, I'm convinced that Laura Loomer and Candace Owens must be in the know. And you can actually logically deduce this by looking at what they're associated with. Narratives, psyops, the people. And it's highly unlikely that some of these individuals who are so highly placed are unaware of how this thing works. That might account for their smugness a lot of the times. Their duper's delight. But Nicotramus raises a good point. He raises a good point. Now, when I say that only a small percentage of the news is fake, I'm saying that's true. Because, like, the large percentage of news is just regular mundane stuff. Like, oh, the sky's blue, this musician is touring, this person said that. The usual stuff, the fluff, the reinforcement, the worldview reinforcement, generic stories. Yeah, a lot of it is real. But it's the fake stuff that takes the stage and diverts everyone's attention. So the fake steers the real, and then it creates this cycle where all of the real news and real reporters and real journalists are writing about the fake stuff as though it's real. So I cited that Atlantic piece about Charlie Kirk and George Floyd being these parallel martyrs. Well, we both know, those of us here know, we know that Floyd and Kirk aren't dead. They're probably besties behind the scenes. So the person writing the story does not know that. So he's operating on the premise that it's real. So now what do we make of that story? It's completely divorced from objective reality. And we know this because we are off-world stage and we have the perspective to see it for what it is. But that author has no clue. He'd be completely outside of that circle there. He wouldn't have any insight. So he's looking at it as an outsider. So that's what I'm pointing out, is that the real journalists are reality compromised because they don't know real from fake and they treat all the fake stuff as real. So when you look at it from that perspective, to get back to what Nicotramus raised, the cycle of the fake being reinforced by the real people and then building on that and informing people's worldviews, yeah, the fake permeates the real. It dominates it. We live in a compromised reality, like a cult. Like, do you think that cult members living in a bunker for 10 years, or Scientologists out on some big cruise ship for 15 years, you think that they live in the same world that we do? No. They have an entirely different frame, a different set of presuppositions about the world and how it works. This is worldview warfare. the Psywar. And that's what I'm pointing out here with the world stage. The world stage is the total universe of ideas that are promoted by this monolithic media control and all of its believers. And you can consider all of them to have been subdued. They've been mentally subdued. They've already been conquered. There's no resistance. InfoWars is like, you guys are the resistance. You are actually the controlled opposition. And this is another point that I think we have to also start raising here. The controlled opposition isn't 5 or 6 people. It's not a few dozen planted loudmouths with big platforms. It's not Alex Jones. It's not Candace Owens. It's not Nick Fuentes. They're not the controlled opposition. Alternative media is the controlled opposition. All the participants, all the believers. To the extent that you were controlled opposition. To what? To the mainstream. Because what is the mainstream to the truther? It's the opposition. And they know it's controlled. So if you can accept the premise that the mainstream is controlled and it's opposed to you as a truther, then the mainstream is controlled opposition. In other words, both sides are antagonistic to one another and both sides are controlled. The term is essentially meaningless. If you're on the world stage, if you're contained within the political horseshoe, you are the controlled opposition that you think you're fighting or trying to elude. We are the uncontrolled opposition. Not even opposition. We're like uncontrolled, ivory tower, conscientious objectors, inactivists, just observing from afar, completely dispassionate. Like, I'm not triggered by any of this stuff. Resist ants, exactly. You are the resistance. It's like, what are you going to do? Like, this is incontestable. You can't fight it. You can't resist it. The idea of gathering the truthers to wake up everyone else, that's wokeism at its worst. And the thing that I came to realize this year, and I have diagrams on this, I have mind maps on this, like, this is true. The red pill ideology is a subset of J pill, which means that red pill leads you to woke right, the mirror of woke left. That is the ultimate destination. I wouldn't go there. Nicotrama says, yeah, 1,000,000% you can't fight this thing. No, here's what we can do. We can, and like, I don't believe in like, let's get the normies and wake them up. No, I don't think so. I think it makes more sense economically and strategically to only reach out to those who've done 80% of the effort themselves. So if they've made it 80% of the way out of Trutherville, yeah, we'll extend a hand. Get them over the bloody guardrail. If they can get over the bloody guardrail, they can go off-world stage. If they can talk about squibs and Charlie not being dead, they're ready for this. Then they can see the script, the meta script, and the world stage for what it is. But if they haven't gone that far, if they haven't made it past mainstream and past alternative, there's no point in reaching out to them. And what we can do is aggregate with those who have. Hemorrhage Trutherville subscribers, have a breakaway, a schism. Essentially, we're looking at this as one way to look at this is we're approaching the world state church as atheists. But the world state church essentially is media with its God constructs and its myths and its martyrs. And we're deconstructing it as though we were looking at it, objectively, with reason and logic. Dejor Vision says, hello from Spain. Thank you for joining. Going through your comments, see if I missed anything. Okay, so what I've been saying for some time here is that there's going to be eventually there's going to be some kind of a confrontation between off-world stage and the world stage. I've said at some point there's going to be a turning point, where the off-world stagers, where our raft hits the shores, and we engage in the system itself as a third branch of media, not alternative. And our targets are the big influencers in alternative media. Not that we're trying to change their minds, but we just need to expose the guardrails they defend. What lines will they not cross? And if they won't say squib, they're controlled. They're not investigating, and they're not researching. They're dropping breads. They don't have original thoughts. Everything they're putting out there is targeted misinfo. But I think that time is about now, because here we are deconstructing this Charlie thing, networking with others who figured it out, pointing out that, hey, notice that none of the big conspiracy theorists that get all the attention will even address the idea of fakery. They all start on the false premise that he's dead. So we're trying to create this fracture between those who can see and those who just still follow these big channels that are promoting recycle scripts. I mean, they're recycling JFK all over again. But that confrontation's happening now. If we got Tim Pool and Jack Posobiec on Kirk's show trying to take away the conversation about concurrent and predictive programming, trying to make it make sense without going into the news is fake. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to suggest that it's leftist Hollywood influencing people to go with narratives. They're trying to guardrail it. We're watching this in real time damage control for what we do. They're not trying to damage control the people who are confused about snake eyes. Those people are controlled. They're not trying to damage control the second shooter conspiracy theorists. Candace Owens, again, she's not doing damage. She's a propagandist doing what they're supposed to do, which is be the manufactured alternative to the mainstream. So when people don't like the mainstream, they have somewhere to go, but they don't leave entirely. Well, we've left. We've stepped out of their thing, out of their whole fake paradigm, but we didn't cease paying attention to it. So the people who are on it by default are misinformed. The basic starting point, the basic point of view, and this includes AI. ChatGPT is misinformed, because everything you say to ChatGPT is going to come back to you through the frame established by mainstream mediation, just like it will with all your normie friends. Here is your wrench. Altrusian Grace Media says, thanks IPS for being a bastion of sanity, questioning, and critical thought amidst the conspiratainment puppet show. Yeah, exactly. So we're pointing out the puppet show, not to change them because they won't change, but to expose the fact that they won't change. We need to expose the guardrailers as such. And then what happens next is, you can look at them as subscriber pinatas. Their disaffected subscribers will need somewhere to go. Where can I go where my perceptions will not be ignored, where I won't be called a bad person for not believing the alternative news? Because you're already chastised for not believing the mainstream. Then you become a conspiracy theorist. But if you don't go with the conspiracy theory of the day, lockstep, then you're outgrouped. Auto hoaxers were outgrouped. We don't have a platform. The IPS is the platform for this. The Infinite Plane Society became the platform for this perspective that always takes into account the systemic fakery. But over time, we came to realize that this systemic fakery is adding up, and it's bending history itself. And what we can demonstrate here, and again, this isn't mud flood conjecture, we can demonstrate that the transformative psychological operations, the major historic events, have all been staged, written decades in advance. And you can demonstrate it. There's a method that they employ. And the terminology that we use is stuff that we've had to come up with to explain what we've been seeing, because they don't give you the tools to break out of their Truman, the cognitive tools. We have the cognitive tools, and they're trying to avoid it. So they got their biggest names in alt-right media trying to do damage control for what we are opening up here, this big can of worms. But as far as can we stop it? No. But we can gather all those who've seen through it enough to form a self-aware demographic of media observers, analysts, and consumers who are sane and have a different approach. And what's the point of it? Well, what's the point of it? You get to avoid emotional manipulation. You get to avoid wasting money on GoFundMe. You cease to finance psychological warfare. You cease being misinformed and you become one of the informed. I guess it's situational awareness. Like, you're not off the grid. Like, you know the idea of going off the grid. Like, I'm going to go get my own land, dig a big hole, get a bunker, and sit in there with my AR-15, my ammo, my MREs, and my Bible, and Teen Seasons of Friends. Like, you're not off the grid, because you're essentially your own prison warden in your own private FEMA camp, because you're scared of emergency situations that are all fake. You're a prisoner. You're not off the grid. I'm off the grid. You don't get off the grid if you're not off the world stage. And off-world stage didn't exist until we created this platform. There is not an off-world stage perspective. So I brought up ChatGPT. Its perspective is world stage. It presumes everything in the news up to now has been more or less fundamentally real, and it doesn't account for the bending, the long-term effects, nor the daily systemic manipulation of mass perception. It does not account for it. So off-world stage does. Nicotrama says, you get to avoid insane amounts of money prepping. Yes. And something that I'm planning on next, what I think will occur organically here, is the more that I reach out and do interviews, like I want to send out copies of the new book, Handbook for the Recently Deprogrammed, to various content creators and just get them on the podcast and interview and live streams. And we need a network, because there are enough, based on this Charlie thing, there are enough that we can form something of a pushback. So the way that this demographic, which is separate from alt media, becomes self-aware is it has to be defined. It has to be called out. It has to be opposed. They can ignore us, and it's safe to ignore us. Like, the last thing that they would want, those who are operators within the MSM plus media ecosystem, the last thing they want is for these true skeptics to be treated like they have a point. They don't want the line of inquiry that we bring up. So Candace Owens, she's up to second shooter number 17 right now. Now she thinks he was killed by a space laser, or Jewish space laser. But she can never confront the idea of squib, because it would unravel her entire worldview that she's promoting. And these people do not believe stuff. There's no way they do. It's not consistent with their level of, I think, intellect. These people are pretty smart, but I think it's also inconsistent with how informed they are, just based on the circles they run in. They can't literally believe these things. But these are talking points. What we're experiencing with these podcasters that are being promoted right now and being discussed, reviled because of their opinions about the Kirk thing, what we're seeing right now is simply propagandists giving you scripts. They're not researching. Like, okay, so for example, case in point, Ian Carroll is going to Utah to look around at the site where the shooting happened. So he's out there like he's investigating, like Sherlock Holmes with his magnifying glass, and he's going to be looking at the various vantage points where the various shooters were alleged to have been. He's not really on a fact-finding mission to inform you. He's trying to conform you. Again, it's not informing you, it's conforming you. He's conforming you to the idea that if he can rule out Tyler Robinson, it therefore proves that Benjamin Netanyahu pulled the trigger. That's the whole point. They're leading you to that conclusion. And I called it day one. I mean, I said this is the template. And so the red pill ideology was always being targeted by woke right interests, by far right politics. And this became very clear after Trump and after the Vegas event. After the Vegas event and Q, suddenly conspiracy theories got heavily politicized. And I saw it merging, red pill is now associated with groypers and nationalism. And I'm like, wait, these conspiracy theories were always looking at global control and who owns the human race and where do we come from. And now we're being rounded up to get behind this guy as a savior who's going to fight the deep state. And a lot of people fell for it. I didn't. I recognize that there is no deep state. There is only the state. There are no governments. There's only government. There's only one. If you think there's a lot of them, it's because you're looking at trees in a forest and missing the big picture, that it's all one entity. Going through your comments. Does Candace know Kirk's not dead? Yeah, absolutely. In fact, okay, so Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk get started around the same time. They both would have been fully apprised of their roles moving forward. Candace, you have to remember, she was White Lives Matter. White Lives Matter started the day before Charlie Kirk because of the Irna Zaruski girl and the idea of a right-wing George Floyd. Now Charlie Kirk took that position, so he's White Lives Matter. Well, where did White Lives Matter start? Candace Owens and Ye. They created a scandal where she and Ye go wear these White Lives Matter shirts at a fashion show. And her husband, George Farmer, I believe his name is, very wealthy. She doesn't need the money. She could be the trad wife and stay home with her kids like she recommends for everybody else. But no, she's on there conspiracy theorizing all day, assuming their kids are real and any of this is real. But she was there at the very beginning of White Lives Matter, and her husband owned Parler, which was the right-wing alternative to Twitter before Musk bought it. And it was tanked, like leading up to January 6th. Jamarian May said, have you watched Snake Eyes? Yeah, Snake Eyes has quite a lot. It's got the Charlie Kirkland, it's got the neck wound, Kennedy assassination, it's got the Tempest, Jezebel, it has 9/10, it has the guy on top of the audience screaming like the guy who yelled USA after Kirk was shot. There's actually quite a lot in Snake Eyes. And then if you watch the VHS, the trailer, get this, the trailer on the VHS, and I talk about when I go see movies, I always watch the trailers. I have to go to the theater to see it because the trailers are always relevant. And this has been a consistent pattern. I've noticed this since I've been going to movies to watch for the programming. Well, if you get the VHS of Snake Eyes, the trailer is for Dead Man on Campus. Dead Man on Campus. So obviously, this is not the universe making jokes. These are not synchronicities. There are jokes. They're in jokes, if anything. Or Erica Kirk on that country music video where she swings on the zip line and she's by the 910 above Fremont, and then in the comments she's like, "Thank you, Tyler. We had a wonderful time doing the shoot." So you have this, Tyler, thank you, Tyler. We did the shoot 910, and all of it paints this picture. Yeah, we had a blast shooting. I mean, to me, that's hilarious. Damn Jack says Kanye's become a great comedian of the year. So is George Bush hates black people to his recent comments. Comedy gold. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't kept up with Ye very much, but I do find it very interesting. His work very interesting, like the Dawn Day and Dawn Day 2. A lot to unpack between those two events. Dawn Day 2 was the one on 2/22/2022 with that burning house thing. I mean, it seems very artsy, but I think there's a deep symbolic import to these things. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that during the pandemic, they shut down Burning Man. So Burning Man ran consecutively 33 times from 86 to 2019. They canceled 2020. But on the Burning Man weekend, Ye did Dawn Day with the burning house, and he came out of it burning. I don't think that was insignificant, because I think the Burning Man ritual that happens every year in Black Rock City is more than just a gathering of like a Bohemian Grove for Democrats. I think these are pagan at the very core of it. The Burning Man symbolism is very intriguing, especially if you look into the weird coincidences, like the Burning Man who set himself on fire 2019 at the Ellipse. He was 33, did so 33 years after the previous guy set himself on fire in the same spot. The one in 2019 had a USA shirt. Then we had the Burning Man Maxwell Azrello outside of the courthouse where Trump was on 4/19. The Waco anniversary where Dave Koresh, 33, was incinerated. And that's a whole other trail. Like we have mind maps on these things. So when you look at the big picture, in addition to the psyops and the influence operations that are like involving body counts and terror attacks and that kind of drama, there are many other events that are also part of this accretion, which becomes our history. You have to get out of the now and the 24-hour news cycle and the current thing to see what I'm talking about here. Just think of the last 40 years or 50 years, how many influence operations, psyops, and hoaxes got grafted onto history. The history book's going to reflect the mainstream view, like ChatGPT. It has a perspective. History's not neutral. It's not objective. News is not objective, nor is it neutral. You know, the director of Snake Eyes, who happened to be born on 9/11, Brian De Palma, one of the things that's said about his movie is how he uses the camera's point of view to make a point. So if you watch the beginning of the movie, there's a boxing match, and you see the boxing match from the point of view of the boxer. And so it's kind of the camera, and the guy's punching at the camera. And it's kind of making the point that you can be convinced of almost anything, like a magic trick, based on where your attention is diverted. And so the worldview we have is largely the result of where their cameras have focused. So it lies by omission as much as by deliberate confabulation. Yeah, Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl, what's that going to be? Also, Taylor Swift just released an album today, or yesterday. I don't know why it's a big deal, but we have to consider the fact that these world stage characters are put up there for a reason. And if you don't know about Taylor Swift and the 13 stuff, oh, that was her 12th album. You know, she was in a movie called Amsterdam, and she died 13 minutes into the movie. She was pushed in front of a car. And she's been overtly identified with so many dead female icons with tragic deaths, like Amelia Earhart, Marilyn Monroe. There's been a number of deliberate associations made with her and these various icons. I mean, she is an idol. She is an icon. She's a propaganda vector beyond just being a performance artist. And there's a purpose to it. I know at the Super Bowl, she was there with Orange Spice. And I don't know, there was something kind of satanic about it, I think. Weren't they making like devil hands? There was something going on. But one of the things about these Super Bowls is that Super Bowl halftime shows are like this where the world stage has all of its attention focused, and they put a lot of programming into it. And there's been a consistent pattern going back with regard to the symbolic meaning of these performances, and it is quite consistent year after year. Rihanna, Alicia Keys, each of them showing up in red with this red white thing is a big thing. But these are essentially rituals, pagan rituals and ceremonies. I think the one with Rihanna was a Gnostic Catholic mass. I think Alicia Keys and Usher in white with the phoenix on his chest, it's all Christ coded. And then Kendrick Lamar. I even said it's interesting that Kendrick Lamar is going to host the next one because he's another one who's done a lot of the Christ symbolism in his works, where he has the crown of thorns, he's dressed in white, he's surrounded by female dancers in red who smear him in blood. Like, all of this stuff is actually part of a certain interpretation of of Christianity. Basically, it's the Gnostic Catholic Mass. But I'm like, why are they doing the Gnostic Catholic Mass on the Super Bowl to an audience that would not know what they're seeing? And my thinking on it is that we are always receiving and downloading data from all areas. Just so many things that we take in are just coming in through our periphery. They're not being consciously recognized, but it doesn't mean we're not taking it in. It's like computer programming, garbage in, garbage out. Well, they're putting a lot of garbage in, but it's because later they're going to get an output. Like, all that predictive programming is there to get you to respond appropriately to their fake events, to their manufactured history, to all the changes that they are going to implement. The human being is a hackable animal. But I don't know much about Bad Bunny. But I do know there's already a budding controversy about it. The Christian right is very easy to trigger. Very, very easy. Everything to them is a culture war. Everything to them is an attack on traditional values. And that's part of the design here. So they like to bait the right by putting like progressive values on full display. And the right will call it satanic. What's up, Critterfest Sanctuary? Thank you for joining. Marcel says ball worship. Yeah, absolutely. I first was made aware of this when someone that I met, she used to speak at city council meetings about fluoride in the water. She was like the city council had this like open mic, and she would always go up there and just talk about the banksters and the fluoride in the water, and George Bush did 9/11. But anyway, she gave me this pamphlet, and she's like, you got to look at this. And it was just describing how Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake were actually performing a rite pertaining to Imbolc, which means in milk, this Celt rite, like Candlemas, which is celebrated on the same day, that the Super Bowl Sunday tends to fall upon this very specific holiday in the witches' Sabbats. They have the solstices, the equinoxes, and the in-betweens. And the Super Bowl Sunday is when they would celebrate the sun god, having been born on Christmas, is now having been weaned. And so that's the milk reference. So here you have Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake. And the symbolism, according to the article, would be the blonde hair is the solar symbolism. He's the sun god representative. And she represents Frida, the goddess, a fertility thing, the green grass past the winter. But that her wardrobe malfunction was not a malfunction, but exposing the breast was actually a reference to the weaning of the sun god, consistent with this pagan holiday. And her piercing was actually it was the sun. The piercing looked just like a sun. So I saw that and I thought, well, wait a minute here. You have all the trappings of this annual pagan ceremony, but it's being performed at a widely viewed public spectacle. So then I start looking at these things consistently, and as a lot of people tend to do now, a lot of people watch the Super Bowl just to see what kind of occult mumbo jumbo they're going to plant in our minds. Oh, that's interesting. Bad Bunny, according to Lean Dion, Bad Bunny is partly the immigrant angle because he's Puerto Rican and his lyrics are not in English. Okay, I heard some people complaining that he doesn't sing in English. And others complain because of his fashion. And I don't know how much of that is just marketing. Freemason World Order says, do you think pastors who would say Pokemon and Harry Potter were satanic were correct? Interesting question. I have relatives who burned Harry Potter books, Pentecostals. The kids were forbidden from watching Simpsons because he didn't respect his mother and father. And maybe they weren't wrong. But when you say satanic, I think we have to get a little more specific. Because when you say satanic, then it suggests that there's this dichotomy where the Christians are right, satanics are bad. And I don't think there's a difference. As in, like, if you think about who runs the world and all this stuff, I wouldn't say it's, quote, satanic. I would say it's a more authentic form or a more esoteric form of what the Christians practice. It's not specifically sun worship or pantheism. I think it's more, I don't know, pagan's a good word for it. Worshiping the forces of nature and having these myths where these things are personified, but not taking them literally. And I think that the mainstream religions are the exoteric, literal form that these believe that are basically meant for the masses. Like when it comes down to it, I don't believe that the mainstream religions are any different than mainstream media. I think it's just a facet of government. I think it's all part of the same mind control infrastructure. And so when I talk about media being the way we get our worldview, well, you could get it from a holy book. You could have your entire worldview filtered through a particular holy book. And of course, the holy book you have is the only one that's right. Everyone else's books are wrong. And everybody agrees. And I say they're all right. They're all correct. Every religion thinks it's right and everyone else is wrong. And it's like, okay, well, you can't all be right. But these are just worldviews. And one of the analogies I use is you look at Old Testament and New Testament. So Old Testament, what came before, explains the backstory, creation, etc. New Testament is where that picks up off, and it kind of just still is relevant today. They call it like the living Bible, because the New Testament is considered to be a guide today, that the book is like somehow communicating the real-time word of God, which is an interesting idea. So you have it all covered. You got the past, you got the present, and then it even has suggestions about the future, depending on how you look at it. And so all the doomsday stuff just presumes that the book contains predictions for the future. So now you have the entire timeline covered, past, present, and future. But I think media has replaced it. So we have our official history, our cosmology, Big Bang, up to the now, evolution, etc. And then we have our history books that tells us how we got here. But the news, I think, is like, I call it the news testament. If you look at media itself as having supplanted religion, well, its Bible is the TV, is your smartphone. It's the curated worldview. But the news today is there for conforming you to that worldview. It's not for informing you. So I think news is essentially like the gospels of this new religion. And that's where you get all its myths, its martyrs, its miracles. You know, I would argue that man on the moon was actually a miracle, tantamount to Christ walking on water. It's like, oh, look, our priesthood has been vindicated. We have done these miracles, and this is something the whole world can agree upon. So now it validates our particular model, our religion, for all intents and purposes. I think the JFK assassination is like a modern crucifixion. It's a modern blood sacrifice. I was looking at very closely at the work of Marilyn Manson because his album has what seemed to be predictive programming for the Charlie Kirk thing. One assassination under God. And if you look at his past, he has some other elements that are kind of consistent with this. But I was thinking about how the way that Turning Point USA is being described, Charlie Kirk's death was a sacrifice, and it's the turning point for the salvation of the West. So the suggestion is that because of his sacrifice, a new nation has been born, a new Christian nationalism. So the sacrifice is now the starting point for this new thing. And I kind of think that's what one assassination under God was actually foreshadowing. That one nation under God being combined with assassination. Because, yeah, they are making this into a sacrifice. And the song repeats the word sacrifice, and you will always be entertained. So I get the idea that events like that are essentially like crucifixion, JFK thing. And this is suggested in one of their videos, that the JFK death is essentially a modern sacrifice in order to change society, to steer people, to convert people. So look at all the people converting to Kirkianity. It's like a new Christianity. It's this Christianity that's been infused with politics. They've merged these things effectively. So then I'm looking at the 100,000 people crying for Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry, 99,999 because Erica wasn't crying. But you look at that big mass of people there and this martyr being created. So are you telling me that those are real Christians? They think they are. But they have no idea that their entire religious impulse, their religious convictions have been hijacked by government propaganda and magic tricks. Again, Charlie Kirk's death was a magic trick, not a snuff. So when I brought up earlier that I said that I don't separate religion from government, it's because I can't. I think that religion and media, entertainment, are tools of government. Entertainment is a branch of government. Andrea says, somewhere in the ancient mystic trinity, you get the magic number: the past, present, and the future, the faith, the hope, and the charity, the heart, the brain, and the body give you 3. Yeah, the numerology stuff is incredible, and the names. When you get into it, what you see, I believe what we're seeing are code words, symbols that are esoteric. Manly P. Hall, Masonic historian, said this, something along the lines of that when the veil of symbolism has been lifted, that man will see, basically, that there's a level of, there's a veil that's been placed over our interpretation of things. But if you can understand symbolism, you can see through it. Like a lot of truthers will say they have to tell us, they're mocking us, they're putting it in plain sight, and they're right. They're right. They're essential. The symbols, the occult trappings, the inside jokes, the aptronyms, the names that somehow reflect the person's purpose, the Shakespearean stuff, the foreshadowing, all this stuff is out there, but you can't see it because you haven't been given the initiate's interpretation. You're profane. That's why I at times harken back to the idea of the hoodwink. When you're brought into the Masonic order, you have a wool hat, a wool hood over your head, the wool over your eyes. So when I say that everybody's programmed, there's no opt-out, it's true. The whole point of education is to put the wool over your eyes. They build they build it into your worldview. You're hoodwinked. When you get brought into the secret society networks, the Freemasonic ceremonies do this as well. They pull the hood off your head when you're in the chamber. So you don't see how you get there, but when you're in there, they pull the hood off, and it's lit by the three candles, the three great lights. They have these, it's all about threes. It's kind of interesting. But so the room's lit up, and now you can see all these people in their various jewels and aprons and stuff, all pointing swords at you in a circle. But basically, okay, you're one of us now. One of us meaning you're not like those people outside who cannot see because they have been blinded. You have not had the wool, who have not had the wool taken off their eyes. And the oaths describe them as wandering in a wilderness of darkness. Darkness is ignorance. So the power structure is based on foistering ignorance upon the masses. Ignorance as a weapon of mind war. So the program exists. It's always existed. It exists with this distinction between the exo and the esoteric. Jamarian May says, is not Saturn the keeper of time, that one that controls the world? Everything in the 3D is bound by time. You know, a good example of this and how it's demonstrated on the in the realm of entertainment, the Saturn stuff, it's pretty big. Look at Francis Ford Coppola's movie I referenced earlier, Megalopolis, where at the very beginning of the movie, they freeze time. These individuals called the Design Authority. They're dressed all in black. They have black rimmed hats, which are associated with Saturn. The color black, the rim, the Saturnian rings. And they freeze time, and then they detonate downtown New York. And it looks very 9/11-y. Now, this is at the beginning of the movie. And the movie opens up where the main character is standing on a tower on top of a big clock. And this all goes back. Because and Francis Ford Coppola is brilliant at doing this. What he has done in this movie is he merged Neo from the Matrix, and he merged the Dark City story into it. His character, played by Adam Driver, looks like Neo. One of the first things I noticed. That's intentional because of the 9/11 associations. You even have Lawrence Fishburne as his driver, playing a very Matrix-like role, like Morpheus. Morpheus is like, here's how the Matrix works, talking about the space that they're in. In Megalopolis, he's talking to him about how time works, because it's about time control, which is under the auspices of Saturn. Saturn's time control, restraint. So the Design Authority have the power to freeze time, and they detonate something downtown, insinuating 9/11. Well, when he's on the clock, that's right out of Dark City. And Dark City has these characters called the Strangers. And the Strangers, like the Design Authority in Megalopolis, dress in black rimmed hats, and they control time. So if you think about it, the ones who are behind the scenes engineering these events, they're controlling time. If they're controlling history by writing it in advance, implementing it on the world stage, they control time. They control the context of our lives. So you could look at the Design Authority, the Strangers, as the Saturnian aspect of the rulers of this place. That very much that this is why you see the cube. This is why you see the 666 and all this. It's all intrinsic to their symbolic language. And when you understand the language a bit, you can see it in the movies, how it's telegraphed, how they tell you who's in control. But the Saturn concept embodies the idea of constraint. Saturn, of course, is death. Kronos devouring his child. And where did I just see that? Oh, that's right. Okay, so I just saw Fantastic Four. So I'm watching Fantastic Four, and I'm looking at these characters as representing the four elements, which is all part of this occult system. In the Fantastic Four, you have these four characters who go up in a rocket, which is an obelisk, a symbol of the sun. They go up into space, and they get powers from the sun, and they come back down. Now, this is where it gets interesting. So in this Fantastic Four movie that just came out, the main antagonist is Galactus, and he's after the child that one of the characters had in the baby. He's after the baby, like Saturn to devouring, to eat the child. So if you look at the subtext of it, it has this built-in idea of Saturn versus the sun, which is a reoccurring theme in a lot of these movies. You know, like Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, Sun and Saturn, ruler of the night and the day. Or Terminator, JC, John Connor, the Savior. And then who's after him? The Terminator. And the Terminator, of course, is what you call the point where day dies, where the night overcomes day, the dividing line. That's the Terminator. And the idea is that at sunset, Saturn kills the sun. The Lord of Darkness, Set, Prince of Darkness, dismembers the sun. So the sun setting is actually the death of the sun every day played out in this cycle. And that's why after Darth Vader chops Luke's hand off, his sword hand, which mirrors the myth of Osiris having his phallus chopped off, the sword hand, the lightsaber, light, life, it's all symbolic. He hangs from a cross in Cloud City. And then he's later. But anyway, in Fantastic Four, I was looking at this Galactus character and the child and these four characters as essentially representing the idea of the four elements, and then the child being the quintessence, pure spirit. Like there's a lot of occult subtext here. But I made this connection with Galactus and Saturn because of the way he wanted the child, and he's devouring stars, he's devouring planets, and Saturn is like this devourer, like time devours all things. Well, interestingly, I looked back, and at Rise of the Silver Surfer, the first of these Fantastic Four movies, there's a scene where they show Galactus moving through the solar system, and the shadow of his head covers the planet Saturn. Or, you know, Darth Vader has the Death Star. Have you seen the comparison of the Death Star to Saturn's moon, Mimas? It looks the exact same. So these are intentional overlaps in entertainment that are based upon Kabbalistic occult symbolism. And it's a routine thing. Like I said, Dark City, Strangers, the Design Authority, and it's fascinating how they do this with the actors. Like Ed Harris, he plays Christoph in The Truman Show, you know, who says that people will accept the world as it's given to them. They'll accept whatever they're told, essentially. What was he saying about The Truman Show? The exact quote was something to the effect of that Truman was just going to passively accept whatever he was told. But he's the creator of this set, and you could consider him to be like Saturn. He controls time, he controls space, he controls the material world, prison to those who can't see through it. So the Truman Show was about him being in a prison that he didn't know was a prison. And Christoph was like, in a way, in this position of Saturn. So that's played by Ed Harris. So then you see Ed Harris shows up again in Snowpiercer, which is another movie where he is the engineer in this train that everybody lives on. So he's the train's going through the cycle. So it's all about cycles, which pertains to Saturn, who's the god of the harvest, you know, the Grim Reaper symbolism. Yeah, it's the scythe. It's about the harvest, the part of the year where the sun dies. The cycle of the death and rebirth every year. But it's all about the cycle. So there's Ed Harris in that role again. Well, then you see him again in Westworld, where he's the, quote, man in black with a knife, like a scythe. And the synths, the people who are in the simulation, every day they die. And they start the same day over again, and they don't remember. So they're trapped in a cycle. And he's the... Again, so I'm just pointing out how you'll see the same symbolism, but you'll often see actors who embody the same archetypes being used again and again to portray that occult role. Like, it's not their exoteric role, but it's the subtext. Andrea points out that season 51 of SNL starts tomorrow with Bad Bunny as a host. Interesting. Okay. We'll have to look more into that character. Somebody mentioned Labubu. It's kind of interesting that Labubus are popular right now. I'm seeing them now. It's like these bunnies with these creepy, jagged teeth faces, like human faces. Numbers, 5150. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what is that 51 thing? I need to catch up on South Park. It's not a coincidence that South Park had Charlie Kirk on before Kirk died. That was the way of ensuring that the target demographics that would be reacting to the Charlie Kirk thing knew who he was, so they could react appropriately. And it makes my point for me that if anything is promoted, it's meant for you to see it. It's like in the spotlight. If it's in the spotlight, it's because it's part of the next scene. If you look at the world stage as our consensus version of things, but the world stage is defined by what the consensus is told to focus on. That's why I don't believe in this head in the sand approach. Like, you can turn off your TV, you don't have to pay attention to any of this. You'll probably be happy without it because it doesn't affect you. However, to be informed, you kind of have to look at what's in the spotlight, but if you look at it objectively, dispassionately, and skeptically, you don't get involved in the drama. Like, someone said, maybe you didn't take a break from all this bad news. And I'm like, I'm enjoying the show. Like, this isn't stressful or taxing for me. This is the greatest show on earth. And what we are doing here is we're paying attention to the set pieces, the actors, the props that are put into the spotlight for the scenes as they happen. But they put them up there. So Kirk was propped up just in time. And I don't know if I mentioned this, Kirk's final YouTube upload was a video entitled Enough is Enough. And if you've looked into the Illuminati playing cards, you all know Enough is the sniper card. And that code, Enough is Enough, was all over the Trump shooting. So the fact that he posted that as his last post on YouTube is just more indication that we're looking at a hoax. Okay, I'll have to check out the South Park. I need to catch up. I really detest South Park. I had a hard time watching Snake Eyes. That's why I like going to movie theaters, because I get to see the trailers, and then I'm not inclined to shut it off halfway. But I'll do it. I'll do my homework. Bad Bunny just wore a shirt that said 2032 at a WrestleMania match. Yeah, that's right, Violet Pangon. Hulk Hogan said enough is enough when they try to shoot the president. The Hulk Hogan thing's intriguing. The Hulk thing. I haven't figured it all out yet. But listen to this. This is just a quick one. 2 examples of movies that came out concurrent with the shooting. Mickey 17 and Captain America, Brave New World. Both of these were noted, and they were specifically noted and talked about because they seemed to foreshadow and mirror the Trump thing. One was Harrison Ford getting shot at the podium, and the other one was the Trump character played by Mark Ruffalo, who got shot at by a Luigi-like character, and the bullet grazed his cheek, left a blood streak, and he posed for the cameras after surviving the attempt. What's intriguing is both of these characters have birth dates attached to days presidents were shot. Mark, born 11/22. Harrison Ford, born 7/13. But it gets even weirder because Mark Ruffalo played the Hulk. And in Captain America, Harrison Ford becomes the Red Hulk. So 2 Hulks with dead president birthdays, and then you got Hulk Hogan associated with the Trump shooting. So I haven't quite figured it out, this Hulk thing. I figured the Red Hulk is probably representing MAGA, like MAGA extremism. And maybe that's what we're seeing right now. You know, Trump deploying troops to Portland. Mango Penguin says, my daughter wants me to go see Black Phone too. Oh, you want to go take her? I seen the trailers for Black Phone, and it's like they have phone booths. I'm like, Like, would your daughter even know what a phone booth is? Like, the phone is like an antiquated piece of technology. So it's interesting that they're making movies about it still. Dark Ghost Wind. Ooh, good one. During the funeral was the continuous mention of put on the armor of God. Another Butler reference when Bannon recalls Ephesians 6:11. Yeah, they kept on talking about Ephesians 6:11, the armor of God, because Trump was shot at 6:11. And they said this was God telling us that God deflected the bullet. My question would be, why didn't God deflect the bullet from hitting Charlie? I guess God favors the guy who's been married 5 times with a very public record of living a very unchristlike existence. But this makes sense. So this makes sense that Charlie Kirk would be the martyr, the assassinated martyr, not Trump. And one other point, there's no way they were going to kill Trump. None of the predictive programming supports that. It consistently shows him, or the representative of him, surviving in every one of these. That's why I brought up the Manson guy. Must be in a hurry. That was a Friday. I can tell what day it is by the way people drive. Like, I just saw like a car full of tears without their headlights on speeding out of a McDonald's parking lot. Like, I can tell. You can tell when people, like, I don't like driving on certain parts of town. You know, this place is so predictable. Like, I'm not a denialist. I posted a video from when Mick Media interviewed me, and they had Dr. Gail Saltz psychoanalyze me, and she said, he's anti-authoritarian. It's like, yeah, is that a bad thing? But they implied that I just don't want to accept how bad things are, so I call it all fake. And I'm like, no, that's not me at all. I'm just distinguishing between real and fake. Like, there's plenty of real stuff. I know I could go right now down to the war zone. I know what street corner to stand on if you want to see a shooting, stabbing, or hit and run. Like, one of those 3 will occur. If I want to be shot by a group of minors in a stolen car, I'll go hang out by the CVS on Manal. Oh, yeah, that's right, Lean Dion. Charlie was a miracle. So here's another element to it. They're saying Charlie stopped the bullet with his spine because it was a miracle. Because the bullet would have kept going. It would have killed everybody there. There wouldn't have been any survivors. The bullet had no intention of stopping. It was going to keep on going and going. But it was a miracle. His neck stopped the bullet. So they called him the Man of Steel. Now, that was one of these articles that was put out there to antagonize the conspiracy theorists, to help them make the case that it was a second shooter. Because for it to have been Taylor Robinson, that miracle couldn't have happened. The only way that his neck would have stopped a bullet is if it was a smaller caliber, likely closer, but from a different position. So the Man of Steel thing comes in, so it's a Superman reference. Well, afterward, the shooter runs to Dairy Queen, which has now been closed down, and he poses next to a poster of Superman. And in that photo, look at his face, he looks like Lex Luthor from the new Superman. So that to me is like, okay, Superman being connected to it. Then you look at the governor of Utah. Tell me the governor of Utah isn't a spitting image of Lex Luthor. No way these are coincidences. And it's tied into, just like with the Fantastic Four, it's tied into the deeper symbolism of these comic book characters. Superman is Christ coded, as was CK. JFK coded, there's Christ stuff. The Superman thing is part of attaching the idea of a savior from above, a heaven-sent savior, a sacrificial savior. But yeah, Governor Cox looks exactly like Lex Luthor. Nicotrauma says, if a big event actually happened, would we ever know about it? Yeah, what's the biggest real event you can think of that that would be something that they would ordinarily have to do with a fake event, like a psyop? Like, psyops stand out for being highly unlikely, extraordinary. Like, we don't often see planes hitting buildings. You know, that's a rare occurrence in itself. And then you have the idea of the building falling in its own footprint, which 9/11 truth was manufactured. So right now we have Charlie Kirk truth. And all the Charlie Kirk truthers are convinced that somebody else pulled the trigger. 9/11 truthers were the same exact thing. They all agree a terrible attack happened and people died, but somebody else did it. That's the basis for conspiracy theory, is we agree the bad thing happened, but somebody else did it. And they run around, we're just asking questions, but all along, every one of their questions is loaded with, it was Israel. And conspiracy theories are actually boring when you recognize that they all fit the same predictable pattern. Poultry Guy says, freedom is the largest psyop. Yeah. Yeah, in a really real sense. And I would also say that the only real conspiracy is the meta conspiracy. The meta conspiracy is all the conspiracies are the conspiracy to keep alternative thinkers from figuring out that history is manufactured and the large transformative events are fake staged. Freemason World Order says there was an old webcomic called Grim Tales where 9/11 is stated to be a ritual to please death. Yeah, so there's two explanations for these events that people gravitate towards when it comes to why do they kill these people, or with all these like staged events, or what's the purpose of it. Like 9/11, was it actually an occult ritual with these blood sacrifices? And that was popular. David Icke pushed that as well. He said they're really killing people in these school shootings, but it's because these are human sacrifices and it's feeding the reptilians. When Sandy Hook happened, I was listening to Alex Jones, I remember, and he had me convinced that the government is using mind-controlled assassins and they're doing blood sacrifices and influencing public opinion with these events. And it's very ominous and varied. And that's where a lot of truthers are stuck, the bloody guardrail. And when you look at it from that perspective, how can you arrive at any conclusion other than you're dealing with some significantly evil people? And that's why people get emotional and they get mad and they want revenge, and these are the bad guys. But they're not really bad guys. They're just a bunch of theater people. You might question the ethics of manufacturing fake events to influence public opinion, lying and propaganda, sure. But it's not as bad as what truthers think. That's why I say that the only difference between a blue pill and a red pill, the blue pill is a dream pill. You're dreaming, you're sleeping, you're having dreams. The red pill is a nightmare pill. You still haven't woken up. Now you're actually deeper into the dream and you think it's real. And it's worse than what everybody else says. Nice, thank you, Thirst for Truth. Appreciate the support. Could not operate without it. But now it's guaranteed. The handbook for the recently deprogrammed is out, and that needed to happen. I'm actually less stressed out than I've ever been. I just like, we put so much work into this, and it's been on very shaky ground for a few reasons. And I thought, well, I have to at least get a consolidation of all of our best ideas, put it into a philosophic framework so that we can establish this as the epicenter for a third branch of media that can grow exponentially depending on how good we are at networking with those who've already figured it out. But that if we don't do this, it's not going to exist. That, we're actually quite proactive. We are the cutting fringe, the cutting edge here. But outside of the IPS think tank, is there any organized body attempting to platform this perspective? The perspective inclusive of media fakery and long-term history bending. Like, no, there isn't. I would like to think so, but no. And we're kind of purists about it. One of the points that I made, and this is in the book, is anti-anti. If you are taking an anti-position on anything, you're controlled opposition at this point. You need to get rid of the antis. If you have a really strong feeling about something, like, I gotta be anti, just be non. Like the anti-vaxxer movement is controlled opposition, and it's part of a cluster of beliefs. So if you take that, now you're going to be lumped in with a lot of other people who are totally reality compromised. We aren't. Anybody in Trutherville is reality compromised. We aren't. So why would you side with them? You have to resist the reflexive anti-positions that they hand you, because it's always controlled. So the point of it is, you got to be anti-pro and anti-anti. It's the only way out. And that's how they hook you, because the people who take these positions think they're fighting for a righteous cause. It's all good intentions all around. Jermaine May says, might need a new edition of the coloring book, Tim. Oh, nice. Colors neck red with fireworks and this. Yeah, okay. Okay, we should probably do another one. I will produce another coloring book. That first one, I think it's called Autohoaxology. The first one is pretty good. It's got a lot of Kubrick. iFeep says, drug pushers for pill poppers, red or blue, either way, they still gotcha. Exactly. It's a dichotomy and it's a trap. It's actually reverse psychology. Trutherism, conspiracy theories are all established with reverse psychology, where it's like they just know that a lot of people aren't going to buy the mainstream, and they just factor in for it. Truther bait has been another recent development that we've accounted for as well, because they want to discredit anyone who's not mainstream, so they love to plant all kinds of misleading clues and get you to sign off on it, and then they can discredit you. It's very clever. And back to my original point, because we're at this place now where they're dealing with us, or they're attempting to. And I'm not saying this to be grandiose or anything, or overestimate the importance of this, but the fact of it is, the entire reason for all these conspiracies is inherently damage control. It's containment. And they're trying to deal with those who are breaking out of the containment, those of us who have jumped the bloody guardrail. So we've jumped the bloody guardrail. And beyond that, we've determined over time, and this is all empirical research, that the fake news over time does have an observable, measured effect on history as the consensus accepts it, which gives total power to those who control it. Those who control, who controls the past, controls the present, controls the future. This is all Orwellian. We live in 1984. I used to say that as the date. Like, today is October 3rd, 1984, because it's always, and it always will be 1984 on the world stage. Like, it's actually that bad. It's kind of interesting too. I was just thinking about 1984. It's like 1984 is this dystopian thing. Like, we don't want this to happen. It's like, we're already there. And they didn't even have to force it on us. They sold it to us. They sold us on a lifestyle of self-surveillance. Violet Pengon says, did you say about Kirk's set, the people around are actors? I take it the whole thing is a set. Yeah, a lot of people are looking at this thing correctly. I do find a lot of people who are looking at the way that they responded and they're given the wrong interpretation. So the conspiracy theory view is all the people surrounding Charlie Kirk moved in a way that appeared rehearsed. So it looks like an operation. Like, oh yeah, this is a professional job. And I agree with them. It was professional. They were rehearsed. And it looks rehearsed. It looks like in fact, there's this one video you can see where one of the cameramen moves into position to record them running around the backside. But they're wrong when they start with the premise that he's dead. So it looks like a well-rehearsed execution. But no, it was a well-rehearsed psyop. It was a drill. Oh, that's an interesting one. Lean Dion says, the fake Christian nationalist rise on the right gives Handmaiden Tale vibes. Dark Ghostwind says, crazy that with the heavy promotion of realistic practical effects in the 2000s and AI-generated footage in the 2020s, nobody's thought that. Go on. Well, they're masters of misdirection because we're told AI is going to be problematic. We're reality compromised. Nobody's going to tell real from fake. We're going to be deep faked. Well, no, we've already been deep faked. They deep faked us with history, with lies, manufactured history, with synthetic masks, with actors on the world stage with fraudulent backstories. I mean, we've been deep faked. We were born into a deep faked world. It's not coming. It's already here. But now they're just updating a lot of their tech. Jamarian May says, does it not seem that there are some new entity running the world? Things have always been... Today's world seems like it's run by mental asylum patients. You know, I'm not really sure. Like, I'm confident in my assessment of fake news going back. But as far as when did fake overcome real? Like how far back? It's an open question. But I'm starting with ground zero. You know, I'm starting from today, looking back. As far as we can ascertain, media was never not being used for this purpose. Media was always supplanting religion. It was always in the control of the secret societies, the security clearance societies. Like, we do have a two-tiered system here. You have the profane and the initiated. I don't think there's ever been a point where it wasn't continuous. The old world order became the new world order. Like in The Matrix, they say, born into bondage. There is a lot of truth in that movie. And so I like the Matrix analogy. And there's some more interesting stuff about it as well. Lately, I've been thinking about with Neo and the whole 9/11 connection, the passport connection, and his birthday being 9/11. So Neo, world savior, 9/11 birthday. Some say that's Jesus' birthday, some theologians, but it reaffirms this theme of 9/11 being a modern or a contemporary myth, like a crucifixion in a way. As far as this religion goes, this religion needs its myths. It needs its miracles. And we watch, this is so surreal, we watch them manufacture a martyr in front of our eyes. The lie world order. But anyway, I had to get out here because I was looking at Tim Pool and Jack Posobiec and these others looking absolutely foolish in these sombreros. And they're talking about predictive programming and utopia. They're talking about Savant and how it influenced people to respond in a certain way to the Charlie Kirk thing. So the only reason they would be doing that is I think they're trying to create a strategy for taking this conversation out of our hands or preventing this conversation from spreading. So they got to somehow stamp it out, but they can't. We're in a very good position here, I think, because what we're describing is above the pay grade of your alt media propagandists, and they can't acknowledge what we're saying. You know, they can handle NASA skeptics. They completely controlled that and turned it into a clown show. They turned it into a mess. The whole flat earth versus round earth debate and stuff missed the point entirely, because it should have been about worldview and how we get it. Although it's very revealing, you know, for anyone who wants to understand better the metascript concept, the idea of engineered history, one of the best examples of it is looking at the space program. I mean, unless you think it's real, whatever you think about the shape of the world or outer space or all that, the space program is pageantry. It's largely just theater. Many of these rituals and launches, yeah, there's a reason why they have all the trappings of the mystery schools. I've called NASA an Egyptian mystery school for a reason. I think space travel, in some ways, you could look at it as allegory for ascending higher states of consciousness. There's a lot of fascinating ideas here attached to the real purpose, the occult purpose of NASA when it comes to our engineered worldview. We used to look back at the Babylon working quite a bit, because there you had this nexus point where it was like science fiction mixing with mystery Babylon, mixing with rocket science. Jack Parsons, JPL, American head of the OTO, Crowley counterpart here in America, with the movie star, and then you had Marjorie Cameron, and then you had L. Ron Hubbard, science fiction writer, later creates Scientology, which is a space religion. NASA is a space religion. I call it NASAtology. But the elements there, you had the mystery school representation, you had the rocket science, you had the movie magic, and then you had science fiction. And if you put that all in a cauldron, in some occult ritual, what comes out of it? Our modern paradigm, the space age. The space age, what we think of the space age, man becoming multiplanetary, that's essentially like religions promising man going into paradise, into heaven. It's a modern religion. NASAtology. I'm not a NASAtologist. I have a lot of friends who are NASAtologists. And when you compare the two, NASAtology and Scientology, one of them has better actors and the other has better special effects. Imagine if they combine the two. That's why I've been looking forward to Tom Cruise going to space. Because Tom Cruise was on a set with Stanley Kubrick, which has the Apollo 11 fakery there in the background. Kubrick's daughter is a Scientologist. Freemason World Order says L. Ron Elon Musk. Yeah, Elon Musk comes right out of a Werner von Braun book, Mars, A Technical Tale. You know, we need to do a Zoom conference and just do a deep dive into the various parts that make up Elon Musk, because he's a composite character. He's a Frankenstein. Nick Bostrom, Werner von Braun, Willy Wonka, Tony Stark, Iron Man. I think there's a bit of Jack Parsons. There's a lot of Henry Ford. We're talking about Elon Musk and the various aspects of his character, his world stage personage. But yeah, one of the earliest examples of him pre-existing, like Charlie Kirk, for example. He was a toddler when Snake Eyes came out. So how's that about him? Well, it's because he took on this role. Elon Musk. Well, you've got Werner von Braun's book, Mars, A Technical Tale, about the first human to colonize Mars. It's called the Elon. The Elons are head of the rulers of this colony. And they set up a structure, an organizational structure analogous to that in Rome, which is why we affectionately dubbed Elon Musk Pope Elon. Lean Dion says he cameos in an Iron Man movie with the new rocket tech for Stark. Yeah, and I don't believe him, but Robert Downey Jr. says that when he wanted to know how to be Iron Man and Tony Stark, he studied Elon Musk to be that character. So they love to merge real and fake. They do it all the time. They merge the two. I think one of the big examples of this, one of the biggest as far as Charlie Kirk thing being fake and staged, is that 4 days before he gets shot, he goes to South Korea and he meets with the young Republican group there, just like his corresponding movie character who gets shot in the throat in front of his young Republican group. I mean, it's the merging of real and fake. This is what Baudrillard called hyper reality. We're living in hyper reality. I talk about hyperstitions. Hyperstitions are the lies that everyone agrees upon because they've been televised and the system reinforces them as existing. Like the Atlantic article writes about George Floyd and Charlie Kirk as though those are both real events. So the real treating the fake as real unknowingly because it's a closed system and it's a feedback loop. Yeah, those are hyperstitions. But the term hyperreality refers to the point where they've so effectively merged real and fake that the people in it can't tell the difference. They are in a Truman Show. And it's incredible to watch. Like, I think the spectacle of the 100,000 people at the memorial was an incredible display of power. I mean, that was just, it was extra. And by the way, someone says that they rented that venue months ago. And I was thinking about that. Like, there's a lot of questions that have been raised that are valid questions. Like, I find it highly implausible that they would have done a autopsy funeral in time for 9/11 to drag the coffin around with J.D. Vance posing in front of it. They hijacked 9/11 for Charlie Kirk. Ifepe says, I suspected it was fake, but I knew it was when they claimed 33 hours after they found the suspect. Yeah, so for those who would say you guys call everything fake, look, I was undecided until I saw them saying 33 hours. Suddenly it wasn't so convincing. Well, when I saw the Hulu thing, I sat down to watch Hulu, and I knew we struck gold on that one, because that example of the rigged reality, of the entrainment between entertainment and fake events. So it's axiomatic. This is a rule. Predictive programming, concurrent programming, only ever foreshadows fake events. None of the stuff foreshadowed is ever real. I don't know why people are confused about this. There are some people who are on the fence. Well, I don't know for sure if he's really dead or not. It might be real. Well, this would make it the exception to the rule. It'd make it the exception. This would be an exceptional event to have been predicted years in advance to be real. So now we're going to say the media predicted the future and all the other ones were predicting fake events? Like, no, that's not consistent to think that way. We have a methodology here. We have an approach. We have a well-reasoned, well-thought-out set of presumptions moving into this. And it's pretty much axiomatic that the entertainment only ever mirrors and foreshadows things that are fake. It wouldn't be possible otherwise, without inserting some kind of higher power or lower power divine fallacy explanation, and we reject those. Yeah, that's an exact quote from Kash Patel. He said 36 hours, no, 33 hours to be exact. See you in Valhalla. Kash Patel. It's like, no, Christians don't go to Valhalla. When you die, if you're, I guess you worship Thor, and you die in battle, then a Valkyrie will come, and the Valkyries look like Erica Kirk, basically, and they will take you to Valhalla, where you will drink with all your buddies and wait for the Ragnarok apocalypse battle. So it's not even your final resting spot. It's not like paradise. It's where you go to await the final battle. So why would he have said Valhalla? And you know what's interesting? So in the show The Tempest, the widow, the stories about the widow, she's being guarded by this contractor who works for the Valkyrie group. And again, see you in Valhalla, Valkyrie, Valkyries take you to Valhalla. There are so many overlaps between the two. You know, even in Snake Eyes, the storm is called Jezebel. The Tempest is a storm. Snake Eyes has the storm. Erica Kirk was called the Storm when she was on the stage. Jamarian says, any comment on the 3 Atlas operation? Well, the Atlas thing was a factor. It made it 2020. The C-19 is what they called it, the Atlas comet. So it might mean something. The book Atlas Shrugged is about the secret society who shut down, put everyone into darkness, and they hide out in a place called Atlantis. And you know, Atlantis, the myth of Atlantis, Atlantis sunk. It makes me think about the West and this idea of the sinking. And the sinking is just metaphor for plunging into darkness. And I'm not saying they're going to unplug everything and put us in literal darkness. I don't think they'll do that. I think that one would run counter to their operation because we would probably benefit from it. I think the idea of the blackout is more about the collective hoodwinking of humanity, reaching its next stage, possibly permanent. That's why I say it's incontestable, because we're reaching a point where you're not going to be able to see through it. That's why I said we have to move away from the over-reliance on visual deconstruction and look at metascript, context, peripheral information, and we have to be somewhat rigorous about this, because there's going to be a time where you're not going to be able to discern real from fake. They're going to replace their terrible crisis actors with perfect AI actors. They're perfecting their system. Hank G says, is Tyler sort of a guardian in the Masonic tradition? Yeah, it's not spelled the same way, but it sounds the same. The Tyler is the guy at the door with the sword to keep the profane out. So the hoodwink of the day is the black screen. It's the monolith. It's the new monotheism. It really is. This synchronizing all mankind around this single frame of reference. Tomanoid 3 says, the actress in Snake Eyes was in Head of State 2025 as Elizabeth Kirk. That's interesting. That's big. That one. Thank you, Tomanoid. The actress in Snake Eyes was the Head of State 2025. This is good. And the Dead Man on Campus as a trailer, that's pretty solid as well. So these coincidences that pile up have previously been misinterpreted as something unexplainable, something confusing, something mystical, synchromystic. And no, it's actually not. We're looking at man programming man. It's actually quite simple. Predictive programming as product placement for future fake events. Poultry Guy says, I haven't believed anything they've told me in over a decade. All the connections lost their allure as well. Right. Well, there was no explanation for the connections. And you look at these connections and it's like, okay, there's no way man could have done this. You know how many truthers have said that to me? And I would do these informal polls on X. I would just ask people, hey, what do you think causes this stuff? And they would say, it's got to be higher than man. No way man could do that. I had some people pretty aggressively trying to get me to accept the premise that only a simulation could explain this. And I've had to explain to them that no, the events are simulated. but we're not in a simulation. The news is fake, reality is not fake. But if you assume news is real and the real world, then these glitches you see will then logically lead you to conclude, fallaciously, that reality is fake. And so they've managed to break people's concept of reality, where they think that the fabric of reality has been torn asunder. I try to explain The Tempest to somebody who was talking about snake eyes, and he said snake eyes was bad enough. Now, the fabric of reality is torn. So he could not process the real-time coincidences. And their conclusion that it must be higher than man has been planted there by, I would argue, by the very same entities that are involved in faking these events. It's part of their damage control system. There's the strategy. Anybody seeing through this should be misled. Mislead them to think that it must be something higher or just a coincidence. Dark Ghost Wind says, Metcalf and the Ukrainian had a meme coin shilling event. I don't understand if the meme coins and AI memes related to these events are not organic, but they appear in a lot of psyops like this. Yeah, I think there's something about these psyops. You could call these ARGs, alternate reality games, where they do involve your participation, and a lot of people do get involved. So there are people who legitimately think Charlie Kirk died, and they're happy about it, and they're fighting MAGA over it. There are people who engage. So it's an alternate reality game, means that it's kind of like it's theater with predetermined conclusions, but the audience is invited to participate, like a role-playing game, LARPing. But the higher than man thing sufficed for a lot of people because it gave them the sense that they had become mystical. Like, imagine that. You're like, you spend years of your life thinking that you've seen through the matrix, you've seen the glitches, and everybody else is asleep, and you've seen through it. And then somebody says, well, no, you're not actually seeing through the universe. You're actually seeing through government propaganda. That's kind of an ego blow. Now they have to say, okay, I've been wrong this whole time, and I thought I had achieved enlightenment. I thought I was Neo in the Matrix, but now I'm realizing I'm just somebody noticing government propaganda, which is still an awakening. It's still an elevation in your level of situational awareness. It's better to know than not to know. But the final guardrail beyond the bloody one, I think, is the ego, the inability to admit one was wrong. But the point of no turning back, the point where somebody will leave the world stage and not fall for anything ever again and see how it works, that final step is recognition of long-term engineered events and all the supporting content that leads up to it. And the full implications are pretty staggering, but it is the only real conspiracy. Like, see, these conspiracy theorists are entertained, conspiratained all day long with all their rabbit trails that lead them nowhere. And here we are saying, no, the only real conspiracy is that our history is completely fabricated and manufactured, and none on the world stage can be considered organic. That is a conspiracy, a successful one. It's not even a theory, it's an observation. It's a conspiracy in progress. Plain Decoded says, you're just a marginalized, fringe, eccentric ideologue, and I may dismiss you with my stereotyping fallacy. Well, one of the big differences between off-world stage and on-world stage is active and passive. Are you actively or passively consuming the news? And if you believe it when you see it because of headlines, or you default believe it, you're passive. And this includes conspiracy theorists. They passively accepted that Kirk was killed by someone other than the mainstream's suspect. There's no active engagement there as far as critically examining it. No, they don't actually process it. Like I say, we're fake news wood chippers. We're processing the information. No, they're getting their information essentially beak to beak, like mother bird pre-masticating the food and spitting it into their beaks. No processing involved, completely passive. But the ego thing, what I mean is people are attached to their sense of self that they've projected, that they've stood by, and they see it as maybe even a loss in integrity to admit that they're wrong. And I'm saying there's no shame in admitting that we're wrong. We were all born into this. We were all given maids and hoodwinks and programming. Ollie Goering says, I am entertained. Violet Pangon says, I'm disappointed in the scriptwriters if this is the best show they have. Yeah, my thinking is this. The reason why the movies are better than the stuff they do on the fake news is there's a larger talent pool and great incentives to create great art. But when you're looking at the stuff on the news that's faked, it's government employees. And what is their qualification for getting the role in the PSYOP? It's not acting talent. No, it's security clearances, blood oaths. They're so corrupt that they're allowed to work in this capacity. So their talent pool isn't really people who are skilled in the arts. Their talent pool is largely sellouts. So try to make a good movie with a random group of feds and compromised politicians and who knows who else. I mean, where are they drawing from? Now they're probably going to rely on ChatGPT to do a lot of their scripts. Yeah, the DMV employees of the film industry. Exactly. Freemason World Order says, this reminds me of the original Total Recall movie where Douglas Quaid is given a fake life and a wife to keep him inside it. Okay, so I had noticed years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, that the word legend is consistently associated with death faking rappers. And death faking is good for record sales. And look what it's done for Charlie Kirk. His Instagram has got like 15 million more subs. Like at least. But I was looking into the word legend, and I'm like, legend is consistently used. So I did a search on Perplexity. I'm like, does legend have any connotation in the intelligence agencies, in intelligence work, in spycraft? And it turns out that people with completely manufactured IDs, fake histories, fake families who are planted in society to live a normal life and blend in Russia, they're referred to as legends. Like, so your legend is your backstory, which is fake. It's your fake life. And legends never die. No, they don't die. Legends fake die. Charlie Kirk was a legend. I don't even think his kids were real. I don't think his parents are real. Whenever you look at him and his children, it's awkward. He doesn't know what he's doing. There's a lot you could say about it. You could say, well, they don't want to show their faces because he's high profile and he's protecting them. Yeah, sure. It's just kind of conspicuous because their kids are always facing away from the camera. And then they show his parents at the funeral, and his parents, you only see the backs of their heads. So why is it that we only see the backs of the heads of their children and the parents? Andrea said, admitting you're wrong is a superpower. Yeah, exactly. It's like, prove me wrong, please. Charlie Kirk's not dead. Prove me wrong. Nicotrama says, I disagree that these presentations are bad on accident. They have unlimited funds. They print the money. They can make these events better than the movies they wish. I think you're right about that to a large degree, but we also have to consider that they're not bad according to the majority who believe them. See, we're like critics, but we're not just critics, we're connoisseurs. We're PSYOP connoisseurs. We have very high standards. So we're the ones who are looking into the nuance with a critical approach. But the normies, they're fully entertained. They're like, this is a great movie. This is totally real. Like, they're so immersed in it. Like, they don't even doubt it's fake. I mean, they don't even doubt that it's real. They're so immersed that you can't really say it's that bad. So they don't have to try that hard. Did you see the laughing crisis actor in front of the Utah event? She said, oh, Charlie Kirk got shot in the chest and blood started pouring out. She starts laughing. He plunged, he fell forward. He didn't fall forward. He wasn't shot in the chest. Where did she get that from? And there were others too. So the initial witnesses to the event got it wrong. How do you explain that? But do they do it bad on purpose? I don't necessarily think so. I think they're just bad, and they've always been bad, but people weren't noticing before for a lot of reasons. So, for example, if you look at the Oklahoma City bombing, terrible crisis actors, obvious fake blood, people are totally acting. But who is going to notice? Because people watch the news passively. There was no active news consumption at that time in the way we engage it. There was no internet. There was no networking. You could not have a real-time think tank to deconstruct the nightly news at the time of the Oklahoma City bombing. This has only been made possible because of social media. So we're in a very advantageous position for this that no one else had previous. So back then, even if 1 in a million people noticed some discrepancy in the news, who are they going to tell? There was no way you could have consolidated a body of thinkers, i.e. a think tank, on the premise that maybe the news is actually manufacturing stuff. And even if you thought that or suspected it, you'd have nobody to talk to network with, and all of the conspiracy theories at the time would have taken up all the conversation anyway. And all the conspiracy theories operate on the central premise that it's real, but there's a twist. Never it's fake. Nicotrauma says, when they add these plot holes, they get us to fight and go down rabbit holes. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm finding this interesting fracture. And look, this is where I'm right again. You know how I said that red pill is actually a subset of J pill? Look at the fracture in the Republicans right now on the Charlie Kirk thing. Turning Point USA, which is not woke right, they're pretty much neocon. The woke right is the conspiracy theory wing. They're saying it was Israel. But the normies are saying, no, it was done by Tyler Robinson because of leftist ideology. So the split here is that the mainstream Republicans agree with the mainstream story. But the ones who go with the conspiracies, the red pill stuff, are also the woke right ones. So Candace Owens, woke right. Somebody else killed Charlie Kirk. Laura Loomer, neocon. Tyler Robinson did it. And stop spreading conspiracy theories because you're going to help him escape justice. All the Turning Point USA people accept the official story. None of them are conspiracy theorists. The only ones who delve into the conspiracy are woke right. And that's because woke right is J pill and red pill is a subset of J pill. So all the conspiracy theorists are not going with the mainstream Turning Point USA version. That's why the conspiracy theorists are lining up with Candace Owens. So Candace Owens is basically doing this. She's passing out J pills covered in red, painted red. So fake red pills. Like, here are conspiracy theorists, here's some conspiracy candy. But it's all leading you into far right-wing politics. says, I noticed on my local TV they're going to air Jess I and NCIS nonstop as a fake war coming. Probably. So, okay, before we go, on the 9th, Nashville 911 is premiering. If you look at the trailer, it's got some kind of weapons from space, nukes from space, some kind of thing coming in. But it's all about Fire Department 113. The 113 code is all about the Space Needle in Seattle getting it. 113 was the date the One World Trade Tower opened, by the way. And it's Godzilla's birthday. Probably not a coincidence, because Godzilla also pertains to the Kraken and the nuke, which in the series The Tempest, that is a factor. And now another thing, October 14th, Charlie Kirk's birthday. So if you think Kirk's going away and you got Kirk fatigue, Kirkianity just started. Might as well get used to it. So 1014, there's going to be a conflict between the woke right and the woke left. Between, well, even really just between MAGA and the left. Because it's going to be George Floyd's birthday versus Charlie Kirk's birthday. And you see how the leftists are constantly attacking the Charlie Kirk memorials? I mean, they're unhinged about this. And it's just getting started. So the 9th should be an interesting date. I'm just saying. 911, it's called. Nashville 911. And October 9th is, of course, 109. And then 1014, you got both the martyrs. Martyrs on the left, martyr on the right. Angst G says Kirkianity versus Floydianity. Yes. You wouldn't think those two had anything in common. But when you look at it in the frame of the world stage, it makes sense. These are antipodes. These are complete polar opposites. David Icke coined the term opposames because they're basically the same thing, but on the opposite side. Kind of like that one. But anyway, what Freemason World Order suggested about what he sees on his TV, yeah, you're looking at it appropriately. It's programming. If it's on TV, and especially if it represents like a shift, like a trend, if something is trending, then it's preparing you for the next scene on the world stage. And that's one other point that we have going for us. One other thing that we've recognized here is that by recognizing the world stage model, which is not a physical structure, it's the mental simulation, but it's also the timeline. It's the past leading up to now and everything else. But we do have some predictive capabilities. That's why I would go watch movies as they're coming out if they're being hyped. It's like, let's see what's happening next. If somebody had said, hey, the #1 show on Hulu is The Tempest, you should watch it because it's the #1, I would have done so. And I should probably keep doing that because I usually do that. Like I watched The Madness because it was #1. My presupposition is that if it's #1, if it's being promoted, then it's going to have some immediate real world counterpart, as in something fake, something staged. But it's a prediction. Like I predicted the Hulu thing. I didn't know it was that show, but I knew something would be there. Now, if we didn't have a point, if we were not correct, if the meta script concept wasn't an accurate description of how things work, we would not be able to make predictions, accurate predictions with regularity. So the predictive capacity of our model is proof positive that we are in fact correct. Otherwise, you would have to agree that we're all just psychic, and I'm psychic, and we are somehow managing to, I don't know, read the vibes of the universe. Like, no need for woo here. We can keep it mundane and objective. And I could make the point that we are the only objectivist think tank on the world stage. engaged in this type of conversation. You think the objectivist society are objective? You think Ayn Rand was an objectivist? No, they were compromised because their objectivism was filtered through the mainstream media. Like Truman in The Truman Show. That guy could never be an objectivist because he's in a subjective world. Diddy got 4 years and 2 months, another 42. Fascinating. I'll have to think about that. You know, I got to ask you, like, is that even real? You know, there was some stuff. What was that movie called Blink Twice that seemed to insinuate the Diddy white parties? They had the snake oil instead of the baby oil. Because the people involved in the PSYOP entertainment complex are never going to face real consequences because they could turn on it. They know too much. They've got to be protected. Nicotrama says Diddy is fake, just like everything else. Yeah, there's quite a lot of predictive programming content that suggests that Diddy was served time. That he was. This is all. I think it's all manufactured. Lean Dion says, just like academics and intellectuals, the most indoctrinated so as to become stupid, ignorant. Okay, so when I say programmed, like when people are programmed, they're not deprogrammed. They're going with the script. If you're unquestioningly accepting the world that's been presented to you, you're going along with the program. Like when you go to a play or a symphony, you're given a program. And the program is the list of things that are going to happen that night in order with time. And if you follow along with the timeline they've given us, you are in fact programmed, like an NPC. You're reading a script. By rejecting the program, looking at it objectively, that's really what I mean by deprogrammed. Like you're no longer framing your worldview with their frame of reference. And you have to list the ways that your frame of reference is different from the mainstream to really grasp this. Like in my world, school shooters are fake, nukes are fake, Christian schools aren't being shot up by Antifa radicals, space junk is fake. The martyrs are fake. I mean, if you go down the list, subtract all those things you don't believe and compare it to the regular mainstream believer. So your world is less populated by hyperstitions. Carl Sagan wrote that book. It was called Demon Haunted World, about superstition. And he was right in describing how people have always existed in a world with bad explanations, false explanations, lies, and to explain away gaps in their knowledge. And that's what superstitions had, pretty much done in myths. But it would be a mistake to think that we don't live in a very superstitious world today. But the traditional superstitions have been updated. And I think the better term now is hyperstitions. And the difference being, of course, a hyperstition is reinforced by the system, no longer countered. Nicotrama says, if I say everything is fake, then I give credence to the agent screaming birds aren't real. Yeah, well, maybe not. I think you could explain it. Because you could really, what you're really doing here, when you're saying everything is fake, they're showing us, you're actually not wrong. Because let's say a completely honest, truthful, well-intentioned journalist takes a job in the media and they never tell a lie. Well, if they rest upon the entire body of work that media agency has published, they're standing upon an edifice of lies. So they're liars by default. The world stage makes them into liars. So to say everything's fake, like, I get your point. It's not wrong. And you're actually well, I think, within the bounds of logic to say the burden of proof isn't on me. You prove it's not fake. Tell me one event that isn't. And I'm just saying, if you approach like that, they'll bring up something mundane. But just the only qualifier you need is every significant historic event promoted on the mainstream news on a large scale has been staged, planned in advance, and faked. You're actually not wrong about it. But I just don't want to get everything is fake mixed in with the people who don't have a nuanced view, what I call low information disbelievers. So in order to avoid being conflated with the low info disbelievers, we have to kind of have some nuance there. So it's really to distinguish us from them. Because people will say, you guys say everything is fake as though it's a low intelligence claim. I saw a comment, they said, they were mocking us. They said, the big brains think that Charlie Kirk's shooting was fake because they saw it on TV. It's like, no, we're not saying that. We're saying it's fake because everything has been fake thus far when investigated. So I think we should say everything is fake to provoke, and we can defend it. But if pinned down, we can actually kind of say, well, actually, here's what we mean. Here's the qualifiers. Extraordinary claims. Like, I'll give them this. If the media says the sky is blue, I'll trust them. Andrea says, how long have these things been faked? Look, I'm comfortable saying since the inception of media. I mean, Titanic, fake. Kennedy assassination, fake. RFK, fake. And look at the director, John Frankenheimer. John Frankenheimer, Manchurian candidate, invented the idea of the mind-controlled assassin. And he was there with RFK when a mind-controlled assassin killed him. So this has been a pattern from the beginning. The idea of media foreshadowing and real-time concurrent programming, that has been standard operating procedure from the beginning. Entertainment has always been entrained. You can even look at science fiction from Isaac Asimov and many others as constituting part of the predictive programming. So it pre-existed televised news. Violent Pengon says everything is re-scripted. It's all recycled. This is JFK all over again in so many ways. And that's a hoax indicator. Real life shouldn't immediately or exactly follow some other event in like such a repeatable, observable pattern. Like it's too predictable. It's too much of a template. Like reality's not a template, but we have these cookie cutter events. But this is one other point before we go. The reason why we're noticing patterns is because we've created not an echo chamber, but we've created a platform, a think tank, and because of social media. If we weren't talking to each other about what we're seeing, the media would have a one-to-one relationship with everybody. Everybody gets the news with no discussion. It's just direct download. But we have this ability now to share information, to show clips. Imagine if we weren't able to capture the news and watch it again and share the clips. We would be lost. We'd live in a world of hearsay. Like, oh, Kirk, like, you didn't even see the JFK assassination on film for 12 years. So imagine 11/22/1963, that happens, and how are you not going to believe it? You didn't see it to dispute it. You don't have enough information to say it looked fake. The best you could do is, it was a patsy, somebody else did it. So what we have now is a position where we're able to real-time criticize content, share content, look closer. Andrea says, since the printing press. Yeah, that's an interesting question. It makes me think about myths. And someone asked me about this earlier, and I brought up the historian Polybius, who wrote about how superstition maintains the cohesion of the Roman state, admitting that the gods are just constructs. that the terror of gods is used to control the masses who are fickle and need to be bossed around by terror. So it's as old as religion. Media is the new religion. All right, well, this has been great. We covered a lot of ground. I want to say thanks, everyone, for the generous support. It won't be long before we are in a studio. A lot of upgrades are being prepared because we're entering a very interesting phase. The damage control agents are trying to deal with media skeptics who figured out about the entrainment between entertainment and fake events. They know we know that they know that Kirk's not dead. And that's a problem. So it's going to get more entertaining as we ramp up the intensity here. We have a legitimate challenge to the status quo in Trutherville. There's a potential here for a real marketplace disruption, and we're going to spearhead it. And what we're doing right now is we're marshaling our forces. We have to get everybody on the same sheet. We all have to look at this from the off-world stage perspective. I don't know what critical mass is or critical raft. We have 2,000 subs on YouTube, but how many of us in the know, on the same sheet, with the same essential lexicon will it take to be able to, effectively neutralize the controlled opposition in significant ways and cause them to do, I don't know what. I don't know what kind of damage control that they're going to have to do, but it should be fun because we're in an advantageous position. We have access to information. We have an understanding that is higher than these low-level propagandists who are maintaining very specific platforms and guardrails and narratives that they can't deviate from. So I'm just interested really in testing the integrity of their system. We're going to do a stress test. We are stress testing the guardrails that keep Trutherville in place. Etheric Bliss says that, or they will just get better and streamline efforts because it's being noticed and detailed. Yeah, so we're one step ahead. I put out handbook for the recently deprogrammed, knowing that they are going to improve and improve and improve the quality to where you won't be able to visually deconstruct it. So we're one step ahead because we can deconstruct these things blindfolded. And it's all based on our understanding of metascript. Sync Kid says, if these world stage role players come in and out of the limelight, where they're coming from and existing, where are they going to? Good question. Good question. Look at the Challenger survivors. Or look at Timothy McVeigh working for the FBI right now. Charlie Kirk's probably going to have a job somewhere, some FBI office. He'll get a nose job probably. Just pushing pencils, something boring. I don't know. I mean, I think he just sold his house for millions of dollars like 8 months ago. I'm sure they have somewhere to go. What's up, Pippi? Thanks for joining. But where are they going? That's a good question. But I brought up legends because it's well within the capacity of the intelligence agencies to extract people from the matrix and repurpose them. In that movie Utopia that was referenced by Tim Pool, there was an actual place, the Utopia, like Crisis Actor Island, like it was a separate society, and their job was to influence the mainstream society through psychological operations. Mango says, what's going to happen next? Honestly, whatever happens, like my pulse isn't going to go up. They could nuke the West Coast. I mean, it's good for business. Charlie Kirk has been the best thing to happen to the IPS since Nipsey. As far as psyops go. I'm like, thank you, Saint Charlie Kirk. We have 2,000 subs now. But more importantly, he's brought a lot of auto hoaxers out of the woodwork where we can address them directly via Twitter. Like I'm building up a list. I'm going to send a bunch of books to potential guests because I think there's a lot of people that, like I said, we want people who are 80% of the way self-extracted. Those are the ones we want. And you notice that the more people we have looking into it, the better intel we get and the more entertaining it gets. And I'm not doing this for entertainment per se, but the fact that it's entertaining is actually helpful. It's not like it's detrimental to your mental health to be a skeptic about propaganda, to be slow to believe. No, it's bad for your mental health to be an auto-believing, triggered fool. So Mango asks, what's going to happen next? Well, if you want a clue as to what's going to happen next, watch whatever's popular, whatever's promoted. Hulu, The Tempest, I'm going to go watch another episode tonight. You can actually get some foresight. You can actually get some premonitions, if you want to call them that. You can be psychic, basically. You know, this is talked about in Leave the World Behind, produced by the Obamas. They call it the curve. The guy's talking about how they were talking about a mass agreed upon collective delusion. This is that Julia Roberts character. A mass agreed upon collective delusion. A mass agreed upon delusion. That sounds like the world stage. And the one character she's talking to, who I think represents Obama, who would be a meta scripter, and that movie Leave the World Behind had copious predictive programming, noted by media, in fact. Even the author of the book was said to be prescient because it seemed to predict 2020. But the conversation was about the curve, that there was a way you could read what's to come if you knew what you were looking at. And it was kind of alluding to an understanding of our manufactured history. Lily Bell says, no way Miss Arizona would marry that smile and hairline. CK has a gummy smile, probably fake like his hairline. No, I don't think that's the case. Millions of dollars, 6'5". I think that pretty much is all you would need.